The flow of time continued, but the world itself had been irrevocably altered. This change was not wrought by worldly disasters, but by the awakening of infernal beings, demons. In recent times, these demonic apparitions manifested with terrifying frequency. The epicenter of these sudden incursions was a colossal dark tower. Among the populace, it earned the ominous title of the Devil's Tower. This spire acted as a dreadful conduit between the abyssal demon realm and the mortal plane, funneling immense power directly to them. The tower's name whispered of a grand temptation for its conquest, promised its victor unimaginable riches and absolute authority. By ascending all 999 levels of the spire, you could seize power, boundless wealth, unmatched strength, and all your heart's desires. But there was a terrifying catch. The tower is ruled by gods and demons, deities who do not welcome uninvited mortal trespassers. The governments of many nations attempted to safeguard their citizens from the tower's siren call of conquest. Yet these warnings only fueled humanity's ambition to conquer the spire. For 5 long years since the tower's emergence, humanity had failed to overcome its challenge. The cause of this failure was the divine and demonic guardians, who annihilated anyone who dared attempt its conquest. But then, from the shadows, a single man emerged, one who cast a defiant challenge of the tower, vowing to conquer the 600th level. And it appeared that no force could halt his relentless advance. Standing between this man and the tower's heart, 9 chosen champions from the human race arose. They were resolved to stop this mysterious stranger from seizing the tower. They were known as the 9 Stars. Through potent magic and divine favor, they were granted truly immeasurable power, a power they chose to unleash upon the lone stranger to bring him down. The stranger resolved to invoke the catastrophic Death Star spell, an incantation that could mean annihilation for the 9. And though this stranger lacked their divine magic and was not counted among the 9 stars, he had ascended to become the most powerful mage among mortals. His name is Cha-Jin Hyuk. Having embraced the path of darkness, he appeared more akin to a demon than to any human, wielding the very power of oblivion. He is an undeniable harbinger of death. By commanding legions of the deceased, he could unquestionably claim the title of a divine necromancer. With an entire army of undead at his beck and call, Hyuk required only greater power to subjugate the tower, the only force capable of stopping Hyuk's ascent up the tower. And confronting his undead horde was the 9 Stars. For his perceived betrayal of the entire human race and themselves, Cha-Jin was condemned with a sentence of death. Only now did Hyuk begin to grasp that he could not face the assembled group alone. The 9 resolved to eliminate Cha-Jin once and for all, specifically by ending his life, striking Jin with their combined might. The 9 completely overwhelmed him within the tower's realm. Hyuk was branded a traitor to all of humanity, though this was merely a fabricated legend. In truth, he was the one who had been betrayed. Riddled with grievous wounds, Hyuk swore an oath to return, no matter the cost, and settle the score with the 9, and to finally eradicate them for good. He vowed he would return, and prove to all that he is the most dominant among mortals, the one fated to conquer the Devil's Tower. You will have to once again ascend the tower's levels, to battle the very demons and gods who command. Cha-Jin awoke in his bed at home, not immediately recognizing his surroundings. He continued to swear vengeance upon the 9 Stars. Coming to his senses and throwing aside the blanket, Hyuk scanned the room with urgency and began to realize he was no longer within the tower, and this body was not the one he had there. Jin began to wonder, had his secret skill of transmigrating between battle and rest actually been activated? It seems that Hyuk had long possessed the arcane art of soul transference, moving his essence from one vessel to another, which permits him to stay alive even if his physical form is destroyed. Just as Hyuk suspected, he was still in South Korea, and the ability allowed him to inhabit a new vessel with nearly identical characteristics. An unsettling feeling washed over him. He started to think that if he had been by himself, he could have conquered the 600th level completely alone. The 9 Stars had offered their assistance, but he never anticipated the possibility of betrayal and received a devastating blow to his back. The true cause of his demise was the Paladin's kin and Carmen, who manipulated all the other members of the group. Carmen was deceptively charming and desired only death for the Death Star, despite how he helped them ascend to that level. Regardless of the truth, all they required was a glorious victory and a convenient scapegoat for all of the team's shortcomings. What worked in their favor was the reality that, among the group's members, was Hyuk's own friend, whose name was Choi Kyung-hoon. If they had summoned him to help clear the 600th level, their odds of eliminating Hyuk would have been far too slim. But everything proceeded according to their treacherous plan. United, they could have challenged that arrogant band of humans, who believed they were something above mere human bonds. After his calculation, Hyuk gave his solemn word to return and enact his revenge upon them all, whatever the price. Having lost too much blood and suffering many wounds from enemy strikes, Jin only repeated that this was not the end of their story. After he lost all consciousness, the skill activated, and Hyuk was transferred into a new body, as his former one was already devoid of life. Feeling an excruciating pain, Hyuk mustered the strength to complete the transference of his soul. I will have to transform them into my own puppets, so they will understand the folly of betraying the strongest of them. Cha-jun's thoughts were shattered by the ringing of his phone, and he was pulled from his reverie to see what it was. A peculiar sensation overtook him as he took the phone in his hand. Evidently, a long time had passed since he had held a device like this, but when his gaze fell upon the phone screen, Hyuk was completely astounded by what he saw. The date displayed on the phone was May 13th, 2023, which meant a full decade had elapsed since his fateful meeting with Anand. It felt like only a moment had passed since that instant, but it turned out that 10 entire years had already gone by. How strange. Apparently, this new ability is the cause. But what kind of power is this exactly? And can I even wield it outside of the tower? Glancing back, Hyuk noticed a fly that was disturbing his quiet, and he chose to test his newfound ability on it. In a flash, the fly dropped lifelessly onto Jin's open palm. But what to do with it now was completely unclear. Hyuk decided to test his skill by summoning a necromantic charge, but the fly remained completely inert. Numerous attempts yielded absolutely no result, which made Hyuk incredibly furious. Despite his desperate cries, only the phone seemed to respond to its owner's voice commands, but the fly was dead and exhibited no signs of life whatsoever. Having to reconcile with the fact that his current body lacked even a single trace of his former mana, Jin began to ponder the reality that he would have to conquer the tower without any of his abilities. 10 years have gone by, and it would be wise to check on the current progress of the 9 stars, because a great deal of time has passed. Scanning the news feeds, Jin discovered that the so-called Vaunt 9 had only ascended another 200 levels since their last fateful encounter. Without wasting another moment, Hyuk decided to head to the tower for training. Without its influence, any training was utterly meaningless. And although Cha understood this vessel was not what it once was, the innate skills of the Death Star remained etched in his soul. The tower itself was located in Seoul, and it was not a difficult task for Cha to locate. In order to rapidly become the strongest and avenge his own death, a swarm of newcomers gathered at the foot of the mountain. So nobody paid any special attention to Hyuk, who did not particularly stand out from the teeming crowd. These newcomers merely fantasized of becoming stronger and wealthier, but Cha-jin was only concerned with this place of countless mysteries and legends, which was nicknamed simply the Tower. After successfully clearing all the levels of the tower, Hyuk could potentially obtain everything he ever wanted, but he still needed to begin his training on the very first level. Just as he expected, there was a Tomb of the Envoy for a class change near the entrance, but it was only accessible after reaching level 10, so no one paid any mind whatsoever. There was a mountain of work to be done, so there was absolutely no reason to delay. Hyuk eagerly anticipated the reward for his immense efforts, for the day he would conquer all the levels of the tower, and how everyone would look upon him with envy. It would also be prudent to think about his reputation, which would undoubtedly play into Cha-jin's hands. This single thought did not leave his mind, and then a chime echoed, informing the newcomers that the entrance to the tower was now open, and they could commence their training. There was absolutely no point in retreating now. It was imperative to push forward towards his ultimate goal, a task at which Cha-jin excelled. A grueling trial lay ahead on his path of vengeance against the 9 stars. The gate welcomed Cha-jin as the new conqueror of the tower. 5 years had passed, no, apparently 15 years had passed, to arrive here once more and begin his path of retribution against that pathetic, arrogant group of people. A vast training area opened up before the conqueror's eyes, which signaled that it was time to begin the trials and start gaining skills to ascend the tower. and although it was distasteful to find himself here again. All conquerors are required to undergo this training to reach the first floor. Before starting, Hyuk decided to review his characteristics and skills, and only then would he commence the training. The characteristics, to put it mildly, greatly disappointed Hyuk, but the gluttony trait genuinely intrigued him, although he did not yet understand what it would grant him. Jin surmised that this unique trait was assigned to him with a new body, whose characteristics differed immensely from his previous ones. Since he possesses these stats with his new form, it is crucial to immediately start increasing them, and, at the same time, test out his new traits. The trial commenced, and the first projectile that flew at Hyuk was a magic arrow spell. But it was trivial for him to block it, since thanks to his starborn skill, he could perceive the arrows before they even flew towards him. There were more and more arrows, and it became progressively harder to repel their assault. It was becoming increasingly difficult to evade them, which caused Cha Jin a bit of concern. A little more effort, and he will manage. But countless arrows pierced through his body, leaving a trail of bleeding wounds across his form. As soon as he reached the designated starting point, Hyuk was rapidly losing strength, but he held on, fueled by his burning zeal for sweet revenge. The training system considered his body and magically healed him, so he was able to continue the trial. It was imperative to resume training at any cost and achieve the conquest of the tower's upper floors. But running forward thoughtlessly made absolutely no sense, and Cha Jin decided to fundamentally change his training tactics. He resolved to try gluttony on the very blood lost by his own body, to see what would be the result of it. This trait is exceptional because with its assistance, you can consume everything deceased and appropriate, or fully absorb it into your own body. By invoking the gluttony incantation, Hyuk will gain both experience and achievement points. Using the spell slightly boosted the characteristics, which means that he can power them up without having to delve too deep into the settings. Even if this brutal training lasts for a full week, Hyuk absolutely must improve his characteristics. But by activating the gluttony spell, as he continued training, he took more and more arrows into his body in order to gain a far better chance of leveling up. Through his own spilled blood, an entire month has elapsed. It is worth checking the characteristics. Perhaps they have already been significantly increased. The gate opened, signifying that the training had concluded, a fact for which Hyuk was immensely glad. His many wounds were healed, and the long-awaited notification appeared, declaring the training complete. There was also a message that certain gods and demons were expressing interest in him. They were the last thing he needed. Hyuk didn't need them. He had no need for extra prying eyes. Now, it has become clear who is observing him. It was Baal, the very sovereign of evil. But what could he possibly want from Hyuk? Once again, this demon is pursuing Hyuk, seeking to claim him as his apostle, or perhaps as a disciple. Still, he proved useful because it was Baal who granted the soul transference ability. Hyuk's internal thoughts intrigued the great demon, and he watched the actions of his future student with great intensity. Besides Baal, other powerful demons also began to scrutinize Cha Jin, and this constant observation infuriated him. By offering them a chance to watch the raid's future development in the tower, Hyuk managed to silence the demons that were causing his head to spin. Baal was displeased with Jin, but he paid it little attention and continued examining his characteristics. It is time to examine the reward for his grueling training, because Hyuk's blood was certainly not shed in vain. Well, the characteristics have certainly been enhanced, but this significant increase cost a tremendous amount of effort. Since I managed to increase my mana during the training, it would be wise to pump it further to conquer the floors above. Thanks to the arduous training he had just completed, Hyuk had successfully unlocked a brand new trait. But what it was exactly he had yet to discover. An uncanny sensation washed over him, and he began to progressively feel his old, powerful body. The unique trait turned out to be versatility. But Cha Jin did not yet grasp what to do with it. Versatility provided a significant boost in characteristics and automatically adjusted his attacks and defenses during combat. This feature could eventually grant him a legendary title on par with demons and gods. The Lord of Evil grew intensely curious about Hyuk's statistics, but why would he ever require them? Hyuk offered the great Lord of Evil to journey with him, an offer which greatly intrigued the demon. Baal responded with delight to the invitation to go with Cha, but inquired if he could truly accompany him or if it was a jest. A new chamber lay ahead, which could be the stage for the subsequent training session. As anticipated, the room indeed turned out to be a training ground, but one far more difficult than the one previous. In this particular room, the Conqueror was now offered the use of weapons to repel attacks. Be that as it may, Hyuk greatly preferred magic over any weapon. It was also crucial to remember about deflecting multiple attacks. Using magic arrows and a bow will greatly aid with this. It was time to finally begin, and Hyuk commanded the system to generate targets to start the train. Thanks to his newfound versatile nature, he was no longer afraid of these targets or their multiple attacks. It was finally time to test this new trait in action. The initial wave was effortlessly repelled, but this was not sufficient, and the system began to generate new targets, but ones far stronger than the previous ones. The system sent a notification regarding class selection, but Cha paid it no mind and continued to strike down target after target. The targets became more numerous and far stronger, but it was all in vain. The targets assaulted Jean, but he calmly fought them off using his innate skill, striking targets with his bow and a sharp steel sword. Hyuk demanded more and even stronger opponents from the system. He dealt devastating blow after blow to the targets, and they fell defeated upon the floor of the chamber, with no chance to resist the Conqueror in close-quarters combat. The targets had no hope of striking Jean, and he knew it well, deciding to employ a long-range attack, which proved to be remarkably effective. The system generated the most powerful targets at this level, but even they were completely helpless against Hyuk. Well, conventional weapons were not that exciting, and Cha decided he must take up the path of magic at any cost. Wielding an ancient, powerful magic staff as his weapon, he easily dispatched the remainder of the targets. By invoking the potent magic arrow spell, with magic, the targets were struck down long before they could approach Hyuk. The versatility trait proved to be a very good thing, but was its full power even being applied? The training is finally over, and the Conqueror has earned a new achievement. Now he could wield any weapon and simultaneously become omnipotent. The system prompted him to choose a multi-class, but the determined Conqueror had entirely different plans. Then, Hyuk attempted to select this multi-class as a subclass, but the system flatly refused him. Unfortunately, subclasses can only be selected after clearing the 100th floor, but Cha-Jin decided to do things differently. He then decided to use his achievement points to unlock a subclass. The system was taken aback by such a query from a mere newbie, and it offered him to choose the points as a reward, in exchange for his valuable achievement points. No matter where Hyuk had learned about this, he immediately demanded to exchange 5,000 points to open a subclass. The system carefully considered his audacious proposal, but unlocking the subclass required 5,050 points. Well then, Hyuk will have to turn a Ball for the extra points by asking Ball to finally reveal his true identity. The achievement was earned, and thanks to those points, he was now able to unlock the coveted subclasses. After all the training was finally complete, the system began to transport Jean to the very first floor of the tower to begin the true conquest. The moment of inescapable truth has arrived. Specifically, the time has come to start the path of vengeance against the 9 stars, and the system designated the Corolla Forest as his first point of entry. This place was a favored habitat of the savage Cobalts. The Cobalts, seeing the group of newcomers, immediately surged into battle, thereby throwing the humans into a state of shock. But then, Hyuk emerged from the shimmering, open portal and instantly rushed at the attacking creatures. As was expected, Cha-Jin effortlessly slaughtered the Cobalts. The newly arriving Cobalts immediately launched into an attack, not understanding that they were already doomed. Hyuk was curious to discover what their souls would grant him and what he would obtain for them. With a single, decisive blow, the Cobalt was utterly defeated, which astonished the newcomers standing nearby. They could not believe that a mere newbie could attack like that, and on such a low floor of the massive tower. Most likely, the incredible power lay within his staff, but no one could possibly believe that it was possible to strike attackers so rapidly and with such lightning speed. One of the newcomers proposed that they continue onward together, marveling at Hyuk's overwhelmingly powerful attack, but it was all completely in vain. Hyuk had trusted a group once before and paid dearly for that mistake, so he sternly asked them not to interfere with him. He commanded none of the newcomers to even touch the Cobalts. Otherwise, they themselves would become his next target. The newcomers wisely did not bother to appear again, and decided to swiftly move away from the strange conqueror of the tower. You never know what else he might possibly come up with. left completely alone with the kobolds. Chajin immediately began to assault them again and again. The kobolds were eager to avenge their fallen comrade and prepared to launch an attack on Hyuk, thinking they could defeat him in a single instant. These two kobolds were sent flying away from him, like a ball against a wall. They were unequal opponents for him. With a blindingly fast attack, Hyuk put an end to yet another of the kobolds, surprising the single remaining one. The kobold's zeal and desire to attack the stranger vanished somewhere. No one dared move from their spot. They quickly decided to get away from the terrifying enemy, but Hyuk had other plans. Taking up his staff, he fired a magic arrow at the fleeing kobold, and it fell unconscious. Another arrow pierced the fleeing creature, and it gave up its spirit. It could do nothing more. To fully complete the quest, it was necessary to kill 10 kobolds. But Chao Jin was prepared to exterminate all of them, even 10, even their entire bloodline. And then a brilliant thought struck him. What if he slaughtered a vast number of kobolds and got the achievement? Monster Slayer? The idea was not all bad, but something had to be done with the bodies of the slain. And so the conquest continued onward. Well, it's time to test gluttony on what were once living beings. While absorbing the kobold's very soul, Hyuk suddenly had a vision of the murdered creature's past life in his head. In addition, by luring its power into his own body, he began to understand the native language of the kobolds, which would undoubtedly be useful to him in the future to obtain the prestigious title of fighter. It was time to review his updated specifications, and Hyuk immediately began to check them. He was completely and utterly surprised. The characteristics had increased quite significantly and have become so substantial that he could easily conquer the 10th floor. Also, of particular note, his class had started to be adjusted, along with the past test's memories. They did not grant the tower's conqueror any peace, and at times even deeply bothered him. He saw visions of people who were captured by kobolds, and they tried to turn them into their next prey. And what did that mean? And here appeared an old man with a staff. Apparently, it was the lord of all the kobolds. That's exactly who Cha Jin needed. The kobold lord can attack with a truly monstrous wave, and this can be exploited to level up quite well, which could not help but greatly please Hyuk. He could not confront these monsters all by himself, and decided to summon his very own monsters. He had no other choice but to summon the kobolds he had just defeated, to battle against the new monstrous threats. The slain kobolds rose up before him, as if they had loyally served him for 1,000 years. Now, with the power of summoning magic, Hyuk was assigned the prestigious necromancer class, which was greatly to his advantage. But something told him that on this very first floor, he would be able to change his class to a more suitable one. Hyuk's attention was distracted by a kobold looking away, which could not fail to interest its new master. There was a distinct reason, and it was concealed among the forest trees. There were Cha Jin's next unfortunate victims, more kobolds. Well, it is time to test out his new soldiers on these poor souls. Not a moment passed, and all the kobolds, once attackers, were transformed into soldiers of the conqueror. And then, among the trees, he noticed a place where he had once been. It was a small, secluded house, where Hyuk had already visited more than once in his previous life. Fortunately, no one else came here, and everything was as it was 15 years ago. His curious soldiers were also present, but they were a nuisance, and he ordered them to wait outside. Having struck the very center of the floor, he shattered it, opening a dark descent downwards, which led into a completely different room. The descent led to the most direct route to the first floor, where one could finally change their class. And now, before his eyes appeared the grave of the very first spiritual master. It is the ancient spirit of the spiritual master that will allow Hyuk to change his class. On the first floor, pulling back the heavy lid of the coffin, Hyuk released the spirit of the spiritual master from within. The spirit immediately questioned the conqueror, asking if he was his descendant. As it turned out, the meeting was not unexpected, because Hyuk knew this master, and his name was Vulcan. Vulcan's attempt to frighten him failed miserably, since Hyuk already knew everything about his spiritual interlocutor. From the diary, the item was obtained in Cha Jin's past life, but the memories were transferred into the new body, and therefore, the knowledge was transferred too. The loss of all his magical power led him to the first floor, where this strange and mysterious object was found. But studying this diary, although it made him a spiritual master, did not succeed in conquering Vulcan before. It was very strange for Vulcan to hear this from a newcomer. It even intrigued him a great deal. He genuinely liked this particular newcomer, comparing him to the previous ill-mannered conqueror. But he didn't even suspect that the conqueror and Hyuk were one, and the very same person. Well, it was finally time to change his class. But the spiritual master informed him that only after reaching the 10th level can this be done. Vulcan kept mumbling that only by choosing the necromancer class. After the 10th level of the tower, can you then change the class to a spiritual master? His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Hyuk, who declared that he was already a necromancer and would like to change classes this very instant. Vulcan was absolutely amazed when he saw Cha Jin's statistics. Hyuk asked once more if Vulcan could change his class, but he was talking far too much and not getting to the point. Vulcan did finally begin the class change and started casting spells to change a scroll detailing the history of the first spiritual master's creation, materialized in Hyuk's own hands. It turns out that many centuries ago, long before the tower ever appeared, Vulcan was one of the foremost walkers among all people. Being an immensely powerful necromancer, he desperately sought to become stronger and more powerful than he was at that specific time. But the bones and skin of his enemies granted him nothing, and so he found a way to absorb the souls of the slain. Many attempts and refinements to this unique skill allowed him to create an entirely new class, the spiritual master. Unfortunately, although he was incredibly strong in spirit, his mortal body had exhausted all of its vital forces. His groundbreaking new class could have vanished along with him, but he chose to use necromancy on none other than himself. He needed to do this in order to one day pass on his vast knowledge to a new master, who would eventually come to him seeking that knowledge. Alas, he also became a semi-character of the system itself, so he was fated to wander eternally within the tower, on the very first floor. The class change was now complete, and Hyuk was rightfully considered the third spiritual master. Vulcan advised that the souls could be collected within vessels, so that they would possess even greater power. Hyuk was intrigued by this, as he had simply been absorbing souls, but now he could actually store them within vessels. This vessel needs to be filled, and its first soul will be Vulcan now. That is it. Vulcan wished for Hyuk to conquer the tower and glorify the name of his new mentor. But the conqueror of the tower did not even hear him. He only desired the vessel itself. With Vulcan's own soul, it will be Vulcan's own responsibility to bring glory to the name of the mentor. Vulcan was utterly stunned by his student's audacious behavior. Was an explicit command written in the diary. Hyuk advanced on Vulcan with an unbreakable resolve, making the ancient spirit feel a primal fear of his student's intentions. Unleashing a soul-binding incantation, he produced a vessel ready to be filled with a captive soul. Despite Vulcan's desperate resistance, Hyuk mercilessly extracted his mentor's very essence from its spiritual form. It was a success. The soul was now a prize in Cha Jin's hands. Vulcan cursed Hyuk, promising to meet him again in the depths of hell. The mentor's spirit, now trapped within the vessel, could do nothing by the power of his magic. The vessel possessed an unbreakable force that Vulcan could never hope to destroy. Now, the vessel had become a personal, eternal prison for the mentor, a new reality he was forced to accept. The ancient necromancer was absolutely enraged, and he tried to shatter the barrier to annihilate Hyuk. The mentor was tragically naive, not grasping that he would never escape from the soul cage. Unleashing a cascade of monastones, Hyuk decided to use their power against Vulcan. Vulcan was thrown into despair, unable to even twitch, let alone cast any of his powerful spells. Vulcan wondered how a mere level 1 rookie could wield such immense power. The answer was close, and it struck the mentor with pure terror, because standing before him was a reincarnated spiritual master. It was that very same scoundrel, the one who had claimed the title of the second spiritual master. Vulcan recalled his name in a flash of dread. Yes, it was Chao Jinyu. The time had come for Hyuk to finish subjugating Vulcan's soul, to extract it from its vessel and bend it to his own will. The moment had arrived for the student to completely conquer his mentor. Returning from the class change chamber, Hyuk found that the evil demon was intrigued by his new class, how the incessant chatter of these deities and demons prevented him from focusing on the grand task at hand, and he roared at them that everything has its proper time, with the godlike ability of gluttony and the power to bind souls into a vessel. A simple army of skeletons was no longer necessary, commanding his monsters to fall and rise once more. Hyuk reaped their very souls, Now, he possessed magical warriors who were a match for any opponent. It is true that these souls, in the form of warriors, were now rendered completely silent. But they were obedient soldiers, ready to serve their new master. But then, the silence was shattered by an indignant cry from behind him. It turned out to be Vulcan, manifested in human form. Vulcan was incandescent with rage that he was being used as a mere soldier, instead of being revered as a mentor. Chajin was surprised by Vulcan's form, and thought for a moment that such a powerful man was not bad in life. Well, no, the mentor simply could not stand it, and was not going to simply accept his fate as a spiritual soldier. Chajin just moved his fingers, and Vulcan was rendered utterly speechless, which left him in a state of absolute shock. Hyuk warned Vulcan that if he did not accept his new fate, he would be cast into hell for all of eternity. Vulcan was furious and refused to become Hyuk's attack dog, but he had no other choice. Otherwise, all the souls whose guardians refused to become warriors would be consumed by the tower's new conqueror. So there was no reason to repeat the threat twice, because Vulcan remembered the chilling power of gluttony. The student now had to submit to his own mentor, otherwise he too would have been completely devoured. Hyuk didn't even have to verbalize what needed to be done next. He simply pointed towards the Cobalt Lord's castle. At all costs, it was imperative to eliminate this ruler, so that he would no longer be a thorn in their side. As expected, a swarm of kobolds awaited the traveler at the castle gates, apparently not anticipating to meet a stranger here. Hyuk didn't even bat an eye at the sight of the kobolds. He merely summoned his newly acquired soldiers. He continued to stride forward, and all around him, kobolds fell lifeless, struck down by his soldiers. More kobolds appeared on the castle walls, but this did not change the core of the situation. In an instant, 30 kobold soldiers collapsed to the ground. Hyuk didn't even have to personally fight them. It was time to advance and dethrone the Cobalt Lord, and seize his power for himself. An old man stood in the middle of the great hall, muttering something, apparently another dark incantation. His attention was drawn to a guest from the human world, who entered the hall after giving a command to his kobold servant. He turned his gaze to the one who had just entered. The attacking kobolds fell uselessly to the floor of the hall, never achieving their goal of killing the uninvited guest. Hyuk also did not stand idle, and from his hands, the kobolds fell like puppets with their strings cut. All attempts to even strike the guest were utterly unsuccessful. Cha Jin's soldiers were simply faster and much stronger. The hall gradually filled with the lifeless corpses of kobolds, but they couldn't even manage to give Jin a single scratch. Indeed, the multiclass is truly bearing fruit, and the joy from this realization on the conqueror's face knew no bounds. But then, Hyuk sensed the aura of the one he had come here for. It was the Cobalt Lord. All that remained was to find this old man, and defeat him once and for all. The evil lord taunted Hyuk by mimicking him with ethereal lightsabers, which prevented him from advancing further with his soldiers. In the chamber where the old man resided, there was something that resembled a place for sacrifices. The victims were offered up to the demon who presided over death. The next victim screamed and begged to be set free, but the old man craved more victims to appease the demon. But instead of humans, the victim turned out to be a young goblin girl. The old man pondered her for just a moment, and his doubts quickly vanished, because a goblin was a better offering than a human. But then a blow struck the old man's hand, and he cried out in dissatisfaction from the sharp pain. It was a blow from the sword that flew from the hands of Hyuk, who had come to slay the old man and finish him for good. Cha Jin was curious about what was transpiring here. While he was engaged in battle in the adjacent room, it no longer mattered, because the time had come to finish what had been started, and claim the power of the Cobalt Lord. The task ahead was to obliterate the old man and seize his power. So, the two adversaries met face to face, and only a battle to the death could decide who would live and who would die. The uninvited guest was not a welcome sight for the old man, but something had to be done. The old man did not delight Hyuk as he had expected, just a crazy old man with a pile of useless garbage. The name of this so-called lord is Callum. This kobold is not particularly noteworthy, but he possesses a great deal of arrogance. While Callum was distracted by the human, the goblin had a brief chance to escape, but as soon as she rose and tried to flee, the old man cast a dark spell at her to aid him. He called upon a demon to grant him strength and help him win. The demon watching over death made Hyuk wonder what this could mean. The corpse bomb spell was fired at the girl, who was now doomed to die. She stumbled and fell to the floor, already contemplating her own death. Pulling herself together, she vowed not to let herself die. Another moment, and everything would have been over. But then a resounding blow was heard, repelling the attack. It was Hyuk who had saved the girl, and fought off the evil old man's attack. The old man was enraged at how the man was able to repel his attack, because not everyone is capable of that. The girl was grateful to the man, but he advised her to get out of there as quickly as possible. But then his gaze fixated on the girl, and he noticed that there was a goblin standing before him. How did she get here? Because goblins are powerful creatures from the 100th floor, and they have no business being here. It's strange. There is no reason for experienced people to come down here, and she, moreover, has not yet even reached adulthood. I'll have to save her and find out what truly happened on the 100th floor. But first, it was necessary to deal with the old man, and then we would see. Without turning to the girl, he advised her to hide if she did not wish to die. The old man attacked once again, but this time it was Cha Jin himself. It was naive to believe that attacking Hyuk would be successful because he was much faster and the attack was powerless against him. Having repelled the attack and rushing towards the old man, Hyuk knocked him down with a single powerful blow. The old man fell head over heels onto the hard floor and was perplexed as to why the novice walker was so incredibly strong at such a low level. Now, the initiative was on Cha's side, and he, without a moment's hesitation, attacked the old man again and again. The Cobalt Lord began to beg the demon to help him and save his miserable, pathetic soul. Hyuk's latest attack suddenly stopped, and a golem was to blame. The walker realized that this blood golem was created by a demon who was trying to stop Hyuk from killing the old man. Although it was quite strange that such a powerful being was summoned by a worthless demon. In any case, the same fate awaited him as the old man. But this golem was no mere kobold, and it was not so easy to deal with him. The old man laughed maniacally at the battle scene. The golem's blow sent Hyuk flying back several meters and falling to the floor. Using his most powerful ritual, the old man believed that he would finally defeat Hyuk. But how deeply wrong he was. So, it was a ritual, Hyuk thought, but this only made him more excited, and he decided to use his very own ritual. Well now, it's the golem's turn to receive a ritual from a human, and let's see who will ultimately defeat whom. The summoned soldiers immediately rushed to attack the golem, which none of the castle's inhabitants had expected. The soldiers attacked in an instant, and the golem vanished as if it had never even existed. The old man was completely stunned. The demon golem was destroyed in mere seconds, as if it were a simple kobold. Evil Hyuk thought that this old man would not have been able to summon a golem without the assistance of a demon. He was not at the correct level for this. Oh yes. That demon who was watching death was shocked, and Hyuk revealed his true identity. It was Boon, the cunning and hypocritical demon of death. The old man could no longer do anything since his mana had run out, and he could not attack the man in any way. The kobold soldiers quickly swarmed and surrounded the old man, no matter how much he resisted. The demons watched quietly and silently as their follower's soul was consumed by Hyuk. At any cost, Boon will pay for his ridiculous prank of using his puppet against Cha Jin. The revenge will be terrible when he gets to the demon. It would be better for the demon to just die himself. To all his cries for revenge, the demon watching over death only grinned. The old man was finished. All that remained was to take his soul. And here is the soul. It needs to be absorbed before it flies away, which it will not succeed in doing. The soul quickly tried to fly away towards the heavens, but Hyuk managed to intercept it, and now it was in his hands. Now the soul of the old man, once the patron of all the kobolds, has forever become the plaything of the necromancer. Thanks to the skill of creating a soul sphere, Hyuk could not only absorb souls, but also use it for his own various purposes. The skill also allows you to create potent medicine from the souls of your defeated enemies. The soul absorption did not grant a significant increase in characteristics, although it was unimportant because having reached level 50, they were no longer that important. The goblin girl called out to Hyuk, thanking him for saving her and saying that her name was Haru. Hyuk said not to dwell on it. He just wanted the Cobalt Lord, and that is all. He made fun of her, saying that he could take advantage of her and sell her off to someone as a common slave. But the girl was not one to be easily timid, and replied that she would make him change his intentions, which made the stoic walker laugh. None of this mattered, and he directly asked her, what was she doing so far from the 100th level of her brethren? And she said that her village had been attacked, and she was taken prisoner and brought all the way here. It was strange to hear this, because even experienced walkers cannot compete with powerful goblins unless she was taken as a trophy. As one of the four great and powerful beings. The first and most powerful were the giants, as sources of strength. The second and no less powerful were the dragons, the sources of all magic. The third were masters of dark energy, that is, demons. The fourth and most vengeful were the angels, the possessors of the wings of divine retribution. But it was unlikely that they would attack the goblin village, unless someone had enlisted their support for their own benefit. It is possible that even the 9 stars have something to do with this, although it is not yet certain. At least, they'll all pay for it when Hyuk gets to them. Hyuk was about to move on when Haru suddenly asked where he was going, and if she could come with him. First of all, it was necessary to depart from this castle and continue to conquer the higher floors of the tower. Hyuk still invited Haru to come along with him, at least until he found out what had happened to her. Well, maybe this goblin will be useful to him in the future, but for now, let her not bother him if she wants to go with him, on the condition that he could not protect her all the time. She agreed. She needed to defend herself, because she had just been almost killed by a Cobalt, and she had to take care of herself, due to her own lapse in vigilance. She was captured and promised not to fall into any traps again. It's true that in their blood-soaked clothes, they were far too noticeable to others, and they needed to change into something else. There was something glowing on the body of the deceased old man, and it was not immediately clear what it was. It turned out that from the old man, in addition to his soul, one could also receive equipment. This was quite opportune, but the two were interrupted by an image that appeared out of nowhere. Oh yes, it was Vulcan, who had dealt with all the kobolds in the castle, and came to report to Hyuk. The girl was seriously frightened and asked Cha-Jin who this stranger was. Vulcan was surprised because not everyone could perceive him like that, but the girl replied that she possessed such a unique peculiarity. It will be interesting to see what happens to her if she is absorbed, but Vulcan advised to train her better. The system sent a notification about a new quest, in the form of a brand new wave of monsters, as a reward for defeating the Cobalt Lord. Haru and Vulcan were seriously scared and begged Hyuk not to do this, and not to accept the quest. Cha-Jin thought quite differently. He had entirely different plans for this quest, and he was going to complete it without anyone's approval. The gods and demons were divided over Hyuk's actions, and only the demon who watched over death offered him a substantial reward for the quest. But Cha set the conditions here, and asked to be shown the reward before he would accept the quest. And although Vulcan thought that in this way, he would become free in the event of Hyuk's death, he realized that this was an impossible dream. By accepting the quest, the trio summoned a new wave of monsters to the Cobalt village, on the first floor, terrifying the newcomers. The newcomers were surprised by the wave of monsters, especially on the very first floor, where they had not been for a very long time. More experienced newcomers advised to go to the second floor, while there was still a chance, before the wave appeared. Those who did not complete the quests on the first floor were doomed to remain here, because the experienced players did not help them. It was already far too late. A portal with a new wave opened above the forest, near the entrance to the village. Before they could move away from the portal, they had seen crowds of kobolds pour out of it, and rushed towards the newcomers at a rapid pace. The doomed newcomers prepared to accept their deaths from the kobolds, seeing no possible chance of salvation. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and the trio appeared, led by Hyuk at the moment. When the newcomers had already mentally said goodbye to life, he immediately ordered the newcomers not to interfere in the fight, otherwise they would deeply regret it. Vulcan suggested to Hyuk that he would deal with them himself. The trio dropped down between the kobolds and the group of newcomers to shield them from the incoming wave. The spiritual master's soldiers were called in to fight the kobolds. The surprised newcomers did not expect to see a necromancer on the very first floor, and with such a low level. Now, Hyuk and his assistants had more than enough strength to attack the kobolds. The goblin girl asked if she could kill someone as well. Hyuk only chuckled, but did not forbid Haru from attacking the kobolds. But he still did not know anything about her. Haru summoned the demon's sword to attack and fight the kobolds. She had the magic of summoning a sphere, and could extract items from it, like from a backpack. The kobolds attacked Haru, hoping to finish her off, but how deeply wrong they were. A swing of her sword, and the kobold fell dead behind the girl, and was no longer able to get up. What seemed strange to Hyuk was that this young girl handled this unusual sword so deftly. A bunch of losers called out to Hyuk, turning to the crowd with great displeasure. He asked who dared to call out to him. It was an upstart, who called himself Song Tai of the White Swallow Guild. Not only did the walker not understand who it was, he had never even heard of such a guild. It turns out it was one of the henchmen of the Holy Land Guild, of the Pelin brothers and sisters. Suddenly, Hyuk asked if he had really heard about Pelin, or if he had only imagined it. Song Tai was saying something about his older brother, but Hyuk was absorbed in the thought of the 9 stars. Hyuk refused the offer to join the White Swallow Guild, but before Cha could say anything more, Song Tai was already caught by one of the Cobalt soldiers, ordering him to be released. For now, Hyuk returned to fighting the monsters. The 2 comrades also wanted to confront Cha Jin, dissatisfied with his arrogant behavior. If he is so strong and powerful, then why not intimidate people for their insolence? On the ground, these warriors seemed helpless, as they could neither strike, nor steal, nor do anything. But in the tower itself, it was impossible to go any further without strength. Ordering his soldier to let go, Song Tai, Hyuk warned that this was not the end of their conversation. Turning around and heading towards his charges, Cha Jin only advised Song Tai and his comrades to leave as soon as possible. The comrades sat down next to Song, but he was unable to utter a single word. Having come to his senses a little, he ordered them to run away from this stranger as far as possible. There were kobold corpses scattered all across the battlefield, so everything was going according to his plan. And again, the kobolds arrived and the soldiers. Then Haru and Vulcan fought with them alternately. Cha Jin burst into battle with a sharp and powerful blow of his staff into the middle of the crowd of kobolds, and they fell dead all around the trio. Vulcan became concerned that the kobolds were becoming more and more numerous, but there was no point in panicking. Since Hyuk was a strong walker, and he was in command here, Cha Jin summoned the defeated kobolds again, and turned them into his soldiers. So the army grew, but before they could become spiritual, they had to stop the kobolds as skeletons. The kobolds no longer tried to attack, as the skeletons bit into their necks, killing them without any mercy. Vulcan didn't need to be told to turn all the defeated into skeletons. He knew it himself. Well then, let's attack. Hyuk continued to kill kobolds left and right, and Vulcan turned them all into skeletons. Haru also kept up with them, and cut down all the enemies with her demonic sword. She fought off the kobold attacks no worse than Vulcan and Hyuk, although she did not possess such skills. But her strength was at its very limit, and these creatures could injure or kill her at any moment. The attack and the kobolds wounded Haru from behind, and she screamed in pain. The pain from a wound was nothing compared to what Haru had gone through when her entire village was burned down. But no matter how she tried to repel the attacks, her strength was leaving her, and her efforts were about to come to an end. Her forces melted away instantly with each new attack, and took away a lot of her energy. The kobolds were rapidly advancing, but Haru no longer had the strength to fight off the attacks. But what is this? A moment, and the kobolds were defeated with one blow. Of course, it was Hyuk. The girl began to envy his immense strength and attack, because he was only on the first floor. And with such power, the girl decided to stay close to him and move on, to one day avenge her own village. And again, the kobold attacked her from behind, but this time she was saved, but was already Vulcan. In response to the girl's surprised face, Vulcan only asked if everything was okay with her. She could have handled it herself, and didn't need the help of some old man with glasses. It was strange to see such a strong desire for determination. Apparently, she had a very hard time. The girl asked why they were helping her. Apparently, she was not used to someone's help. The only thing Vulcan could answer was that he served his spiritual master and carried out his orders. And then, the girl realized that Hyuk was protecting her from death. It is his orders that Vulcan must carry out as a loyal soldier. Hyuk insisted that the girl achieve her own mastery, but not die in the process, and assigned Vulcan to her. Vulcan left because by not following his master's orders, he could say goodbye to his own soul. The girl was grateful for the help of the only person who helped her. In the tower, taking out the goblin mask, the girl was about to use her special skill. Having tried on the mask, she took on the appearance of a demoness, which did not quite resemble the seemingly harmless girl. Vulcan was surprised by this incredible transformation, and he did not immediately realize that it was Haru. Hyuk also couldn't believe that, in front of him, was the same girl he had saved from the clutches of the old man. Haru's bloody appearance made everyone around her pay close attention to her. Having completed the transformation into the form of a demoness, she prepared for a brand new attack. But now, the victims were the kobolds themselves. Rushing forward, she easily destroyed the next kobolds, and fatigue no longer seemed to bother her. Apparently, the mask gave her strength and power to attack monsters. Well, now the kobolds will truly be in trouble. Now, the reason for the attack on her village was crystal clear. They were looking for her and her sword. But there was no point in telling Haru why her village was burned. Let it be a secret to everyone for now. The system suddenly issued a new notification that there was 1 minute left until the end of the wave, and the portal would soon be closed. Another wave of kobolds was defeated, and the gates began to close. Well, the last kobold of the wave has been destroyed. Hyuk's sword struck the poor fellow, and he instantly flew back, but already dead. The monster attack was successfully repelled, and the system congratulated the trio on completing the difficult quest. Haru felt completely exhausted and was glad that the wave was finally over. Hyuk came up and asked if she was okay, since the skill had almost exhausted all of her strength. She thanked him for his concern, but did not attach any more importance to it. Each of the three was counted by the system, and it distributed the rewards among them. It was time to take a look at the quest reward. The wave is over, and the trio has dealt with 2,500 kobolds. The Kobold Slayer achievement was finally obtained, and the stats were increased by only 5 units each. All that remains is for Hyuk to learn various skills, and the achievement points with characteristics will be infinite. The first and strongest of the three was, of course, Hyuk. Haru came in second. Vulcan came in third. But Haru refused the reward and gave it all to Hyuk. Chajin took the reward from Vulcan without a moment's hesitation. But he couldn't take Haru's rewards so easily. He did not want to accept the award, for the reason that he had already been betrayed once before. Until she proves that she can truly be trusted, let her keep the reward. Then the girl formed a sphere and began to take out a goblin mask. From there, she added a goblin mask to her reward as a token of her gratitude for saving her. Vulcan couldn't believe that the girl would so easily part with the goblin mask and give it to a complete stranger. After all, the mask contains all the power of the goblin, and it is given only to one partner, once and for all. Hyuk suddenly became curious as to why she was giving the mask to him. The mask, as a gift, signified her gratitude for saving Haru's life twice, and her complete loyalty to Hyuk as a reliable comrade. But the truth lay in the revenge that she wanted to convey to those who had attacked her village. In fact, she's the only goblin who managed to survive, and perhaps even the very last of her kind. Therefore, she must avenge herself and her king. She asked to stay with them and continue their journey up the tower. Well, revenge is a dish best served cold. Hyuk accepted the reward with the mask, but on the condition that he would kill her for any betrayal. The mask didn't bother Hyuk that much. He took it only as a simple token of gratitude. Haru thanked him and called him brother. Her new title for him was irrelevant. His singular, burning purpose remained unchanged. And now, the spoils of war awaited Hyuk. A reward forged from 3 distinct awards: the ring, the earring, and the necklace pulsed with power, granting a surge in mana and its absorption. This boon could not help but please the determined walker. Such legendary artifacts would amplify the quality of his soldiers by a staggering 45%. Hyuk nearly forgot and summoned Boon, demanding that the demon present him with his reward, and he invited him into a secluded, ethereal space. The demon cautioned him not to be hasty with his reward's choice, and so he made his decision in a flash. A ring of demonic power materialized on the table, bestowing even greater opportunities upon the walker. This ring was the perfect tool for achieving his goal of conquering the tower, and would allow him to finally obliterate the 9 stars. Vulcan and Haru also decided to inquire about the mysterious ring. The ring radiated a sinister demonic aura. Vulcan asked in a voice filled with dread if this was truly a demonic ring. The ring possessed an infernal, demonic power, and could enhance its own performance while being worn, and it granted its wielder unlimited attack power. A ring like this was only ever given to the demon's slaves or puppets. But Hyuk was different. A new tab appeared in his characteristics, and its name was simply Demonic Power. The Lord of Evil also decided to shake hands with Cha, but without a gift, Hyuk would not extend his hand. The demon, flustered, checks his inventory and can't find anything worthy of a gift. Then, the demon decided to create a new mission, and the reward for it would be even greater than the ring. Receiving a direct mission from a demon meant a grand chance to prove himself and become exponentially stronger. So, Hyuk needed this mission, and he resolved to accept. The mission was to achieve legendary fame before Cha-Jin reached level 100. The reward for successfully completing this epic quest was anything, but failure meant complete and eternal submission to Baal. Haru knocked on the door and asked what he planned to do next. First, it was imperative to locate Song Tai and extract vital information from him about everything that was happening. Hyuk ordered Vulcan to find this insignificant little man, who, in response, only asked how he was supposed to find it. Vulcan calmed Cha down and explained that he had assigned one of his soldiers to watch him, and that locating him would not be a problem at all. Left alone with Haru, Hyuk suggested that they take a walk and talk. The purpose of their conversation was about the powerful goblin mask, and, in short, what it truly represents. This mask allows the wearer to obtain and wield ancient goblin skills. In other words, it was possible to summon supernatural powers and completely control them. Haru could utilize powers and foresight, combat foresight, to completely control the flow of battle. Providence. It sounded like a sorrowful skill, because if it did not aid in battle, then there was no point to it whatsoever. Many times, people had tried to find someone who possessed such traits, but Hyuk didn't need it. It's strange. People turn to the wise elders and beg them to pass on their knowledge and help change their destiny. Destiny cannot be altered by providence alone, but you can rid yourself of the excess, and then fate will follow a different, altered course. What can I possibly say? Haru's special feature within her mask could be very useful to Cha-Jin. Her true gift was in her combat foresight, and she, together with that mask, no longer seemed like such a useless traveler. Hyuk embraced the girl and thanked her for such warm words on her part. Haru was completely shocked by this. You told her that she was good. No, she was the very best. The sword star, the bow star, the great thief, the divine spear, were no longer such insurmountable forces on the walker's path to vengeance. The demon took a snapshot, and the nine-tailed fox bit her lips, watching the couple. Yes, this ball was getting on his nerves, and Hyuk sent him away, telling him to get out. He apologized to Haru, but she only thanked Hyuk for finally being of some help. Thanks to this powerful mask, he will be able to help the girl carry out her grand plan of revenge. There was no limit to her joy, and she believed that everything would now work out for them. Vulcan located Song Tai and gagged him so that he would not scream and attract unwanted attention. He was angry that Hyuk was gone for so very long, because he had a thirst to kill that man, and he could barely restrain himself. And then, two people appeared, a guy and a girl whom Vulcan was eagerly waiting for. If it is possible to destroy the guilds, under the patronage of the treacherous Pelin family, then Bale's mission will be accomplished. It was time to move on to the next floor and continue conquering the tower. Meanwhile, in the safe zone of the second floor, rumors had already begun to circulate about 2 or 3 mysterious strangers who had managed to halt the entire wave. Just as the crowd was loudly discussing this, a trio began to approach them. Hyuk walked ahead, now wearing the goblin mask. Haru and Vulcan walked a little behind him. The crowd immediately swarmed the trio with endless questions, not giving them a moment's rest. He did not reveal his real name, and only replied that his name was Phantom Mask. The crowd stood in awe at the person standing before them. One person in the crowd suggested that the mask was a criminal before he ever entered the tower. Well, the idea to attract the attention of the lesser people were, and now, everyone was talking only about him. It was time to move onward, and Vulcan agreed not to be distracted by this crowd of onlookers, but to continue his journey to the apex of the tower. The Trinity vanished just as suddenly as they had appeared, leaving the crowd lost in thought. The Trinity safely transitioned to the next floor, and a new quest was issued by the system. It was now necessary to destroy 10 kobolds and 10 kobold warriors to proceed to the very next floor. Let Vulcan take on this quest as the best of the spiritual soldiers. Vulcan, anticipating the glorious battle, happily agreed to commence the quest. Hyuk only asked him to take the girl with him, to gain experience and to train herself. Haru was surprised, but agreed to go with Vulcan. While those two are busy with their quest, Hyuk will be busy wielding his demonic power. It is finally time to test this power, which belongs to one of the mighty ancient races. It was now possible to create a visage of demonic energy, and it was time to unite it with a soul. Haru distracted him by telling him that there was someone in the bushes. Indeed, one of the kobolds was hiding there, which was greatly to his advantage. The victim himself had come to Hyuk, and it was high time to test the demonic power on it. Let's get into action. The Cobalt appeared to dodge the attack, but it was merely a futile illusion. The Cobalt began to slowly perish under the influence of the sinister demonic attack, and Haru did not immediately understand why. Another second, and the Cobalt dissolved like a cloud of smoke and no longer existed. And now, the soul has departed the body, which only recently was so full of life. It's time to combine these two entities into one and see what comes of it. During the merger, the soul began to collapse due to an excess of demonic energy. Having lowered the energy's density, he began to continue the fusion of the two entities. The fusion was successful, and now, before him appeared not a spiritual, but a truly demonic soldier. The girl was glad that Hyuk had succeeded in this fusion, and she was happy, since only demons possessed demonic energy. No one knew how simple it was to control it. Vulcan arrived at a time when everything was already over, and he was pleased with his descendant. With the luck of the demonic power skill, the demonic spiritual soldier was, in many ways, stronger and more powerful than an ordinary soldier. But filling the soul with energy in battle will not be so easy. He almost forgot about Vulcan, and now it's his responsibility. After all, Vulcan was far more experienced, and therefore could easily handle this particular matter. Summoning souls and controlling them was the main advantage of a mentor. But what was this boy really up to? Chaojin decided to imbue Vulcan's very soul with demonic energy, which the latter did not like very much at all. By giving the soul the power of a demon, all the soldiers under his command would immediately become demonic. And since the soul of the master was, in many ways, stronger than the soul of the Cobalt, all the energy could be contained within it. Screaming in absolute agony, Vulcan promised to destroy Chaojin for what he was doing to his soul. Hyuk promised to wait for that very moment. But for now, let him gain experience to confront his student. The fusion of the master's soul and the demonic power went absolutely perfectly. And now the master had both power and strength. Now, the best and strongest spiritual soldier was considered to be Vulcan. With demonic energy, Vulcan was furious and warned Hyuk that the master was now a stronger being than the student. Vulcan's anger even seemed quite funny to Hyuk. Now, there is an opponent of a worthy level to fight Hyuk. Vulcan decided to summon the soldiers and show Hyuk their new demonic form, and he began to summon demonic soldiers for Hyuk. Vulcan gave the order to the soldiers who appeared to attack Chaojin, but it was foolish to count on an easy victory. Hyuk used the power of the mask, and the attack was not scary to him. Thanks to the mask, all the soldiers were shrouded in magic and moved relatively slowly, making their attack look utterly ridiculous. At the same time, Haru also saw this feature and could use it without a mask. Without any delay, Hyuk destroyed the soldiers, and the attack was repelled. Another step, and a powerful blow pinned Vulcan to the ground, throwing him several meters away from Hyuk's powerful blow. He advised the master to calm down and obey his orders. Haru hurried to find out if everything was okay with the old man. Nothing would happen to the old man, because he was a spirit, which meant he was in no danger of being hit. But still, the pain was felt as if it were in his physical body, which was deeply unpleasant for the master. The girl was surprised that Chaojin managed to use the mask's power. He only replied that when he used the mask, he saw everything in a slow-motion blur. It was more of a side effect than a true skill of using the mask. The side effect could occur in beginners with little to no experience. If this is a side effect, then what was the actual point of the mask? It was secondary only because in addition to slowing down the enemies, the owner of the mask also had to exhibit combat, foresight of their very next steps. Hyuk was furious and asked how he could learn to use it, to which Haru did not know the correct answer. She just goes and does it. But sometimes there are side effects. Providence cannot be used constantly. Otherwise, a terrible headache and dizziness could befall any newbie. But Hyuk failed to activate this powerful skill, and Haru became quite worried about it. Apparently, he underestimated the true power of the mask, and he still had room to grow. Vulcan was puzzled that being the greatest spiritual master, he had come to the point of becoming a demonic soldier. Haru even felt a little sorry for the old man and decided to help him. Unlike Hyuk, she was a little bit kinder to the old man, for which he was immensely grateful to her. The girl was stunned by this, but kept herself in check. She pointed out that it was time to get down to business, and that Hyuk needed more kobolds. Another one was needed, or the missing one could be Vulcan. And what should Vulcan do if not obey the master's order? The quest mission was now completed. and Vulcan called the slain kobolds to serve the master. The third and fourth floors were cleared by Vulcan and his soldiers. In Haru, the fifth floor awaited our intrepid trio, but rumors of their exploits were already circulating here. The fifth floor was now home to goblins with poisonous needles, which made it incredibly difficult to pass. But not for Hyuk. It was in the very depths of the forest that Hyuk and his companions appeared, and while he was busy preparing, the goblins began to attack him from behind. This time, the girl easily knocked away the needles that were flying at the walker, and then her combat foresight skill immediately activated. Without much effort, the goblin was confused as to what had happened, and why his needles had not reached the man. At that very same moment, the demonic hand of a Vulcan soldier fell upon the goblin's head. She stopped the goblin, Haru, in time. Otherwise, Hyuk would have gotten seriously injured. It would have been better not to stop, but to completely destroy this goblin. But it turned out that way. But something incomprehensible was now happening to Haru, and this made Vulcan extremely wary. Something was terribly wrong here, and Vulcan couldn't figure it out. Then Hyuk, who had finished his preparations, called out to them, but Haru did not understand what had happened, and why she had a sword in her hands. It's time to create a new wave of monsters, and not just summon them. Since the fifth floor already spawned goblins instead of kobolds, it was possible to get the Goblin Slayer achievement, but it was impossible to attack the monsters whenever you wanted, because their powerful master could appear, which did not bode well. Hyuk didn't intend to hunt the demon lord. He wanted to create the wave manually. Vulcan and Haru looked at him in utter surprise, because they had never even heard of such a thing. But no one had ever heard or known about such a thing. But Hyuk learned something during his raids on the floors. The thing was that during the raid, there was a noticeable gap between the fourth and third floors, which was strange. And then he realized that in each zone, there's a monster spawn point in the very middle. And if you direct your mana into this zone, then monsters will appear just as they do during the wave, but they will be created manually. But this is the first time Hyuk has ever tried this. They had to be much more careful with this new wave, because after the 300th floor, even the 4 powerful creatures would not be able to overcome the monsters. It was a strange and perplexing riddle. The skill appeared, the knowledge was there, but it could not be used without proper preparation. To prepare, you needed to create more waves and strengthen your characteristics. In the safe zone, everyone suddenly became agitated and thought that an earthquake had occurred somewhere in the very center of the tower. But this was another wave on the first floor, caused by Hyuk himself, and this wave was no longer with kobolds, but with goblins wielding poisoned arrows. The newcomers were perplexed about the wave, since nothing foreshadowed its sudden appearance. One of the fleeing newcomers was hit by a needle and fell to the ground, not even having a chance to move. Meanwhile, the goblins were approaching the couple, and were about to attack them once again, but their salvation was already at hand. As expected, since Hyuk created the wave, he appeared here in the form of the ghostly mask. The newcomers were saved, and rejoiced at Chajin's emergence as a mighty and powerful warrior. This is exactly what Hyuk needed to be recognized, which means he will now save them. Calling forth his soldiers, he gave the order to attack anyone who appeared from the wave gate. Vulcan was angry because they were his soldiers, but Hyuk demanded more soldiers. But what is this? The demonic soldiers began to burn, as if they were being consumed by ethereal flames. That's it. They were attacked by goblin shamans. They were the ones who had the power to attack the spiritual soldiers. The appearance of spiritual goblins was unexpected for the trio, but this did not change the essence of the matter. We need to get rid of them. Otherwise, our travelers will lose their precious soldiers. Without soldiers, a raid on the floors would have been impossible. But Haru's attack had already fallen upon the shamans from above, and the goblins scattered in all different directions. It was time for Hyuk to join in, which he was about to do now. These shamans were absorbed by Chajin, and their souls now belonged only to him. It turns out that fire gave strength to these shamans, but it was useless on goblins. And Hyuk had an idea. Thanking Haru for his help, he cast a magical fire spell against the enemies. But Haru didn't hear him, and he didn't immediately understand why. Once again, this whirlwind of fire in a bloody form did not bode well. This sword appeared again in the girl's hands, and she began to transform into a monster. It couldn't be. It was a demoness standing in front of him, but not Haru. The demoness noticed the man and rushed to attack him. Hyuk was shocked by this terrifying turn of events and did not understand what was happening to his companion. Hyuk dodged the attack, but the wave destroyed the houses, which folded up like cards. The entire village was instantly destroyed by this demoness. What did all of this mean? Apparently, the truth was hidden within the sword, which glowed with a furious red light. And again, the attack followed the walker, but was repelled as easily as he expected. Now Hyuk was fighting not with goblins, but with the demoness that his companion had transformed into. Attempts to stop Haru and prove that he is Hyuk were unsuccessful. Apparently, she was controlled by the immense power of the magic sword, and she had no control over herself. Vulcan, arriving during the battle, was surprised by what was happening. Having flown away from the demoness' powerful blow, Hyuk did not immediately understand that Vulcan was talking to him. Hyuk was fine, but Haru was furious in her demoness form. This was a very strong opponent, even for him. Apparently, she was the leader of that goblin village, or maybe even the leader. Chajin's wave didn't bother him very much. He decided to deal with Haru at all costs. Armed with a magic axe, he went on the attack. But alas, the demoness activated her combat foresight, and the attack no longer made any sense. Hyuk's attack was doomed to utter failure. Intuition from his past life told him that one blow from this sword would send him to the next world. There were no enemies or friends in the tower. So it was time to finish off the attack and finish off the demoness. Hyuk's next powerful attack, and his axe stopped a mere centimeter away from Haru's head. She easily stopped him in his tracks and stood there as if nothing had even happened. But how is this even possible? And this did not give Hyuk any peace. Could it be that the battle foresight worked yet again, and she was able to predict the entire attack? But how is that even possible? Her counterattack sent him flying back, and he was wounded by the one he thought was his trusted partner. Since you can't handle it by yourself, you'll have to call on your soldiers to attack the demoness. Perhaps he would be able to cope with her. Otherwise, he was doomed. He called upon all those who had ever died in this very place. Now the goblins went on the attack, and they obeyed only the master. The goblin skeletons immediately enveloped the demoness' legs and did not allow her to move. But it was in vain, and with one blow, she threw them in all different directions. You couldn't even see the soldiers' blows. Again, she had providence. Strange, with a strong blow, he flew far from the place where he stood. The demoness' powers were now waning, and this was Hyuk's chance to finish off the girl once and for all. Apparently, she mentioned this when she talked about the side effect, so she couldn't use foresight, and now there was a chance to attack her and finish her off. The next attack of the demoness was right there. Hyuk lured her and wanted her to attack him. The attack was not long in coming, and now a girl was flying at him from above, with the aim of striking him. But the attack failed, and a goblin with a poison needle appeared behind the girl. This poison will be fatal, even for her. Now, there was nothing to stop him from striking this girl, since her providence no longer worked, and the needles flew towards the demoness. The demoness tried in every way to fight off the horde of goblins, repelling their needles with her poison. This was starting to piss Hyuk off. The demoness attacked him, but missed, and Hyuk only jumped to the side. The attack continued, and Hyuk needed to do something. But then, the needle hit the girl, and she fell before the attack was even completed. And immediately, Haru woke up, but she could no longer attack anyone from the surrounding area. Thanks to her weakening and the side effect, he managed to cope with it. The goblin with the poison needle did his job. Namely, he appeared in the dead zone, and released a needle with poison into the girl, who did not expect the blow. After the hit, the girl began to fall from a great height and could have been killed, if not for Hyuk, who caught Haru, and she was safe. But it turned out that the needle had also hit Hyuk, and he began to feel a creeping paralysis. By ordering the zombie goblin to bring him a needle with poison, he intended to heal himself. By using the spell, he became immune to the paralytic poison. What should we do with her now, since she almost killed him? Okay, let her rest, and then we'll decide what to do with your ability. Meanwhile, Haru found herself in a demonic place within her own subconscious. The demoness spoke to her, and pointed out that the girl now had a demonic sword for killing. The demoness was amazed that the girl was still far too young for this. The demoness looked just like a goblin, but only seemed that way. In some ways, she was indeed a goblin, but that was not the point. She warned the girl that the sword had destructive power, but in return, it devoured the consciousness of its bearer. Having warned the girl, the demoness disappeared, and Haru woke up behind Hyuk. She woke up at the very moment when the travelers reached the safe zone of the 6th floor. Haru was surprised and asked why Cha-Jin was carrying her, and what was going on here. Sometime later, Hyuk and Vulcan went to the girl to talk about their next step. It was decided to go straight to the 10th floor, where the boss and the big city were. But the boss was none other than the monster lord. With his enormous power and immense strength, Haru promised to go with them after her recovery. But that was not the case. Unfortunately, Haru's actions put an end to the further conquest of the tower, together with Vulcan and Hyuk. The girl did not understand why they want to get rid of her. Hyuk tried to find out what she remembered from what happened on the 5th floor, but she remembered absolutely nothing, as if someone had erased her memories. Her sword was no worse than Hyuk's own sword, but in exchange, it devoured her consciousness for the duration of its activation. When she activated her sword, as Hyuk said, the girl attacked him, and thus had to be defeated only with a poisonous needle. So, if she wants to continue conquering the tower with them, then let her reach the 10th floor on her own without using the sword. Haru agreed and was glad that she was given a chance to improve. Well, that's great. That's what they decided. Now it was time for the heroes to part ways, and they began to say their goodbyes. Leaving the robe with the girl, Hyuk advised her not to take it off, as few people would like a goblin in her guise looking after the girl. Hyuk and Vulcan regretted that such a companion had left them, but she had to prove that she could be trusted. As they parted, the girl promised to catch up with them soon and continue their epic journey together. At all costs, she had to prove that she was trustworthy. Meanwhile, Vulcan and Hyuk had already reached the 9th floor and were easily dealing with the monsters on their way. The next group of goblins was no match for them, and they easily dealt with them left and right. Even the big goblins were like mere seeds, and Cha-Jin easily dealt with them without Vulcan's help. From the attacks, large goblins fell just like normal ones, only there was a lot more noise. Blow after devastating blow, the attack continued, and the goblins died like flies on a window. The old man found it quite funny to look at his student, and he admired the fact that he had already settled in. Apparently, creating waves became a routine for this pair, but Vulcan even began to like it. But he was tormented by the feeling that the excitement and the desire for revenge had clouded the student's entire mind, and that he had not even remembered about Haru. If Hyuk hadn't considered her to be strong, he wouldn't have offered to be her partner in conquering the tower. So Vulcan was worried for absolutely nothing. Well, enough about her. Hyuk needed more orcs, and the master had to suck the souls out of them for the army. Vulcan was absolutely furious, and said that only someone who had no parents could ask such a thing. The thing is that Hyuk grew up in an orphanage with Choi Jin-hook, and he doesn't remember his parents. So Vulcan felt extremely uneasy with such an answer. By placing his hand on Choi Jin's shoulder, he merely showed his sympathy, but it made him feel quite uneasy. The system notified the conqueror that a new achievement was now available to him, ORC Slayer, and he received points for completing the quest. Now they reached the 10th floor and entered the test room, where they had to destroy the boss to proceed even further. Something was wrong, and it was bothering Vulcan. It was just a leaderboard for clearing the boss test room. Something of the name Balkan, also known as Vulcan, was not observed here, and the first lines were occupied by 4 great beings with a minute result. What are the 2 of them? Why not, indeed? Vulcan could only let out a dry chuckle at his student's audacious plan. The command was given, ready the spectral warriors to intercept the final boss. And with that, he began his own preparations for the impending conflict. Well now, it was imperative to resolve everything swiftly and bring this decisive battle to a swift conclusion. Hyuk also started to prepare for the battle to finally commence, and he readied a powerful incantation for his assault. Hyuk invoked a cascade of elemental spells and resolved to also cast other enchantments to defeat the boss. In the shortest time possible, the spell of Pierce, critical damage, flexibility, and agility poured from the mouth of the walker. He was determined, and yes, the most crucial enchantment of all, demonic power. This would ensure a quick and decisive end to the battle. For the first time, he unleashed the legendary incantation, the Spear of Odin, the most formidable weapon on the entire 10th floor. 3, 2, 1, and the mission began. A great orc was summoned, and our pair had to assail him immediately. The orc was indeed of a truly impressive, colossal size, and could rightfully be considered the reigning boss of the 10th floor. But for the walker and his ancient mentor, it would be as easy as pie to slay him. Vulcan instantly summoned his demonic soldiers to delay the orc and strike him. The Spear of the God. Odin flew swiftly toward the orc to completely defeat him. The boss had absolutely no chance to repel the devastating attack, and the spear annihilated the orc in a matter of mere minutes. The orc was thrown back by the spear and was no longer of this world. And just like that, the mission was completed. The outcome was simply breathtaking. The orc was annihilated in a mind-shattering 96/100ths of a second, which set a brand new, impossible record. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, in the tavern where Haru was resting, the patrons of the local tavern buzzed with talk of the new record for clearing the boss of the 10th floor. She needed to work much harder to catch up with Hyuk before he departed from the 10th floor. Meanwhile, the pair on the 10th floor rejoiced at having managed to set a new record and wiped the smug looks off the faces of even the great beings. Even Vulcan had to acknowledge his students' absolute superiority, noting that even spiritual masters as great as Vulcan could not have pulled off such an incredible feat on their own. Well then, the boss was taken care of, and they still had some unfinished business on the 10th floor. So they headed towards the portal to the safe zone. Upon reaching the 10th floor, a grand auction became available, organized by one of the wealthiest men in the entire tower. This was none other than the Golden Lich, whose fortune no one could possibly count because it was constantly growing. A massive city opened up before the travelers, which they encountered on their path to conquer the tower. Humans had founded this city and began to engage in thriving trade, and at the same time, they no longer thought about conquering the tower itself. Hyuk needed to sell something and purchase a potion of different abilities. The lifting of the ban on auctions did not, in the slightest, hinder the flourishing trade in this beautiful city. Although Vulcan pondered the auction, he did not pay much attention to it. Hyuk didn't miss the opportunity to participate in the auction, and he registered under the name of the Phantom Mask. Everywhere, there were bustling food stalls, weaponsmiths, craftsmen, and inns that all belonged to the Golden Lich. Who this rich man truly was haunted Vulcan, who tried to understand why everything here belonged to him. Cha-Jin explained in a nutshell that he was one of the wealthiest people in the tower, and no one knew his real, true name. This was exactly what Hyuk was doing. He wanted to find himself a new sponsor, and apparently he had found one. Vulcan's surprised look asked mentally, which sponsor, and for what grand purpose? To which Cha-Jin merely pointed to the Golden Lich's own sign, and it was clear what kind of sponsor he truly meant. Vulcan cried out in utter surprise, and was amazed that their sponsor was none other than the Lich himself. At the entrance to the company's grand building, our travelers were met by a female manager who greeted the new guests. Here, you could purchase all the best that was sold for money on this floor. Due to the large number of visitors, everyone was given numbered waiting tickets to ensure that the line was properly maintained, and Hyuk was given ticket number 18. Number 18 was invited to the third counter, where manager Halcyon was waiting for them. The walker immediately indicated that he needed to purchase something, to which the manager only asked how to properly address his customer. By showing the mask, Hyuk made it clear how to address him. The phantom mask shocked the manager, and he was unable to utter a single word, asking him to speak more quietly. Hyuk asked him to count the number of coins in the bag he had placed upon the counter. There were exactly 3,000 coins inside the bag, and Halcyon asked what his dear customer wished to purchase. The answer was not long in coming. The plan was to use this money to purchase a meeting with the Lich. The surprised look on his face alerted the traveler, and he asked what was wrong, or if everything here couldn't be bought for mere money. Unfortunately, the manager replied that the deal could not be completed at this moment. Not wanting to appear impolite, the manager simply replied that there was not enough money to meet with Mr. Lich. Apparently, Hyuk miscalculated a little in terms of the money, and he wondered what he could do in that particular case. He asked how much it would cost him to meet with Lich's manager. Vulcan asked Cha why he made Halcyon so incredibly nervous, and also ordered him to arrange a meeting with the head of the company, to which the student simply replied that if there were thoughts about a different way, then he was ready to listen to them, but if not, then to simply keep quiet. Well, here they are, approaching the door of the head of the company, where they had a scheduled appointment. Knocking on the door and introducing himself as the Ghost Mask, Hyuk entered the manager's opulent office. In a beautifully furnished and ornate office, the manager sat in his grand chair, greeting the newcomer and introducing himself as the puppeteer. After asking Cha-Jin if he wished to meet the Golden Lich, he apparently couldn't find him here. If a meeting is impossible for that kind of money, then we will have to act in a different way. In a commanding and powerful tone, he demanded that the puppeteer personally bring the Lich here, to his own office. The puppeteer just sighed and advised him not to order him to do it differently. Using the puppet spell, he thought to envelop and control Hyuk. But something went wrong, as the manager said. Hyuk had exactly the same amount of sheer impudence, and maybe even less than the puppeteer. It was even possible to argue about who had more of it, and Hyuk struck the puppeteer at the very moment when he least expected it. The surprised manager couldn't believe his very own eyes, that a walker below the 10th floor could so easily break his spell. Then it would be necessary to use another spell and teach this audacious walker a valuable lesson. As the head of the company thought, in an instant, they both moved into the realm of reason. And here, only magic and the very power of the soul could decide the outcome of the battle. To the newbie, as the puppeteer thought, this was an incomprehensible and alien phenomenon. But how wrong he was when Cha Jin answered him that it was a sphere, and what purpose it served. The owner. Well, since he knows about the sphere, then here he should rely only on his experience and strength of soul. Here, the puppeteer thought that he could easily defeat the walker. Otherwise, he had to arrange a meeting with the Lich. Using his spell, he began to wrap the puppet strings around Cha Jin's entire body. But it was useless. Experience and strength of soul. Then, he was no match for Hyuk, a naive and conceited man. So, this puppeteer hasn't yet realized that his spell doesn't work. On the walker, the manager was puzzled as to how the 10th floor walker knew so much. This could only mean that the fighter in front of him was at least from the 100th or even the 200th floor. The puppeteer admitted that he was facing an opponent of completely equal strength, and now he needed to act differently. The room was filled with an incomprehensible, ethereal substance, and began to be filled with strange, otherworldly entities. Creatures that looked more like puppets than actual living beings began to emerge from the strange liquid. Oh yes, these puppets were created by the puppeteer. There was absolutely no doubt about that. The army of puppets was under the leadership of the manager, and with their help, he wanted to finish off the newcomer. But it was not to be. All these creatures were raised and battle-hardened on their way to the top of the tower, and they also had immense experience. By adding experience and mana to them, the puppeteer made them stronger and far better. So, they were puppets with the experience of the 50th floor. As soon as they both entered the sphere, the naive puppeteer thought that he was the absolute winner. How wrong he was. And he gave the order to the puppets to attack the newcomer and finally finish him off. The manager thought that this was the end of the walker, since there was no chance of his survival. But then, a noise was heard behind him, and all his puppets flew in different directions from the newcomer's blow, having summoned the demons. Hyuk now decided to show and teach this impudent fellow a lesson with his own army. The army of shadows and demons was a formidable weapon, even in the hands of a mere newbie, as the puppeteer thought. But Cha Jin was far from a newbie. Among all the demons, there was a level 100 boss, and only then did the manager begin to understand what was threatening him. The boss cast a spell, and all the puppets quickly disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. It turns out that demons can be summoned in the realm of the mind, but it took a little bit longer than usual. A pathetic army of puppets is absolutely nothing. It was time to show the true army of the leader. Now, the winner was not the manager, but Hyuk, and he was far from a newcomer with such an army. What can I say? But an army of puppets is nothing compared to a mighty army of demons. It's time to call upon all the demons and show this upstart what a true warrior's army is. The Lich Dullahan and many of the upper floor bosses formed the backbone of this army, which seriously scared the head of the company, screaming in horror. The puppeteer asked himself who this newcomer named Ghost Mask truly was. There was an ominous silence before him, and before his eyes stood an army of demons, led by Hyuk, screaming from the approaching troops. He suddenly opened his eyes and found himself back in his office, not understanding how he had moved there. After all, he didn't close the sphere. This newcomer couldn't have seized control of the sphere and closed it. Well, the battle was over, and it was time to talk about the deal that the leader was now forced to accept. Now, it was only a matter of time before the Lich met Hyuk, having handed over only the letter to the manager. He asked that it be delivered personally, into the very hands of the Golden Lich. Be that as it may, the answer to the letter might not come, which even the puppeteer could not help with. There was nothing to worry about. The walker reassured the head, and assured him that a response to the letter would be received. Having escorted the traveler outside, The manager promised that as soon as there was an answer, he would immediately notify him. Vulcan was puzzled as to why the manager looked so broken and dejected, as if he had been through a great disaster. It was approaching sunset, and the master suggested that his student take a good, long rest. But there was no time to rest, because there was still a lot of unfinished business ahead. The time for Lich's response could not be wasted, and something had to be done. It was decided to join the guild, since they had decided to stay here for a while. But the real reason was entirely different. In a lobby on the first floor, two girls were calmly discussing each other's recent achievements, and were not thinking about anything else. Both were sisters and constantly argued with each other, giving directions every now and then, in response to each other's comments. It was unclear why, instead of conquering the tower, they were just hanging around in the lobby of the 10th floor guild building. After all, in their own opinion, only an idiot could attack a sacred guild, under the patronage of the Pelin family. Using the illusion of the mask, Hyuk was now a completely different person, and entered the lobby in the midst of the two girls' conversation. When asked what brought him here, Hyuk replied that he wished to join the guild. The surprised girls breathed a collective sigh of relief when they heard that it was a newbie who wanted to join the guild. The girls came up with a plan on how to get unlimited power, at the expense of this brand new newcomer. They asked the young man to come and tell them, who had recommended the guild to him. He played dumb, and said that he was brought here because the guild was so popular. Before accepting him, the girls decided to take a look at his abilities. He asked them for a coin to demonstrate his immense strength. Now, he asked them to look carefully at the coin, and that he would now demonstrate everything to them in a moment. The coin was shattered between two fingers and completely surprised the girls. He also said that he knew a little bit of the basics of magic, and this surprised them even more. For example, he can create fire as one of the manifestations of magic. The girls were already anticipating how, under their patronage, he would be able to achieve incredible power. And one of the girls liked him, and she told her sister about it. But Hyuk wasn't the least bit interested in this, and he only thought about his grand plan, which he stuck to. But their conversation was interrupted by a sharp knock on the door, and the three of them turned to the doors of the guild. A worried guild member came in and reported that some monster was destroying their entire village. Everyone who had reached above the 50th floor was called to fight the terrifying monster, and the girls were also affected. Having ordered Hyuk not to go anywhere, they resolutely went to fight the monster. Left all alone in the guild, he went straight to action, and on the street there was absolute chaos, which was created by a spiritual monster. But as it became clear it was Vulcan, carrying out the order of his master to distract all attention. Vulcan didn't like this idea, but he couldn't do anything about it. Orders were orders, but he felt awkward pretending to be a monster, since he hadn't done it for a long time and hadn't practiced. Meanwhile, Hyuk wasted no time in reaching his goal in the guild. He entered the hall and again passed by. What he was looking for was not here. The guard who came running to the noise immediately noticed a man who should not have been there, grabbing the guard by the neck. The walker entered the room where there was a pile of books, and here, most likely, was what he was looking for. He needed something from the guild and its connection to the sacred kingdom. He needed the entire list of guilds that were affiliated with the Holy Kingdom in order to destroy them all. The guard asked whether the newcomer would have too many enemies, since he already had two. But the guard had to think about how not to die himself if he didn't give the information to Hyuk. He pointed to the table, where there were sheets of paper with various notes. Well, that saved the poor guy from death and shortened the walker's time for information. Looking at one of the sheets of paper, he saw a list of members of one of the guilds. The list also included the names of Pelin's brother and sister, which couldn't help but please Hyuk. His main goal was to destroy Cain and Carmen Pelin at any cost. Having burned the list and memorized the names, he moved towards the exit and was about to leave the guild. He swore to be the first of the 9 stars to finish them off. Meanwhile, Lich was going through the reports of his company's branch managers in his grand office. While looking through the report of the head of the 10th floor branch, he noticed a letter that was missing from the report, which was extremely strange. It was strange to receive a letter separately from the report, which made Lich very wary. He was furious because the letter clearly stated that the Ghost Mask knew who was running the auction. The streets of the city were engulfed in a fire caused by Vulcan and Hyuk, even ahead of the White Swallow Guild. Bekholio was interested in who came to the guild to register. When asked by the guild leader, both girls had different readings. One of them talked about a skinny guy with a cute face. Another one insisted that there was some awkward guy with an ugly face. Because of their different testimonies, they almost fought with each other. Most likely, as the head suggested, it was hallucinatory magic. In the morning, Vulcan returned to the room where Hyuk was resting. He teased the master by saying that rumors had already spread around the city about him as a terrible ghost. As for Vulcan, it was clear that he was a little tired. But what about Hyuk? Did anyone recognize him? The mentor was interested in the question. The student reassured them by saying that no one had recognized him and that they were talking about different people, but did not agree on their opinions. It was all clear. But where's the information about the guilds? And Hyuk pointed to his head, and that the information is inside, and it is more valuable than paper. Vulcan calmed down and didn't ask any more unnecessary questions. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, which neither of them had expected. Hyuk put on the mask and ordered the master to be ready to seize the intruder. As soon as the door swung open, they immediately rushed into the attack. But it turned out that she was not needed, because Halcyon was at the door. Hyuk was at a loss as to why this pathetic manager from the Golden Lich Guild had come. He was sent by the puppeteer to inform him that his audience with the Golden Lich had been approved, and that he was expected in the hall below. The Lich's guards were waiting for the two travelers with him. At the head, what was the matter that there were soldiers around remained a mystery to Cha-Jin. It was commendable to see that despite the contents of the letter, Hyuk still appeared before the Lich. But it was stupid, as he thought. Well, many years have passed since their last meeting, which the Lich had apparently forgotten. Lich ordered his soldiers to attack Cha-Jin and bring him back alive to the office. The guards were about to attack the walker on their master's orders, but it no longer mattered. Hyuk was wearing his mask and was preparing to fight not only the guards, but also the Lich himself, since that was what he wanted. The commander of the guard gave orders to his subordinates, shouting them in a loud voice. One blow, and the commander fell silent, unable to give any orders. The guards also flew back from the second blow, thus opening the way to the Lich himself, who was now leaving the hall. Hyuk turned to the Lich himself, asking if he wanted to fight. The Lich was calm and did not pay much attention to the newcomer. The Lich had the power of the Golden Lich. Thanks to the gold, his power was enormous, and spears of gold flew at Hyuk, trying to hit the walker in mid-flight. There was no chance of winning, because there was a huge amount of gold in this branch, and this is how Lich thought to finish off the stranger. But alas, he miscalculated the strength of the newcomer, and a spear was already placed near his throat. The Lich was adamant and wasn't even frightened by it. He didn't even listen to Hyuk, because the guard was supposed to bring him back alive. Cha-Jin offered to listen to him, and they proceeded to the next room. But in the office, immediately after the doors were closed, spears were placed at the newcomer's throat. This room was isolated from the outside world, and even gods and demons were not allowed to enter here. Lich demanded that Hyuk tell him everything. And first of all, he demanded to know how the newcomer knew that the owner of the auction was the Lich. The auction was a huge, complex system that allowed for the trading and exchange of things. But inside the tower, it appeared for a reason, and its creation is entirely due to the Lich. And if everyone found out about the creator of the auction, the whole company would immediately collapse. Hyuk just chuckled at the Lich's empty threats and calmly replied that he himself found out about the owner of the auction. But the Lich decided to get information about the person who told the newcomer about him anyway, and he was about to attack the newcomer again, but he had miscalculated. Now, Cha-Jin used his power and summoned a Vulcan with demonic power. The Lich couldn't believe that it was a soul vessel spell, but this spell could only be used by a spiritual master, but not by a mere beginner. Now Lich, aka William, began to remember who was in front of him, and that he had met him somewhere. Yes, he recognized him. It was the same Cho-Jin Hyuk from 10 years ago. I immediately remembered the betrayal of the Nine, and the gift of Baal, and finally, the resurrection. But how is this even possible? Even Vulcan was amazed by what he learned from William's memories. William didn't believe that this was the same person he had met so many years ago, but Hyuk convinced him of it. The first thing William had to do, as a debt, was to sign a sponsorship contract and spend the company's money. William was surprised that Hyuk spoke of his company as his own. To some extent, he was right. Many years ago, it was Hyuk who sold the trophy from the high floor for cheap, thus allowing William to transform from a traveling merchant into a golden lich. So, it was right to consider that Hyuk was the founder and the largest shareholder of the company, and therefore the company was his. William looked at the newcomer in utter surprise, still not believing that that guy and this man were one and the same. If it was a contract, then in return, William would receive a conclusion from Hyuk, but only after collecting the necessary information. William agreed to this condition and said that he would pay for the information from Hyuk. So, when he was on the 600th floor about 10 years ago, the Nine either set him up herself or someone pushed her to do it. There are 4 places in the tower where they could prompt the Nine to deal with him. William even screamed because they were talking about 4 great creatures that controlled the entire tower. Their interest was in destroying anyone who dared to become stronger than themselves. They have 2 options: either reach the top of the tower themselves or destroy anyone who disturbs them. And those who would join them, they would reward with ownership of the middle floors. But these were only speculations, and there was no hard evidence. Not exactly. William didn't know that. These creatures destroyed the Haru village on the 100th floor, and was surprised only one girl survived from that entire tribe, and her name is Haru. Haru, meanwhile, fought bravely and brutally with the orcs on the lower floors. Unfortunately, this was not enough, and she sought to surpass herself in order to quickly join Hyuk and Vulcan. And she still lacked the strength and experience to clear the boss, and she had promised not to use the sword. She also didn't have enough time to clear the 10th floor, which only made her angry. In order to meet her brother, she had to work harder on herself. The sword demon advised her to use the sword, and all her problems would be solved. After all, the demoness suggested doing everything as quickly as possible, and meeting with her brother as soon as possible. No, she couldn't use the dragon-slaying sword, for the sole reason that she had made a promise to her savior. Haru sent the demoness away, and asked her not to interfere with her on her way to her goal. Listening to the newcomer's story, William concluded that the target of the attack on the village was the girl and her powerful sword. And here he was right, and at the same time, the entire race was exterminated for their sake. Such news, if it were true, could have harmed the entire population of the tower. Hyuk told William that his goal was not only to end the Nine, but to also destroy the 4 great beings. And he even swore to kill those who once made William an orphan. The Golden Lich's magic began to fade, and Ball asked what they were talking about. A deal was a deal, and William was willing to buy information from Hyuk. Only Hyuk had to prove this information. Here and now. Again, testing. How tiring. Didn't William believe Hyuk? Well then, we need to act differently. William was a merchant, and he could not trust half-truths. Otherwise, he would not have earned anything. What a restless guy this is. And Cha Jin decided to call Ball for help. Ball offered to vouch for him in exchange for 1 handshake. Ball agreed to 3 handshakes and acted as Cha Jin's guarantor. Well now, William was ready to make a deal with the newcomer. Maybe in the future, they will call each other by their real names. But for now, they have only exchanged pseudonyms. And the first request as a sponsor was from Hyuk. It was necessary to get all the weapons that could be found in the tower and deliver them all to him. It was strange for William to hear this from a spiritual master, but Cha Jin needed a weapon to level up his multiclass. The multiclass allowed Hyuk to use weapons, as if he had been practicing them for 100 years. Cha Jin no longer seemed like the same person as he was 10 years ago, as he already possessed power incomparably greater than that. In any case, Hyuk's true potential had yet to be revealed. The puppeteer and decreed a new task to procure all the armaments that could be acquired upon the expanse of the 10th floor. He also gave a final instruction to package everything, as if it were destined for a most special client, and to mark the shipments with different guild crests to avoid any suspicion. A short while later, the puppeteer returned, bearing what had been commanded. He returned, presenting not an arsenal, but a single, enigmatic suit. This peculiar offering left Hyuk utterly bewildered. He had demanded weapons, a mountain of armaments, and here was some kind of strange suit. But the puppeteer simply replied that within this garment was everything that Hyuk had asked for. A little taken aback by this claim, Cho Jin asked again if this was correct and how to comprehend it. This was no mere garment, but a legendary interdimensional cloak. Its very fabric was a gateway, woven directly into the subspace, and you could conceal anything you desired within. William warned that such a cloak was a true rarity in the tower, and that Hyuk must be exceptionally careful with it. A portal shimmered into existence on the city street, and that fool Song Tai and his 2 comrades finally set foot on the 10th floor city. They were completely penniless, and worried desperately about how they would survive without money. Songtai assured them that a branch of his guild was here, and that his influential brother would surely help him. And with a joyous expression, he moved toward the guild's location, not yet suspecting the grim fate that awaited him. But when he arrived at the place where the branch building once stood, he became incandescent with pure rage, because the building was a smoldering ruin and boded ill. Confused about what could have possibly happened, Songtai was distraught. His two comrades surrounded him with questions about what they would do without any money. His own strength was already failing him. They had trusted him, and now they didn't know what to do next. But Kim Songtai remained deathly silent and was pondering what to do and how to possibly proceed. Their bitter dispute was cut short by a faint sound and a nine-tailed fox. No, a cub of the divine beast emerged from around the corner. Songtai was in no mood to deal with the fox, and he chased it away. He was furious and showed no desire whatsoever to cuddle the fox. He began to drive it away and grew ever more angry about it. He didn't understand what it wanted from him, and he became angrier and ever more angrier. He unleashed a vicious kick upon the tiny creature, sending the helpless being flying head over heels away from his rage. He decided to vent all his anger on her and continued kicking her, time and time again. The small animal flew away and received another brutal kick to its side. The animal was getting hit harder and ever harder, and was no longer even able to react. He cursed everyone around him and did not stop beating the poor fox. Once again, as he was about to kick the animal, a sword flew between them, and the fox's owner appeared. Of course, it was Hyuk, and he did not like this attitude towards a divine cub. Songtai's leg was struck by a sword, and he groaned in agony. The fox cub was completely exhausted and lay beaten on the ground, uttering only muffled groans from the blows of Songtai's feet. Hyuk approached with the sole intention of avenging his pet's offense. It was not by coincidence that Hyuk and Vulcan came to rescue the fox cub. Chajin's true intention was to visit the Tower of Class Change, because his current class was an anomaly, a glitch in the system's design, and he had to choose his one true class. But before they could proceed any further, they needed to have a good rest, using William's vast fortune. But their path was interrupted by Ball, who pointed to a mysterious sign on the side and asked them to look at what was there. It was a desperate message from Gumaho, the nine-tailed fox, pleading for Hyuk's assistance. She was worried about her baby and asked him to protect it from danger, and he, together with Vulcan, went to offer aid to this cub. Hyuk never expected to meet a baby Gumaho in such a place, and he didn't expect this at all. In addition, a quest appeared, and it consisted of 2 parts, the completion of which promised a grand reward for its successful fulfillment. Hyuk had encountered this strange, arrogant guy somewhere before, but he couldn't quite remember who he was. Songtai ordered his comrades to attack the stranger and finish him off. They were far too slow for the walker, and he calmly leaped to the side to avoid their pathetic attack. Chajin himself was now seriously enraged, and now it was his turn to kick the fox's abuser. Songtai did not listen to him, and intended to avenge his injured leg and kill the newcomer. Hyuk asked Gumaho what should be done with the offenders of his cub. The answer was one word: kill. Songtai and his 2 comrades launched an attack against the travelers, and it was to be the last attack of their lives. Hyuk picked up Songtai's severed leg and hurled it toward the attackers. He was simply returning the limb to its original owner, and it was flying right towards Songtai. Neither Songtai nor his comrades were able to evade such an attack, and in their place, 3 lifeless bodies now decorated the cold street. Now his attention has switched to the cute little creature, a baby Gumaho. But what to do with it? The little animal sensed that they were talking about it and just smiled sweetly. But I needed to come up with a name for my new pet, and the only thing he could think of was Deli, which is short for fox cub. Vulcan said that the fox would not like such a name, and that she would grow up and kill Hyuk for it. Then let Vulcan voice his names, and he would only be glad about it. He suggested Horan, which meant to grow in color, but Chajin just shook his head in disagreement. It would have been better to name the fox Miho, which meant the daughter of Gumaho. It is unlikely that she will accept such a name as Vulcan thought. The animal smiled, and this meant that it liked the name, and the question was closed. Well, the first part of the quest, saving the cub, was now completed, and it was time to get the reward. But what is this? The fox mask was given out as a reward, and Hyuk was at a loss as to how he managed to get such a legendary item. The fox mask, like the goblin mask, had its own very special features. One of the main skills when activating the mask was charm, that is, immobilizing the enemy and completely controlling his actions. The second part of the quest was to feed the cub 999 liver jokes to restore the pet's health. But since this was the prize for the mask, there was nothing left to do but complete the quest to the very end. Since the quest issue was now resolved, Vulcan decided to take a walk to begin completing the quest for Hyuk. When Vulcan left, Hyuk only said that if he didn't make it by morning, then he should come to the tower, and that was it. There was a strange difference between killing monsters and bringing them all alive at once. But Vulcan sensed something and began to peer closely at the city streets. And so it was a strange eccentric with horns like a dragon appeared on the streets of the city, and he was clearly in the mood to kill. Dragons are cold-blooded, and if they swear to kill everyone in their path, then no one can possibly stop them. It was impossible to allow the dragons to come to the 10th floor. Otherwise, everyone would be doomed to certain death. Vulcan knew and understood this. The townspeople were worried about the stranger who had come. At the same time, for several days, all attention turned to Vulcan, and he realized that he had been discovered by this stranger. Oh yes, the stranger mistook him for the demon who had tried to destroy the village. Vulcan was surprised that he was mistaken for a demon, which he had never been in either his past or this life. Since this stranger mistook Vulcan for a demon, he had a low level to understand the master's power. The stranger didn't like the fact that he was considered a snotty dragon. The stranger became enraged and began to shout that, how dare they call him a dragon, and that he would kill Vulcan for this. Meanwhile, Hyuk arrived at the Tower of Magicians in the morning, where he planned to come, but Vulcan was not there yet. Hyuk was a little worried about Vulcan, and for some reason, he didn't answer him. He entered the tower, but to his surprise, he found no one there. He was called out by the tower's inhabitant, and his name was Ken. Apparently, Hyuk won't be staying here for very long. He asked to use the necromancer's room, and planned to become spiritually stronger there. But before being given access to the room, Hyuk was asked to fill a crystal ball with magic to test his abilities. It was a very strange assignment, but there was nothing to do, and it had to be done. Cha-Jin turned only a small part of his mana into the crystal ball, and it began to fill with his immense magic. Ken struggled to hold the ball as it was filled with magic, but suddenly the ball crumbled into tiny pieces and was destroyed by the magic that was put into it. Ken couldn't believe that this newbie managed to destroy the crystal ball so very easily and quickly. Once the test was passed, Cha-Jin asked where he could find the necromancer's room. Meanwhile, in the city, a battle was taking place between Vulcan and strangers from the dragon race, exchanging brutal blows. The two opponents tried to inflict wounds on the enemy and destroy him as quickly as possible, but they were of equal strength. Besides, Vulcan understood that Hyuk was far away, and his mana began to separate from his body, and this was not the best state of affairs for him. But the stranger did not retreat from Vulcan, and constantly caught up with him when he stopped to catch his breath. The stranger's horns haunted the city's inhabitants, and they called him a dragon, which made them even more angry and furious. He was undoubtedly of the dragon race. But why did he react like that to the dragon that he was called? There was a feeling that his soul and body were different. But how is this even possible? Maybe it was a rebirth of the soul, just like with Hyuk's own body. Vulcan was in deep thought. This meant there was only one thing, and the master had to find out. It's time to use demonic power against the dragon. Vulcan decided to check what kind of dough this stranger was made of, and what was truly hidden inside him. Using the soul laser, he intended to hit the stranger, but the stranger managed to jump to the side, and the attack passed him by. The stranger did not know this magic, but only the master thought so. After all, before him was none other than Vulcan, the spiritual master. This only encouraged the stranger to continue the epic battle. Well, the attack continued, and now they were attacking Vulcan to kill him. The stranger also introduced himself. He was Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer. He was a dragon slayer and had a very strong soul, which greatly pleased Vulcan. But it was strange to see such a strong and powerful soul in this body. And what brought it here after all? If this was the soul of someone who had risen to the 800th floor, then even Hyuk was completely helpless. In that case, you had to fight this dragon on your own. But Hendrik did not stand still and continued to attack. Spell after powerful spell fell upon the stranger, but he emerged unscathed from each of the master's attacks with the spell of the full moon. The stranger also repelled the master's attacks. Vulcan decided to attack the stranger with the Soul Link spell, and this surprised the enemy a little. It was amazing because the master summoned the giant using magic. With the appearance of the giant, Vulcan decided to end the battle and return to his master, as he had used up all the mana from Hyuk. For some time, the stranger would calm down a bit and would not attack, and this was a chance to disappear unnoticed. But a rumble behind him distracted him from his thoughts, and he saw Hendrik, who had dealt with the giant Balkan. And this enemy was now being sought by a stranger for his revenge. Then, in the next battle, he swore to personally cut him down. He gave his word to do this as soon as possible. In the Tower of Magicians, Ken led Hyuk to the Necromancer's room, and thought that this newcomer was not an equal opponent to him. Hyuk also assessed his guide, but this magician was far too weak, and could only serve as a guide and nothing more. Ken opened the door slightly, and showed the Necromancer's room to the newbie. The room was filled with corpses, chemicals, and a lot of ancient books, which was the best dream for a necromancer. Ken left the room and said at the end that the newbie could call him if he ever needed help. The door closed, and Hyuk began to prepare to leave for the spirit world. At this time, Vulcan appeared, all excited, and looking exactly like a 100-year-old man. Vulcan cited overtraining and did not disclose his meeting with Hendrik. Apparently, the master made it in time, because everything was almost ready for the ceremony. Summoning the spirits of the demonic soldiers, Hyuk gave them the order to prepare everything for the beginning. Everything was ready for the transition to the spirit world to begin, and Cha-Jin was giving the final instructions to the demons. Vulcan and Miho decided to move away from what was going to happen. In the center of the room, the student gave instructions to Vulcan for perhaps the last time. His job was to protect Cha-Jin's body until he returned to it. Vulcan promised to protect the body, but otherwise, he was ready to take this body for himself. The separation of the soul from the body began, and Hyuk fell into a deep trance. Now the student's soul looked at its own body, which meant the ritual was going exactly according to plan. Miho was worried about her master, but Vulcan reassured her that everything was going according to plan. The ritual consisted of using the power of the soul instead of mana, and then it would be spiritually impossible to defeat Hyuk. To speed up the process, it was necessary to separate the soul from the body. In other words, die in this world and be resurrected in another. Judging by the state of the student's body, he entered the astral plane and penetrated the very spirit world. The spirit passed from the world of the living to the world of spirits. Then someone's grumbling was heard behind Vulcan, and he looked back. It was the voice of the spirits that began to penetrate the room and sought to take possession of the body. Vulcan was advised not to interfere with the process and would not be touched, but he didn't like it and ordered his soldiers to guard Cha-Jin's body. The Cobalt spirits began to grab the souls and not allow them to reach the owner's body. The master struck these souls with a spiritual laser, but their number only grew. Ken appeared at the door to see what was going on. He was horrified by what was happening in the necromancer's room and grabbed his head, not knowing what to do. Vulcan took notice of him and ordered him to help drive the souls away from his master's body. One of the spirits headed towards Cha-Jin's body, and the fox, Miho, noticed it from behind. No one was covering the body of their master, and this was a chance to occupy the body. Ken screamed and pointed to the body and the spirit that was heading to enter the body. Vulcan had to pull himself together, or else he could lose his body. But then Miho intervened and struck the spirit, preventing it from taking over the body. Miho used her power, and the spirit was defeated. The two stood and did not understand what had just happened. All the spirits in the room suddenly stopped, trying to take over Hyuk's body, all because they were charmed by Miho. Miho stood behind Hyuk and charmed the souls from the world. Where a master was, the volcano was struck, and now they all together could protect the owner's body from souls. Ken was also fascinated and stood rooted to the spot, admiring the little animal. Miho not only charmed the living, but she could also control the souls. And suddenly, a boss from the spirit world appeared in front of the body, and everyone in the room was shocked. This spirit was none other than named. He was a strong and powerful warrior in life. If he wants to inhabit Cha-Jin's body, then everyone will be in grave danger. He wanted to prevent this from happening, but Named attacked him, and he was already lying on the floor of the room. And the charm also affected Vulcan, and he could not move. Vulcan told Miho to stop him. There was no interest in the little animal, and Named asked not to disturb him. But Miho was determined to fight this monster. The skeleton was shocked by the aura of the divine beast, and could do nothing. But Miho ran out of charms, and she couldn't charm anyone else. Named prepared to attack Miho, but his attack was repelled. Hyuk returned to his body and repelled the attack on Miho. And now, the ghost was finished, and Hyuk attacked this impudent fellow, with the aim of completely destroying him. Now, the ghost no longer owned his immortal body, and it was broken. Having received new spiritual powers, Cha-Jin could now easily deal with even evil spirits. With his remaining hand, Name tried to hit the student, but nothing worked. Using the magic of 10 fingers, the walker attacked the ghost. The ghost was attacked by many bullets in the form of evil spirits, and was doomed to die again and forever. He was finished, and his body was pinned firmly to the floor of the room. Vulcan admired the immense strength of his student, who surpassed him many times over. Instead of the ghost's body, there was now a hole shining outward in the wall, and it was all over. The puppeteer came, and was shocked by what had happened to the Tower of the Magicians. What had happened in the Class Change Tower that could have caused this? Hyuk distracted him and asked him why he had come. He brought a suitcase with the items he didn't find inside the cloak and handed them to Hyuk. Inside were various flasks with poisons and 2 magic crystals with the power of fire and ice. It was clear about the suitcase. But why was there a puppet there? And a strange one at that? The puppeteer decided to use this puppet to clear the 100th floor. Since he had completed the last task of the manager of the 10th floor, he needed to become stronger and catch up with Hyuk for a rematch in battle. He was also grateful for Lich's advice, and he informed him that serious changes were coming. Due to Hyuk's conquest of the tower, by reaching the 100th floor, he could also become the best merchant on these floors. Good attitude and desire was a good sign for the puppeteer. He was similar to William in a way he had once reasoned. Hyuk promised to let him in on his plans with Lich if he proved his abilities. The puppeteer thanked him and left the tower. The two of them just watched the carriage, in which the puppeteer was riding towards Conquest. Well, the tower was finished, and it was time for the travelers to leave. But before leaving, it was worth absorbing everything that the puppeteer had brought. Vulcan was shocked by his student. Of course, he was going to eat it all, just as he did with the rest. The body's peculiarity allowed it to absorb objects and add their properties to itself. At the very moment when Hyuk was absorbing the objects, Ken came to his senses. The volcano greeted Ken, who had finally woken up. The tower manager asked where the fox was, and that participant and Vulcan reassured him, but he already doubted whether they were intact. Hyuk painfully absorbed the fire crystal, his body burning with intense heat. The predator's traits were awakening in him, and Gumaho asked him not to show her cub this horror. Thanks to the fire crystal, he now had resistance to hallucinations, but there were still poisons left. Vulcan was concerned about Hyuk's condition, because he was absorbing everything and only harming himself. Hyuk gained resistance to poison, frostbite, and hallucinations, but it wasn't enough to defeat the 9. Vulcan got all the orcs that were in the area. He got them from Miho. Now, it was Miho's turn to have a snack. The 2 travelers thought that they had to give this baby a liver. Miho began to eat, and part of the quest began to be complete. Little by little, the quest required 999 livers. But so far, we've only managed to collect 127, and our trio didn't need people's attention. Hyuk asked Vulcan who he had fought last night. It was strange not to notice the fluctuations in Vulcan's mana, because he was fighting one of the great creatures. In terms of magical power, Hyuk was right. Last night, the fight was with a representative of the dragon race. Fortunately, the battle was ended by suppression through spiritual superiority. Hyuk was coughing up blood, and Vulcan thought he was turning into a demon again, but it was just a side effect of the poison. This is all the accumulation of predators inside the body, whose poisons Cha-Jin had taken. Vulcan made sure that the owner did not continue to cough up blood and said that the dragon was unusual. The master told everything that had happened to him that night, and it seemed to Hyuk that he had heard the name Hendrik before. It couldn't have been the one Hyuk saw in his past life. It was clear and obvious that this was the same killer. Who was in the tower then? Well then, Hyuk knew who we were talking about. Hyuk told Vulcan how he knew him, and that before becoming a dragon slayer, Hendrik killed everyone in his path and destroyed not only dragons. And the last time Cha-Jin saw him was on the 700th or 800th floor, before he died. What was there to talk about? I just needed to meet this Hendrik once and talk. Hyuk was getting worse, as he was unable to fully absorb the poison and the 2 crystals, and was coughing up blood because of it. Vulcan offered to cleanse himself, but this meant the loss of the army of demon spirits, including Vulcan. Their argument was interrupted by Miho, who growled at the crowd of people around her. What was going on? And Hyuk and Vulcan didn't understand what was happening to the people around them. Someone behind Vulcan told him to speak more quietly, but it wasn't immediately clear who. Besides, he and Hyuk were discussing what was happening around them. The people seemed to be enchanted by something, and did not react to Miho's roar, and this alerted the travelers. A girl was approaching them, and they both turned their gaze to her. The girl greeted them and approached the two travelers. The girl was irresistible, and she repeated near Hyuk that she was pleased to meet him. So, it was an Alika, one of the four great creatures. Hyuk immediately rushed to the attack, and did not want any communication with her. Elika stopped Hyuk, saying that she did not come to him to fight. Chajin was surprised at how quickly she had stopped his attack, before it could even be used. She introduced herself to the Phantom Mask. Once again, the girl was strong, and at first glance, she didn't seem so. The girl touched Hyuk and felt his internal organs, which were damaged. Using healing magic, the girl instantly cured Hyuk. Vulcan also did not understand what was happening, and decided to make sure that everything was okay with the owner. Chajin had a strange feeling. His body had completely recovered. The girl demonstrated this, so that they would understand that she was not an enemy. Her name was Uriel, an Alika from the Moik tribe. Little by little, the people around began to come to their senses, but they did not understand what they were doing, and how they ended up in different places. People were confused, not only outside, but also inside the city's buildings. Once in Hyuk's room, the travelers asked Uriel what kind of tricks were there in the city. Alika replied that this was all done for the residents, so that other Alikas would not find out about her. She used a memory spell on all the residents, but not on Hyuk. Uriel's magic didn't work on strong-minded creatures. But then, she noticed Miho. She asked who this cute creature was, and what the strange ghost was that was watching her so closely. It didn't matter. And the travelers asked what brought such an unusual guest here. She came according to the prophecy of her people, and that she came to a man who hid his ugliness under a mask, and threatened to kill great beings. She was sent to help him and his assistants carry out their plan of revenge. Her tribe received the prophecy and decided to send her to hell. The prophecy was from a deity, or at least that's what her tribe thought. Apparently, they were talking about Hyuk, but he had never heard of the Moik tribe. Throwing off her cloak, the girl exposed her back, and Chajin saw angel wings on her. Representatives of her kind have crossed all boundaries and become greedy creatures. They also exterminated everyone who went against them, after which they expel those who interfere with them from their tribe, once and for all. And they also cut off the wings as a symbol of the deity race. In general, Moik is a tribe of outcasts like Uriel was, and according to the prophecy, it was he who was supposed to go against the four great beings and destroy them. It sounded good, especially the fact that the gods themselves offered them help, and Vulcan advised them not to refuse. Unfortunately, these Alikas could not provide any real help. The thing was that Utopia, the city of the high Alikas, was against any intervention and assistance. Otherwise, all their anger would have been transferred to Hyuk. He was in doubt. Should he take the help? There was a lot of trouble. There was one path forward, but it was on the sole condition that he would be aided in a moment of great crisis. The celestial girl replied that she would be honored to assist him in his most dire situation. In that case, it was decreed a grand alliance was to be forged between Hyuk and the Moik tribe. A grateful Uriel bowed deeply before Chajin in a show of immense gratitude. He requested that she blind the eyes of the gods and demons for but a moment, for one specific purpose. Tearing a single feather from her back, she wove an enchantment, sealing the room from all outside influence. Hyuk wanted to ensure he could not be overheard by any being. He unleashed a curse upon Baal, declaring him a lustful and deceitful entity. Why he required this private space was a mystery to the Alika. So, Hyuk finally introduced himself. His name is Chajin Hyuk. In his past life, he was known as the Death Star. It cannot be, because that was the very same Chajin who was in the tower when Uriel was there, unexpectedly. To everyone's shock, she fell to her knees and apologized for her rudeness. Wait, it turns out this girl knew the Chajin from a decade ago. She was present 10 years ago when Chajin met his demise. Next time, she would do well to remain silent before uttering such things. She only asked if he knew what would truly happen. Where he passed all the floors of the monolithic tower, something far worse than death awaited him. A state between all of these creatures. The great beings will not let anyone near their level, and only they desire to rule the tower. And they're capable of annihilating anyone else in their path. That is, to kill them at the very beginning of their journey. In other words, Hyuk already knew all of this, which completely astonished the girl. and he was also convinced that the person before him was a traitor and a conspirator with beguiling demonic charms. He seized her by the throat and intended to send her to the same place her wings had gone. Finally, she confessed that because of that incident, she became a weak and went against what was done to Cha-Jin. His name then was Cha-Jin-hyuk, the Death Star, and the girl fell silent, with tears in her eyes. It was he for whom she went against her own kind. Hyuk released the girl, and they began to speak once more. He apologized to her and asked her to forgive him for such behavior. The girl wanted to say something else, but Hyuk stopped her and realized that she was not of the treacherous heavenly race. Uriel thanked him for his understanding. She offered to arrange a meeting if he ever needed to meet with outcasts like herself, and from the other great races too. She was right, and if she could lure them to his side, it would be a great boon for the battle with the great creatures. Uriel suggested they meet again on the 190th floor of the tower. In Dream City, they were not permitted to go above the 200th floor. That was his own territory. From the 200th to the 300th floor were the domain of Emperor Tess. The girl asked for the opportunity to get properly dressed, since she was half naked in front of Hyuk. If Hyuk had given a piece of clothing to the girl, there would have been marks from it on her. No, there wouldn't have been, but she was being watched very closely. She came without any things, and that was enough for Hyuk. But the girl thought about something else entirely. She thought that he wanted to seduce her, but she was wrong. He only meant her wings, or rather, to take a single feather for himself. She tore off a single feather and handed it to Hyuk, who was afraid that the wings would not grow back. But no one must ever know about this feather. Otherwise, the girl would be in grave, terrible trouble. He was going to absorb this very feather. After the girl had departed, she said her farewells and walked out the door back to her city. As soon as the door closed behind Uriel, he began the process of absorption. It was interesting what he would get after absorbing, and what power he would gain, or if he would not be able to absorb. Vulcan merely muttered that he should do as he wished. Vulcan picked up Miho and said that the owner's example was a bad one for her, and that she shouldn't pick up everything that fell from a floor. Vulcan did not stand nearby, and with Miho, moved away from the owner to a safe distance, so as not to be in the center of the ensuing events. While Hyuk was devouring the feather itself, Vulcan was frolicking and having fun. With Miho in his arms, Hyuk moved into his own subconscious. He didn't understand where he was or what had happened to him. What was this strange place, and why did he end up there? Apparently, his body did not accept the divine power, and a fight was now ahead. A great waterfall fell on him from somewhere above, and he didn't know what to do with it. It's strange that a single feather can produce such a grand effect. The water began to rise, and Hyuk realized that it was a real waterfall. It was necessary to end the flow of water as quickly as possible, before it completely swallowed him up. There was only one way out of this desperate situation. Something was happening to Hyuk's body, and Miho and Vulcan noticed. Something was very wrong, and apparently, Hyuk was using his soul as a weapon of wind. Vulcan reassured Miho that if this was happening, it meant everything was going according to Cha-Jin's grand plan. Miho was nervous and worried about her master's condition, and she wasn't the only one. What will be the final result of absorbing this divine power? Meanwhile, in his subconscious, Hyuk tried to absorb the entire waterfall through a single tube, but he had chosen the wrong device. He had to either let go of this power or completely absorb. Therefore, it was necessary to use another, different method. He created a hungry and all-consuming monster to absorb the power. Controlling the monster, he used it to absorb everything around it. The monster swallowed almost everything, and a grin began to appear on Hyuk's face. This meant that Hyuk was absorbing more and more of the divine power. Cha-Jin remembered how he and William had talked about the gluttony of the gods. Hyuk had Baal, but William had a dragon, a god that devoured everything and everyone in his path. It was he who was summoned by Cha-Jin to absorb all the power, because the monster had a peculiarity, insatiability. Finally, it was all over, and the walker began to come to his senses. Vulcan was interested in whether he had managed to absorb the power or not, in which case he would tease Hyuk. Everything turned out as he had expected. One feather now gave me the opportunity to generate energy within myself. He was only a man, but with divine powers. If the gods find out about this, they will immediately come to kill Hyuk. One murder will not be enough for them, and they will most likely all come here. Even though he had acquired such incredible strength, he would not have been able to resist the 4 great creatures. It was necessary to prepare for a great battle with them. A few days later, Vulcan was practicing on the hunting field on the 10th floor. He collected orc carcasses for Miho, so that the animal could eat and regain its full strength. More and more kobolds collected orc corpses, despite attempts to repel the demon attacks. The orcs even tried to attack, but it was useless for the spirits. The mountain of orcs grew very quickly, and Miho was looking forward to eating the livers of these creatures. Even though the orcs fought back against the demonic soldiers of Balkan, they still faced the fate of certain death. Hyuk also did not stand aside and absorb their bodies with his new divine power. It was nice to see how the newbie became stronger with each battle, and Vulcan liked it. Among the demonic soldiers, a weak healer appeared who nullified any attempts to destroy them. But one had to be very careful, because this healer possessed a weak but still divine power. Miho immediately ate all the killed orcs and was full this time, but the quest was not yet fully complete. 892 orcs out of the total number were caught and fed to Miho, and everything was supposed to end the next day. Next, I needed to meet this dragon slayer and see what he was like. Balkan said that he appeared in the very same place, as if he was expecting someone. It was necessary to finish this matter quickly and move on, but it was still necessary to wait for Haru. So there was still time. Apparently, Hendrik, most likely like Uriel, was waiting for someone or wanted to tell something. Having heard the voices of gods and demons, they came, and behind the alley, there should be the one they were looking for. He was still standing in the middle of the street, waiting for something among the crowd of people. If Hendrik wasn't expecting Hyuk, then he would have to fight this representative of the dragon race. Vulcan didn't want to go with Cha-Jin after his last encounter with that mysterious stranger, and Hendrik, like Uriel, was waiting for someone who would fulfill his one wish, and the gods told him that he needed to look on the 10th floor. The trio approached the stranger and asked if he was the same Hendrik everyone was talking about. It was Hyuk that Hendrik was waiting for, informing him that he had been accepted. This stranger had no shortage of such incredible impudence, but Hyuk thought it best to remain silent. There were far too many people around, and Hyuk was asked to follow the stranger. They came to a dead-end alley and stopped. The trio did not understand what this all meant. The dragon slayer opened a portal and nodded his head, indicating to follow him. There was nothing left to do but follow him, and they entered the portal after the stranger. They found themselves in a place called the subspace on the 10th floor. Hendrik asked Cha-Jin if he was ready to go all the way with this strange man. Hyuk just laughed at Hendrik's ridiculous idea, calling it a stupid idea. The dragon slayer became angry at this, and how dare this newbie say such a thing to him. Vulcan warned his master that a strong warrior stood before him, and that it would not be so easy to fight him. It was a monster in human form and in a dragon's very shell. The walker had his own plan, and he told his master not to interfere, since he was so afraid. It didn't matter what kind of monster was in front of him, as long as he knew its current situation, which was similar to the one Hyuk himself found himself in. After all, the goal of conquering the tower and his revenge was to destroy everyone who was involved in the death of Cha-Jin, and not only the great, powerful creatures. That's why Hendrik didn't reach the level to be on the same team with Cha-Jin. Hendrik did not like this, and considered it foolish to go alone against all the great beings. Behind the deaths of Hendrik and Hyuk were not only the great beings, but also someone else. But it turned out to be true, which the stranger admitted, although he was even more angry about it. It turns out that Uriel told about the seer, who was Hyuk. This meant that she had already reached her own people, which made the walker quite happy. But Hendrik was thirsty for battle. He decided to test what the walker was truly capable of, and prepared to attack. Hendrik only asked the name of the person he was going to teach a powerful lesson. Hyuk introduced himself as Cha-Jin Hyuk, or Cha-Jin Hyuk Death Star, but their squabble was interrupted by the voice of an old man who was grumbling at the dragon warrior. Hendrik didn't expect to see anyone else here, and Hyuk asked who it was, and what kind of old man was standing next to them. It was the blacksmith who had first entered this place, and it was he who had forged Hendrik's legendary sword. Hyuk and Vulcan were shocked, because this old man was a goblin from the Haru race. The old man looked like an old goblin, seasoned in battle, but not yet too old for combat. The old man's gaze was now turned to the Trinity, and he was surprised to see other strangers here. Besides the dragon warrior, there is no way this old man survived the moment when Haru's village was burned to the ground. The old man was amazed by the stranger's impudence, and that the old man was still alive, not understanding what they wanted from him. Hyuk asked how he survived that terrible disaster on the 100th floor. The old man mistook him for the one who had set fire to the village and decided to attack the stranger. But his attack was thwarted by Hendrik. He stopped the attack because Hyuk also had a history, just like Hendrik. But then, Vulcan intervened in the heated conversation and asked if the old man knew a goblin named Haru. The old man was shocked that these strangers knew Haru, and he asked if she was alive. And the old man told the story of that terrible day when the village was burned. The old man then fell ill and stayed in his blacksmith shop. After all, age was taking its heavy toll. The old man talked for a very long time, and then asked if everything was okay with Haru. Hendrik asked if she was as strong as they had said, but Hyuk assured him that she was stronger than all of them in a single fight. She was Hyuk's ally and would go with him until the very end. Soon, she will rejoin them. The old man thanked Cha-Jin for saving Haru. The old man introduced himself, and his name was Gino, the goblin blacksmith, and he promised to help Hyuk with his skills in any way he possibly could. He also asked him to help him and Haru restore the goblin village, to which Hyuk gave his firm consent. But Gino was also grateful to Hyuk for Haru, because only Vulcan understood that. The mask was a gift from the girl to her future husband, as a token of her gratitude. He also offered to take all the equipment he had, since these were goblin weapons, much stronger and more powerful than those that the Lich had obtained. It was time for Hendrik and the trio to move on, and they said goodbye to the old man. But Gino didn't answer. For the first time in so long, he was able to sleep peacefully, having learned that besides him, there were other surviving goblins. As soon as they stepped outside the forge, Hendrik attacked Hyuk once again. But Cha-Jin had the situation well in hand and reacted to the attack in time without getting hurt. The reaction was not at all bad, and Hendrik was pleased with this from the walker. But you can't fool Hyuk, and he knew that he himself would check this simpleton. He also attacked Hendrik just to bait him into a fight. Now the demonic soldiers had also been summoned to fight, and the battle was gaining new momentum. It wasn't so easy to attack the Dragon Slayer, and something had to be changed in their attacks. With his sword, he easily dealt with Cha-Jin's attacks. These attacks were far too weak to hit Hendrik, and he was pleased with that. And even Hyuk's attacks themselves did not bring any real results. It was strange that the killer deviated even from the sword technique. Using multiclass, attack after devastating attack, the battle continued, and nothing could be done about it. Hendrik still couldn't determine whether Hyuk's class was a mage or a necromancer. It didn't matter, because to get the full effect, the monster on the 10th floor had to be awakened. Chains of demonic power began to envelop Hendrik's entire body, preventing him from maneuvering. You should have fought the first spiritual master before drawing such foolish conclusions. Hyuk decided to summon the monster Gungnir, which had fallen on this very floor. This mighty orc was killed in less than a second in a fight with Hyuk by ordering Hendrik to attack. Hyuk gave the orc strength to launch his attack. Vulcan stood next to the killer and held him with the demon chains so that he could not dodge the attacks. Hendrik's sword was unusual and easily broke Vulcan's spell. The sword was a dragon destroyer, and it could hurt Hyuk very badly. The attack was aimed at Hyuk, and he was unable to block it, and Vulcan got it from the stranger. If this technique was the strongest, then nothing good was to come. There was nothing more to talk about, and he decided to finish with Cha-Jin. He launched his most powerful attack and was utterly determined. But Hyuk had another trump card and decided to use it. The last word was his, and he was preparing to attack this stranger. The magical attack ability was pitiful compared to the sword technique, but it was in vain to think so, and Hendrik began to understand that he could not escape the attack. Hendrik's body was hit by multiple arrows from the 10 Fingers blasts. It was necessary to finish him off, but the chance was missed. Although the use of the mask caused a dangerous side effect, there was no other way out. The fire element, thanks to the absorbed crystal, gave strength for the attack, but the moment was lost, and Hendrik broke free and was able to dodge the attack. Hendrik, exhausted from blood loss, demanded that the battle continue, and he called upon the fire dragon to protect him. And now, the initiative passed to the side of the killer. Hyuk did not expect this turn of events, and was surprised by Hendrik's incredible abilities. He could still predict the attack, but his reaction speed was not enough to fight the dragon. There was nothing left to do but apply the fox mask. Perhaps the mask will help to attack and end this battle once and for all. The fox mask was on, and Hyuk prepared for his attack and decided to end the battle using the power of the fox mask. Hyuk continued his attack on Hendrik. Hendrik found this quite funny, and also decided to go on the attack and continue the battle. Although the dragon warrior was immensely strong, Cha-Jin did not lag behind him and try to fight on equal terms. The exchange of attacks continued, and the battle continued with powerful and strong force on both sides. And although the mask gave the walker strength and immense speed, it was not so easy to resist the dragon. From the 800th floor, Hyuk would occasionally catch the opportunity to attack the stranger, but he would always slip away from the deadly attack. Hendrik also used magic against the walker, which Cha-Jin didn't like. He was already getting tired of it. He decided to use the enchantment to delay Hendrik's attacks for a while and land his blow, and he cast the Fox Mask spell before Hendrik could launch another attack. For a moment, the spell worked, and the dragon warrior became petrified and could not move. For a certain moment, something incomprehensible was going on in his head, and this made him very angry. He should have concentrated, and all the spells would have been useless to him. In any case, Hendrik's immobilized body served as a good springboard for Hyuk to strike. Cha-Jin decided to attack with a punch instead of a weapon, since at this distance, it was not needed. He decided to use Kyung-hoon's technique and strike his opponent, putting all his strength and abilities into the single strike. Cha-Jin struck Hendrik with all his might. With this attack, he decided to finish off his opponent once and for all, but his strength was at the very limit of his capabilities. All his power was concentrated in his fist, and this blow was supposed to decide everything. The impact caused everything around them to collapse, and no one could stand up to such an attack. Even Vulcan fell to the ground from such a powerful surge of mana and magic from the blow. And although Cha-Jin stood firm after his incredible blow, he couldn't move. His whole body was exhausted, and blood started flowing from his eyes. Vulcan was worried about the condition of his owner. He did not look in the best of condition. All his strength was spent, and Hyuk stood only because his body had frozen, but did not obey him, hoping that Hendrik was finished by this blow. Hyuk thought it was all finally over. Hendrik, although he had been beaten, still had the strength to attack. But he lost the battle and accepted Hyuk's test as a pass to the team. But Hyuk countered by saying that he hadn't passed the test and wasn't accepted into Cha-Jin's elite team. Since Hendrik had failed the test, he decided to continue the fight and finish the battle. It was now time for Hendrik to deal the final blow to Hyuk, and he was serious about being on the Walker's team for conquest and revenge. Hyuk could only say that he shouldn't attack, since he was powerless to repel the attack, having summoned the fire dragon. Hendrik prepared for another devastating attack on Hyuk. This attack could have put an end to his conquest of the tower, and Hyuk could have died, this time forever. The moment of truth has finally come. Just one more moment, and that's it. He only said that Hendrik had been accepted and had lost consciousness. A couple of days later, Vulcan was already making fun of Hyuk because he was defeated in a fight with Hendrik. Hyuk was angry and shouted at Vulcan to shut up. Already, he wanted to use his magic, but his whole body was giving off a hellish pain, and he couldn't move for the foreseeable future. Hyuk was only able to survive an attack of such incredible power, thanks to the feather he had absorbed from Uriel. There was a knock on the door, and Hendrik entered the room to visit Hyuk. Vulcan did not expect such a guest and looked at him with disdain, remembering his last encounter with this strange man. Vulcan asked Hendrik for forgiveness for his behavior. Hendrik didn't hold a grudge against him, and now they were sort of in the same boat. So why hold a grudge? Vulcan was relieved to hear this, and agreed that the feud could now be forgotten. It was strange to hear this from this dragon, of course, but apparently he is a normal person in everyday life. Vulcan apologized for Hyuk's appearance. Apparently, Hendrik overdid it with the fire dragon attack. Hearing such talk, Cha-Jin became angry and asked to attack him to continue the battle. Maybe they would fight another time, but now there was no need for that. The conversation would be about something else. And it was about Hendrik's story, about who killed him and who he was in his past life. And the saddest part of the story will be the last battle, before his death. And he began to slowly tell that long ago, his family and his homeland were attacked by dragons and were exterminated by them. Without knowing why, he remained alive, while everything around him was burning and his family was dead. There were many dragons, and cries for salvation were in vain, because apparently they exterminated all the inhabitants. His hatred from that moment on was towards everyone who had horns and scales. After all, his path was to conquer the tower, and he strove to conquer it, just like Hyuk does now. With each floor, he became stronger. On the 600th floor, he killed a dragon for the very first time, and from there were only more of them. But upon reaching the higher floors, The system issued punishments in the form of being demoted to floors and reducing the walker's abilities. So that's why Hyuk was able to survive the Lich's attack. And Cha Jin asked which floor he was able to reach, despite the severe punishment. Hendrik replied that he was only able to reach the 900th floor of the tower. It was this floor that put an end to Hendrik's wanderings. The 900th floor was something insurmountable, even for Hyuk. The whole point was that when conquering floors after the 600, many races began to hunt him in order to destroy him. And unfortunately, he couldn't cope with them all, as there were far too many of them. And seeing no other possible outcome, he decided to accept his own death. But this was not easy either. So, in this body, he will now take his revenge. The story was now finished. And Hyuk said that it was definitely about Hendrik. Hendrik asked when they would continue climbing up the tower, but Hyuk still had to wait for Haru. Well, how could Hendrik leave such a weak Hyuk, who irritated Cha Jin with his endless ridicule? He was leading up to the fact that at the last and most difficult moment, he would be left all alone and without any help. Trying to fight alone was too presumptuous for one of them. Hendrik was right, and it was necessary to attract powerful allies, and all those who want to go with them to the very end. And then Hyuk suggested to Hendrik that he create his own guild, where all these creatures would be accepted for the battle of their lives. Hyuk was a little shocked because he hadn't even thought about it. Meanwhile, on the 600th floor of the Sondic Guild building, someone's footsteps were heard in the grand main hall. Carmen walked to her brother in the hall, where he was watching what was happening on the 10th floor. Kane looked over the detailed report of what had happened to the city. On the 10th floor, this was a report from the White Swallows 10th floor guild. All the chaos was caused by a single person, which alarmed both Carmen and Kane, because they understood where this was all leading. If you believe the information from Beck Holio, it didn't look like an organization or even a guild. But how is this even possible? Because the punishment will be severe even on such a small floor, and even the 9 stars cannot handle it. They remembered themselves, because they were the same when they conquered the tower, at the very beginning of their long journey. Perhaps this was just an assumption, but the appearance of such a person could not be ruled out. Otherwise, the method of rooting out the roots, as it was 10 years ago, was always on everyone's lips and was applicable to Hyuk. But it was necessary to act with caution, and it was worth hiring a killer for the job. And it wasn't hard to find such a person in the Assassin's Guild. And this was one of the female assassins, who went over to the side of the mercenaries. Meanwhile, Hyuk's company was discussing forming a new guild, but there was a catch. Hyuk was on Bale's grand quest. He needed to make his own name before he reached the 100th floor, and if Hendrik were to lead the guild, he would not want to bury his name under its leadership. Nothing could be simpler, because the head of the guild would be Hyuk, and Hendrik would listen to him. It was unexpected to hear this, and to become the commander of the dragon. After all, Hendrik was not confident in his own strength. But in this moment, Hyuk was undoubtedly weaker than the Dragon Slayer, Hendrik. And would a being of such pride truly follow the commands of the weakest among them? Instead of a verbal reply, Hendrik knelt before Hyuk, a silent, profound gesture that he was ready to serve him. This answer was a strange one for Hyuk, but nevertheless, an acceptable one. This humbling behavior was born from the endless scorn and insults that Hendrik had been forced to endure. In his past life, he was so consumed by rage that by the end of his journey, he had become powerless to resist his fate. And in that desolate state, no one offered him aid. So he was now prepared to serve Hyuk. Then, everything was finally decided, and Cha Jin would be the one to lead the new guild. Hendrik was pleased with Hyuk's decision and offered him his thanks for it. Now, it was time to forge a name for the guild, a name to be registered in the annals of the tower. Since Uriel's prophecy spoke of a man who would usher in an age of chaos, the name of his guild could only be one thing: opposition. It was possible to register the guild immediately, but first, they had to speak with the puppeteer and arrange it for free. At the grand entrance to the company, Hyuk was greeted by the ever-present Halcyon. Hyuk had forgotten that the puppeteer had already departed, and that Halcyon was now the one in charge of this branch. Everything would have been fine, but what was Ken from the Tower of Magicians doing here? The tower was currently under repair, and Ken often spent his time with the company. Now that they had become friends with the manager, it didn't matter, and Hyuk declared that he wanted to form a new guild as soon as possible. Halcyon could not resist, and flatteringly said that many would want to join the Phantom Mask Guild. But there was a single condition to create a guild. At least 2 members were required. And then, Vulcan and Hendrik emerged from behind. The issue was now closed. The manager and Ken were amazed beyond all measure, as it was the first time they had ever seen a dragonkin so close. The entire point was that Hyuk had become a living celebrity, but Hendrik didn't yet understand who this person was. The guild members to whom invitations had been sent were also now supposed to appear. Gino received the letter while he was busy forging another legendary weapon. The puppeteer received a letter from a single puppet during his next conquest of another floor. Haru received the notification at the moment of clearing the boss's room. On the 10th floor, Lich was recalculating his expenses and income when he received a notice from Hyuk about the Great Gathering. It spoke of the creation of a new guild, and William was intrigued to see how it would all turn out. While they were all about to arrive, Hyuk was fighting the orcs to complete the sacred quest for Miho. Using his powerful magic and the 10-finger attack spell, he knocked down orcs left and right in great droves. It was imperative to complete this quest as quickly as possible and not think about it any longer. Hendrik asked why there was a mountain of dead monsters, and Hyuk replied that he had another quest from the fox, Gumiho. The quest was finally complete, and a bright, divine beam of light pierced the clear day at the moment when Miho ate the 999th liver. And what happened next frightened not only Hyuk, but Hendrik also felt a deep sense of unease. The reward for the quest was to find the fox's one true form. Vulcan called out to Cha-Jin and pointed towards Miho at the strange, ethereal figure in the air. It couldn't be, because a girl's figure had appeared before him. Miho's real image, instead of a fox, was that of a little girl, because she was still just a child. Miho fell from a great height, and Hyuk had no choice but to catch her in his strong arms. The girl in Hyuk's arms began to call him daddy, but no one expected this, and she called him dad because the reward for completing the second part of the quest was an unbreakable closeness with the fox, and now she was his pet, and he was her dad. At the moment when the three of them and Miho were all perplexed, Haru appeared. She asked where her brother got such a cute daughter. Hyuk asked where Haru came from and how to understand all of this. Miho became scared and asked who this strange girl was and why she was here. Hyuk demanded that Gumiho explain what all of this meant. Gumiho only replied that Miho was now his loyal pet, but for everyone else, she would be his daughter. Vulcan made fun of Hyuk, and Hendrik thought that people were now giving birth to foxes. Haru thought that her handsome and strong brother now had a daughter, and maybe he also had a secret girlfriend. This thought did not give her a moment of peace. Her thoughts were interrupted by Hendrik, who introduced himself as an unwavering ally of Hyuk. He met her gaze, and then he began to understand. This girl had something sinister planned against him. She remembered that in that fire, when her village burned down, she had seen something very similar. A man in the form of a dragon was at the scene at the time. This meant there was no doubt that in front of her was the one who had destroyed her entire family. With screams and her sword drawn, she rushed at the stranger, seeking her vengeance. But Hendrik managed to repel the ferocious attack, not understanding why the girl had decided to attack him. He turned to Hyuk to explain what all of this meant and why the girl was acting in this strange way. But Hyuk told him to deal with her himself and not to interfere. But Haru could get badly hurt, to which Cha-Jin said that she could handle it herself. While the entrance exam to the guild, the dragon took this fight and attacked the girl, causing her to fly far away from where the others were standing. This made Haru even more angry, and she rushed to the attack, no matter what. Attack after brutal attack went on between these two strong warriors, and although Haru was incredibly strong, her attacks were still not reflected as strongly as she desired. And with another powerful attack, she again flew a good few dozen meters and fell to the ground. This time, the Demoness, whose sword Haru had, decided to lend her its immense power to attack and fight this terrible dragon. It was the famous Sword of Ego, the Dragon Slayer, and Haru attacked the stranger with it. The vengeful girl only wanted the death of the dragon that destroyed her village. She attacked him, attack after brutal attack, regardless of the powerful counterattacks. She wanted to finish him off as quickly as possible. But no matter how hard Haru tried, Hendrik repelled all her attacks with one hand and did not feel tired. It was a great shock to her, but she continued the attack. But attacks were also flying in her direction, from which she received many bruises, and her body gradually began to be exhausted from the attacks. And the dragon sword was more powerful and stronger than Ego's sword, so the attacks were more powerful. Haru asked for the power of the dragon-slaying sword in order to take her revenge, This is exactly what the demoness was waiting for, and she decided to transfer her power for the battle. With the power of the demon, now a new influx of attack was expected on Hendrik. Now, in front of him was a swordswoman, the owner of the ego sword. With the power of a demon, her attack power had increased, and now Hendrik was receiving the strongest attacks in his direction. Apparently, the sword gave the girl immense strength, and her strength had increased very significantly. The owner of the sword was now in grave danger, and something had to be done to free her from the sword. He grabbed the girl by the hand and demanded that she release the sword from her hands. After all, the power of the sword was beyond the girl's control and could only cause her great harm. But the girl, remembering her village, immediately became enraged and squeezed her hand with the sword even tighter. She will only let go when she has avenged her burned village. It became clear to Hendrik that the girl, like him, hated all dragons. But it was necessary to put an end to this battle and not harm Haru. It was necessary to prevent the girl from becoming a part of the sword and not turning into a bowl of pure energy. For demonic power, he will have to use a spell. But despite the pain, the girl will remain alive. And the entire attack was now directed at the girl, which she was unable to dodge. Haru dropped her sword from the blow and lost all consciousness. From the powerful attack, she lost consciousness and was transported to her childhood memories, namely, to the forest near the goblin village. The local boys were playing football and asked Haru to take the ball, but the memories changed, and instead of asking for the ball, the children asked why only she had survived and the others had not. The children turned into ghosts and asked to be saved, and the corpses of the slain goblins poured into her memories and asked why they had died and she had not. She herself began to ask herself this very question. Why her and not them? The spirit of the sword answered this question, that she was destined to survive and avenge all her brethren. The man in the person of Haru was supposed to survive and use the demon sword to take revenge on the enemies of the village. The only one who could take revenge on them is Haru. Now, she must continue the attack and fight the one who destroyed her entire village. Hendrik was surprised how, after such an attack, she was able to get up and still have a lot of strength to attack. Haru's sword and power caught up with him and almost struck, but her strength had left her. Apparently, her forces were at their absolute limit, and this was not enough for revenge yet, and they, together with Hendrik, collapsed to the ground, exhausted by the intense battle. Vulcan and Hyuk immediately rushed to them to find out if everything was okay with them. Hendrik was perfectly fine, because the sword had lost its power before the blow was even struck, due to pure exhaustion. The only convenient way to regain her strength was to let Haru sleep. The extreme use of the sword's power had greatly exhausted her body. She needed to rest properly. Miho was near the bed and was worried about Haru. A little further away stood Hyuk and was talking about something with Hendrik. Hendrik was not allowed to see her yet, until she got used to the fact that he was her new ally. Hyuk invited him to go with him to the second floor, and there, he said that until Haru accepted him as an ally, he should live on the second floor for now. Hendrik thanked him for his concern, but Hyuk was not concerned about him, but about the goblin girl. Haru began to come to her senses, and the first thing she saw was Miho in front of her. The girl remembered that it was her brother's daughter from Gumaho. After completing the quest, Hyuk came up and asked if she was awake and how she felt. Haru said she was feeling better, and Miho greeted him as her dad. But having said these words, she switched off again. Apparently, she only had enough strength for that. Hyuk warned Miho not to call Haru Yuni's girlfriend, or she might die. Haru was resting and didn't hear Miho and Chajin's conversation. After some time, Haru felt better and was collected before the road. All her belongings, such as a broken sword and the clothes on her back, were collected. Miho also said that she was going, but she called Hyuk Appa instead of Dad. It's clear that Haru had taught her this. Who else would have come up with this idea? She explained everything to Miho kindly, that it was not Dad, but his older brother Hyuk. He handed everyone strange scrolls and told them not to tear them apart until the right moment. These were teleportation scrolls, but Vulcan did not receive such a scroll, and began to wonder why he did not have scroll. Without answering, Hyuk packed Vulcan into the soul vessel and took him with him before being placed in the vessel. Vulcan was furious that he was being used as a mere item and put into the inventory. In an instant, the entire group, using the scrolls, moved to the hall that the Golden Lich had prepared. Everyone was shocked by what they saw, because the hall was rightfully and luxuriously made. But all this was only thanks to magic and money. Haru froze when she saw a goblin standing next to her, not pretending to notice her. It was Gino, Haru's grandfather. Hyuk and Vulcan were relieved that Haru had finally met a member of her own kind. Their joy was interrupted by the noise of the doors open and the appearance of the Lich. Displeased with the other's lateness, he entered with the puppeteer and was angry that someone did not arrive on time or early. But the whole reason was to bring the goblins together. The puppeteer realized that before him was Cha Jin, the Death Star who had died 10 years ago. The whole group sat at the table and discussed the information that they had managed to collect during their many battles. It turns out from the information that 4 great creatures destroyed Hyuk and Hendrik, and also destroyed the village on the 100th floor. It all sounded very strange. And now there were 3 witnesses to the great crimes, and all of them were now in this very room. This means that no one had any doubts about the guild's goal of pure revenge. It was time to turn this whole rotten world inside the tower completely upside down. Now, it was decided to continue conquering the tower, but now as a powerful guild. Everyone left the hall, and Haru called out to her grandfather, who had come out before everyone else and was about to leave. She hoped that Gino would go to conquer the tower with everyone else, but the answer was different. But the old man had no place next to the rest of the raid participants. The whole point was that the anger of both had softened when they saw each other, and this could have become an obstacle to their revenge. After all, it was impossible to allow the goblin's last blade to become dull because of an old man like him, and so that no one would look for him. He changed his name from Gino to Mu Young. That is, the one who has no name. And now he was an ordinary blacksmith. But Haru wanted to remember his revenge and never forget, since Gino, that is, Mu Young, was no longer a goblin. Hyuk had a task for him. He approached the Lich and informed him that he would establish a guild base on the 100th floor. But Mu Young needed to survey the goblin village first. The Lich was not against it, but he asked who would head its branch, and the answer was obvious. Gino, indeed. This old man knew the surroundings of the village well, and had lived on the 100th floor for many, many years. The puppeteer was sent along with the old man to help him settle there. The puppeteer agreed, and they set off on their journey together with Mu Young. Once the goals of each guild member had been determined, it was time to move forward. Since they are called Confrontation, it is worth justifying this powerful name. They moved to the safe zone of the 11th level and found themselves in a new village. The last one to emerge from the portal was Hyuk, deep in his own thought. The tower on the 11th floor marked the beginning of their journey, to conquer the entire tower. Now, everyone who had killed him in his past life will be avenged, no matter how strong they all become. He will destroy them all. But Hyuk didn't immediately notice the girl who came out of the portal right behind him. This girl was a bounty hunter and decided to watch these people. For now, this continued until the 50th floor, which the guild members reached without any problems. Rumors of reaching this floor spread faster than the heroes could conquer the floors. On the 50th floor, guards prevented the further conquest of the tower, but it was no longer important. Against the living guards, Hyuk summoned the guards of the dead, and they began to fight just as they once did when they were alive. They had only one order: to destroy everyone who stood in the way of the master. And all the guards rushed at Hyuk. But how naive they were to attack the necromancer with his own army. After all, in addition to the army, his comrades also covered each other. So the guards had zero chance of defeating the guild members. A representative of the royal guild came out to the noise of the battle and could not believe his own eyes. An army of the dead stood right before him. It was strange to him that it was under his rule that these demons had appeared, and that he would now have to fight them, and he went to attack Cha Jin's army. But it was far too late. Although in his anger, he was able to kill several dozen soldiers. The army did not become weaker from this, but on the contrary, having decided to summon the golems, this naive head of the guild of the Sacred Kingdom intended to deal with the impudent ones, ordering his golems to attack and tear the insolent ones apart. The leader froze in absolute horror. Hendrik cut them all down with one single blow, and there was nothing left to defend the kingdom with. It was a shock for the leader to see a dragon, alongside a bunch of simple newbies. Before he knew what had happened, Hyuk appeared behind him and lifted the man onto his back. He needed information about the guild that lived on the 50th floor. Its name was Shikari. Hyuk could not become the enemies of the 9 stars. They became them 10 years ago when they killed his body. All the guilds that met on the floors were utterly destroyed, and the Confrontation Guild moved onward. It was time to do as much damage as possible to the guilds, under the patronage of the Pellans, and deal them a truly crushing blow. With each new victory, more and more people began to fear the ghostly mask, and more rumors were born from this. Bale's quest was in full swing, because now Hyuk had seen everything, and everyone up to the 100th floor. Vulcan and Hendrik were not pleased to hear that information was being thrown around so very easily. I'm just tired of looking for information about the Nine. Let her look for it herself now. Although his magical power was not very pumped up, but in combination with his other characteristics, it gave him a chance to deal with everyone already at this level. But there was no normal weapon for his attacks. Hendrik suggested that Hyuk still had a weapon from Muyang, and it was much better than what the Lich had gotten. This reminder upset Haru, and Miho scolded Hendrik for it. I'll have to go to where I could get some weapons and cheer up Haru a little bit there. It meant the black market on the 51st floor, and there you could sometimes buy extremely rare items. He promised to buy something if he liked it. Miho also wanted something from the auction, and for Appa to buy it for her. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by the noise of a falling thing that resembled a powerful bomb. There was an explosion, and all participants were thrown to the sides by the immense shockwave. They aimed at Hyuk point blank and tried to finish him off, but he managed to dodge. It was a shot from a plasma pistol, but not from this world. The attacks continued, and the buildings were destroyed. Each time, the bounty hunter targeted the guild members with the intention of completely destroying them. Hendrik was the first to try to destroy this uninvited guest and put an end to the brutal attacks. Hendrik's blow was, to his surprise, deflected by some transparent thing, and the attack failed. He couldn't believe his eyes, and when the huntress put on her helmet, he mistook her for a machine, having repelled another attack of the dragon. The girl continued to fight as if nothing had ever happened. Now, Haru and Miho joined the battle and attacked the girl in the suit. The simultaneous attack did not lead to anything good and only made the very air shake. The stranger's suit worked, and she floated in the air from the jet, wings on her back. Numerous bombs rained down on the girls from above, and the explosions caused considerable injuries to them. Everyone was now lying on the ground, and the huntress was hovering high above them, preparing for her new attacks. She had expected more from this so-called guild, and was upset that she had weak opponents in front of her. But how wrong she was. Hyuk and Hendrik both charged at her, but she dodged. Both had missed, but the attack continued with a renewed vigor. The huntress pointed her weapon at Hendrik, just as Hyuk swung his mighty weapon. But both reacted in time and were safe. Before the attack could continue, the huntress decided to tell the two something very important. The girl's name was Shane, a bounty hunter, and she came here for trophies. Hyuk and Hendrik were shocked by the news that such a strange guest had come to visit them. This means that someone had ordered them, and it was necessary to find out from her who it could be. She only added that they are her trophies. Hendrik just grinned and began to attack the girl, but she stopped him and said that she was not going to kill them now. But there was one condition. She suggested making a bet that would be beneficial to all of them. The conditions were that if they won the battle with her, she would tell them who had paid for their heads. Because of such sheer impudence, Hendrik wanted to cut off the impudent girl's head, but Hyuk stopped him. If the 9 or the 4 creatures had paid for their heads, then without that information, they would be in very bad shape. This meant that it was necessary to hear the terms of the bet and make it. She enjoyed fighting the strongest creatures, and the bet was about that. The bet was to fight her. The bet didn't sound very strange, but the huntress had one more condition. The main condition was to keep all 3 participants in the battle alive. Something else was strange. It was fighting at only half strength. And also, there shouldn't be any calls from Hyuk. Hendrik liked the fact that even with her limbs cut off, she would be able to tell them everything. The conditions were agreed upon, and the battle could now begin. The helmet was on autopilot and began attacking Hyuk in order to defeat him. It was too easy for him, and he didn't pay any attention to it. Besides everything else, the huntress herself was attacking him, apparently deciding to deal with him first. But the dragon was already visible behind her, and certainly did not intend to let her go so very easily. Hyuk's spiritual shield was put up just in time. It turned out to be a hologram of a girl's figure, and Hendrik struck Cha Jin's powerful shield. The blow hit the necromancer's shield and was about to shatter. Both participants in the battle almost injured each other. The girl did not understand why they attacked at random, or simply wanted to destroy her all alone. Hyuk grabbed Hendrik by his clothes and demanded to know what this all meant. They argued with each other about what to do with this stranger. The girl got tired of this and called out to them. A strange thing was visible above the girl, and it seemed to be aiming at the 2 disputants below. That's right, it was a strange weapon, and Shane reported that it was a railgun. From all appearances, This thing did not bode well for the necromancer and the dragon. A railgun blast scattered them far apart. But Hyuk used teleportation, and they found themselves further away from the deadly battle site. Hendrik was angry and asked why they had run away. But Hyuk covered his scream with his hand and pointed to the drone that was flying nearby. Shane's weapon was clearly not of this world, just like she was. It is quite possible that she came from a parallel dimension, since the tower was connected to many different worlds, since her weapon was much higher in level than the one here. In order to win, it was necessary to come up with something else. Meanwhile, Shane was looking for the fugitives to continue the attack. Hyuk appeared as suddenly as he had disappeared, and hovered in the air in front of the girl. He decided to transfer some of his power to Hendrik and see what would come of it. Hyuk cast spell after powerful spell to make everything work, and didn't pay any attention to the huntress. She thought that he was attacking her with something incredibly strong, but he simply decided to attack her with a simple spell. But she didn't think that for very long. Hendrik felt a great surge of new strength and went on the attack against Shane. She repelled the attack and thought she had nailed her opponent, but it was not so. But she couldn't believe it. In front of her stood either a demon or a dragon, and this was no longer an equal opponent for her. The blow and the lightning attack caused a bruise to the girl, but not a fatal one. Hyuk transferred his power to Hendrik, and also endowed him with the skills and buffs of a huntress. Now it's time to show your true mastery of the multiclasser spell. And now, Hendrik's attacks were much faster, stronger, and more powerful than they ever were before. Although the girl tried to repel the dragon's attacks, it was all in vain. Blow after powerful blow, attack after brutal attack, the battle went on, and the huntress began to understand that her strength was already running out. It was now time to use the Fire Dragon spell, and this attack was her last. The Thunder Dragon had colossal attack power, and for a living person, it was sheer, certain death. Shane managed to fly up, and the sword hit the ground without causing any damage. But Hendrik had apparently stepped into one of the deadly traps, and now, something much worse was in store for him. It was a nuclear mine that could destroy the dragon once and for all. Even Hyuk managed to react to avoid, ending up at the epicenter of the massive explosion. The shot and the bullet got him, hitting him in the chest from behind. The dragon could no longer fight, and the girl decided to finish off the ghostly mass since he was wounded. She was wrong to think so, because the dragon was still alive and was eager to attack. Hendrik transformed into a red dragon and was full of fury and strength for the battle. Now, the girl began to understand that she had been deceived, and that not even a small part of the force had been used against her. Hendrik was full of a terrible anger, because this huntress had forced him to become the dragon he so hated. The attack from the dragon's mouth was an unexpected turn in the epic battle. Creatures of such overwhelming might, as she now truly understood. But she had yet to reveal her own final, devastating trump cards, and was also preparing her own response to the dragon's furious attack. She conjured a terrifying multitude of railguns, attacking the dragon with their absolute maximum power. The colossal assault brought absolutely no success, and the mighty dragon did not even feel the blow. Shane was at a loss, struggling to comprehend how this creature could resist her single most powerful and destructive weapon. Hendrik took flight, preparing to launch another devastating attack from the air, but without the intent of killing his new opponent. Turning around in midair, he headed directly towards a girl, intending to make her beg for her own death. Another blistering fire attack, and the girl would have to do something desperate to repel it. Once again, her drone assisted the girl in repelling the onslaught, although the powerful barrier managed to block the attack. Everything around them collapsed from the immense shockwave. Meanwhile, Hyuk stood nearby and attempted to heal the deep wound from the bullets, although it was incredibly difficult. After Hendrik's terrifying transformation, all of his powerful buffs and defensive techniques had vanished. Apparently, all the ambient mana was now controlled by the dragon's essence. Shane had to admit that the dragon was incredibly strong, but it would still have to be shot down. Having multiplied her own copy, she now tried to shoot the dragon with all her blasters at once, and finally finish him off. It was strange to think that these copies were a product of mana, since all the mana was now being controlled by Hendrik. The answer was simple. It was pure science, not magic. All the holograms attacked the dragon at the exact same time, but it didn't seem to matter to him. These bullets were utterly useless against his mind, as they did not cause even the most minimal amount of damage. But then Shane decided to use her most powerful and deadly gun against the dragon. And this time, it was far more powerful than simple blasters. It was her most powerful and most terrible weapon, one which could end the life of any living creature. Then, the dragon decided to attack the huntress with all of his might. He prepared his most powerful spell, and Shane, her most deadly weapon. The shock wave from the spell, and the shots scattered through the air, and it knocked down the mighty dragon. The blinding light from the explosion was brighter than the sun during the day, and it illuminated the entire area at the site of the impact. There was a huge crater with a dragon in the very middle. The antimatter bomb had done its job. Due to the sheer, excessive power, the plane could no longer fly, and the huntress ordered it to rest. But the dragon began to rise, and Shane could not believe. How could he still fight in such a terrible state? But it was only a deception. Hendrik fell unconscious to the ground and never rose again. Just as she was thinking this, and was glad that she had finally dealt with the dragon, Hyuk called out to her. There were two of them against her alone, and Hyuk was still very much alive, and he intended to continue the epic battle with her. But his handsome face won't save him from death by my weapon. Her weapons were more than enough against him, and she would deal with him with utter ease. Having lifted the scales of the red dragon and partially absorbing them, he was not sure that the girl would emerge victorious. It was a great shock to her, and it was the first time she had seen a person absorb an object and take over its immense power. Hyuk repeated that they needed the information from the girl, and absolutely nothing more. In any case, they will receive it, either voluntarily or by force from the girl. The girl couldn't believe that there was still a person standing in front of her. Hyuk had gained the power of a dragon from absorbing the scales, and could now decide the fate of this huntress in his favor. Now it is clear why dragons are considered the masters of all mana, and that he now had an incredible excess of it. It would have been easy for him now to attack and put a final end to the battle. And now, the spear of the god, Odin, Gungnir, had even greater power and strength than ever before. And although the girl was ready to repel the attack, she still did not understand that this was the very end for her. Odin's spear and the power of 10 fingers, now with the magic of the ancient dragon, attacked the girl with incredible lightning speed, faster and even faster. The girl didn't understand whether Hyuk was from the dragon race, or whether his scales had made him so omnipotent. Her reasoning was interrupted by Cha-Jin, who attacked her while she was gathering her thoughts on what was going on. Reflecting the attack was completely useless because of force, many times more powerful than her own, was now falling upon her. And now, the huntress's boasting had come to naught. She got very angry, and now she was going to finish off this newbie from the 50th floor. Since there was no other way, the Chimera railgun weapon should have destroyed this dragon, as well as the previous one. But she had miscalculated, and whoever is stronger will be shown by the end of the battle. Hyuk, like Hendrik, could use the power of breath, and flames fell towards the huntress. This attack destroyed the hunter's vaunted weapon, and the attack now reached her herself. Now she lay unconscious on the ground, and the attack was fatal for her. But Cha-Jin suddenly felt that the dragon's magic powers were slowly fading away. He spat out the dragon's scales, and it became clear that he was not yet able to absorb such great energy from the dragon. Now it was necessary to examine the girl and what had happened to her, because the attack had been nearly fatal for her. After a while, she awoke, but could not move because of the terrible pain throughout her entire body. Hendrik sat next to her as if nothing had ever happened, and Hyuk showed no signs of the recent brutal battle. The dragon had come to his senses much earlier, and he and Cha-Jin did not wake the girl until she awoke herself. There was some kind of invisible border around the trio, and the huntress asked what was going on. Hyuk replied that since everything around them was destroyed, he had set up a barrier and protected their peace. For some time, she felt like she was being made fun of, but she was deeply wrong. The girl admitted her utter defeat against these two powerful warriors. She had underestimated Hendrik and Hyuk, and it was strange why she had agreed to the bet at all. She thought it would be fun to fight the dragon himself, and didn't want to miss out on such a grand chance. The Tower Conquerors did not like this. Fighting for fun did not suit them at all. Both were floor 0 dragons, and Shane had decided to test which of them was stronger. But she lost the battle. Hendrik was flattered and could not object. The conversation had dragged on, and the huntress was asked to explain who had set the bounty on the guild's heads, and why. She began to say that the reward for their heads was very high, and she was chosen to carry out the order. But the whole problem was that the bounty on their heads was not set by a single person, but by several. The guild union has put a bounty on their heads. Hendrik could not understand what kind of union this was and what it represented. The girl said that because of the punishments, they cannot be attacked by the higher floors. The whole point was that the higher floors could not attack the lower ones, but due to the guilds of these floors, the entire chain stretched from the bottom all the way up. Hendrik realized that if he pulled the strings of the lower floors, it would not be difficult to determine who was behind all of this. But there was no need to find out all of this now, because Hyuk already understood who was behind all of this. Of all the tower's conquerors, he knew only one could do such a terrible thing, and that was Kane. Kane owned the Sangha Guild Alliance. The girl didn't say anything, but after Cha Jin's reasoning, she said that he had guessed correctly, and that it was this alliance that was behind all of this. Meanwhile, the entire 9 stars, led by Kane and Carmen Pellin, had gathered at the Sangha Guild Union. Donis Taylog, a great swordsman, immediately noticed and asked why he had gathered them all together. One of the guilds was going through hard times and needed to intervene, but Carmen intervened in the heated discussion. She and her brother were arguing about where the Phantom Mask would attack next. Donesa asked Kane if he was sure that the next attack would not be on the Sanaa Guild. He considered the Phantom Mask as a single, lone sprout that he was going to attack and completely destroy. It turns out that this ghostly mask is the reject of the sprouts, and they all had to be utterly destroyed. Everyone was interested in who, and most importantly, how it should have been done, and they decided to hire a person for this. And that person turned out to be Shane, and he decided that he would send her to carry out the task. They had caught her on the 300th floor, and offered her a deal in exchange for her very life. 2 of the 9 stars quickly dealt with her, and were ready to destroy her if she had refused. And after the mission had failed, they came back for her to kill her also due to the leak of sensitive information. The traces of the ghost mask became weak and difficult to track, and the monster Camille, in the form of a snake, was given the order to destroy and eat the huntress. Meanwhile, Haru was unconscious and heard a voice calling to her for help. She woke up from a voice calling her name. Miho and Hyuk stood next to her and asked if she was okay. The girl asked where the huntress girl and that strange dragon were. They were being followed, and Hendrik knew it because Shane had warned him about it. Well, since Haru was okay, it was time to go where they had been planning to go for a very long time. She had forgotten that they were going to the black market and just smirked at it. Seeing the goodies, Miho asked Hyuk to buy them for her. Well, before the auction opens, we could go for a walk. In Haru's head, all thoughts were about the dream where the voice had asked to save him. Hyuk noticed her thoughtfulness and asked what was wrong with her and if she wanted something to eat. A minute later, Miho was already carrying a whole bunch of goodies with her and offering everyone a snack together. But Cha Jin was worried about the goblin's condition. It was somehow strange. But for the auction, it was necessary to disguise Cha Jin's companions a little, and the talk was primarily about Haru. He turned her clothes into a beautiful new outfit, and she was over the moon to see such beautiful clothes. Miho will remain in the form of Fox, and that will be enough. At the entrance to the auction, they were greeted by auction representatives, asking them to proceed. The Lich's card meant that Hyuk and his companions had VIP seats. Only a nobleman with a very powerful sponsor could receive such a black card. The representatives' behavior caused great dissatisfaction on the part of the trio, but everything was in order and they were escorted to their place. The representative asked them to follow him to their seats in the VIP box. Everyone at the auction immediately switched their conversations to him upon seeing the ghostly mask. They arrived on site, and now, when the auction began, all they had to do to raise the price was to press a button in front. Hyuk asked the servant not to come in until he was called. It was time for the auction, and silence reigned in the hall as everyone waited for the bidding to finally begin. Miho was bought Nariga, which allowed her to summon various animals. So far, there have only been some not very good items at the auction, but the people haven't gone anywhere. Something was wrong here, on a small floor, and so many people. But when the next lot was announced, Haru suddenly became not herself. She jumped off her balcony and rushed to the place that was covered with a dark blanket. She was in a hurry to save the one whose voice was bothering her, and was coming from under the blanket, trying to save the one who had called to her. Haru did not pay attention to anyone. The guards stood in her way, ready to repel the goblin's attack. She demanded that they not interfere with her, and was ready to attack anyone who got in her way. One of the auction participants prevented her from striking, and successfully blocked it. The second fat man stood nearby and was also against this girl. Touching his new thing, Hyuk came down to help Haru, and now it was his battle, too. The two stood to the side and did not understand what was happening. Hyuk hurried to Haru and asked what had happened, but she only pointed to the lot and that she had heard a voice. From there, the auction continued, and the lot was represented by a goblin hairpin. It was this very hairpin that the goblin remembered from her childhood, and it was from it that the desperate voice came. Haru was furious that her race's belongings had been stolen and then put up for auction. Hyuk stopped her and told her to trust him. The bidding began with 100,000 gold coins for the hairpin. The prices were rising rapidly, and the last word had not yet been said. The fat man offered a sum of 1 million for the hairpin, which he wanted to add to his vast collection. But Hyuk and Haru had different opinions on this matter. Apparently, he wanted to get a souvenir from the hairpin, since he couldn't make a stuffed animal out of Haru. She wanted to attack, but Hyuk stopped her and announced the price for the lot at 3 million gold. No one could beat 3 million, and the lot was awarded to 3. Nobody expected this, because everyone thought that the ghost mask didn't have that kind of money, with such a high price for the lot. They had attracted far too much attention, and it was worth leaving this place as quickly as possible. He turned to the auctioneer and asked him to quickly pack the item and end the auction. On the street, Haru thanked Hyuk for the purchase, but she should have thanked Lich because it was his money. The voice of the hairpin thanked the goblin for saving him. The soul of the hairpin was now free, and Haru was calm about her actions. But from behind, a swordsman attacked Hyuk, but the attack failed. The attack was repelled, and Cha-Jin saw that it was the auction participant and the fat man who wanted the hairpin. Now it's clear, he saw them at the auction. This swordsman and that fat guy behind. The fat man did not like these words, and he prepared to attack the girl. Hyuk warned that the two of them would suffer if they did not leave here immediately. The fat man needed the girl herself to make a stuffed animal out of her for his collection. But Haru had her own opinion and sword on this matter. Haru's attack failed because her opponent had a large hammer. It was more powerful than her own sword. Hyuk wanted to say something to Haru, but the swordsman interrupted him with a powerful attack. Haru decided to use her combat foresight and finish off the fat man, and having dodged his attack, she herself went into battle with him. But a cloud of poison was released from the hammer, and the goblin was not allowed to inhale it. She tried to hold her breath, but it didn't help. He pinned the goblin to the ground, and now she was in his very hands. Everyone who had reached this floor had to have at least one ace up their sleeve. He had a poison that had paralyzed the goblin, and now he could do whatever he wanted. Haru couldn't allow herself to die because of some mere poison. After all, she had not yet taken her sweet revenge. The fat man took out his knife and decided to finish off the goblin once and for all. Haru had no chance to dodge. In an instant, the fat man's hand with the knife flew off from Hyuk's attack, who had arrived in time and saved the girl. The fat man didn't understand why the poison didn't work on a newbie, but Hyuk only replied that the poison didn't scare him. A stuffed animal of the fat man would have been quite nice, but for his crime, he had to die. The fat man screamed in agony, but Hyuk thought that wasn't enough, and he intended to deal with this upstart. There was nothing left to do but cut off the other hand for the sake of symmetry. But his attack was thwarted by a swordsman who attacked from behind, but Hyuk reacted in time. In response, the 5 fingers attacked the swordsman, but he managed to react. The battle continued, and attacks came alternately from one side and then the other. The swordsman had underestimated Haru and Hyuk, seeing their fighting style and unique technique. He couldn't believe that there was a mere newbie in front of him. Most likely, there was a veteran of the upper floors standing in front of him, rather than a simple newbie. The swordsman dodged the attacks, but his days were numbered. He ordered the fat man to disappear, because they couldn't get out of this situation together. How could a fat man pass up the opportunity to make a stuffed animal out of a live goblin? But the terms of the agreement said that the fat man was not allowed to interfere. If that was the case, the fat man had to disappear, and the fat man decided to get away from the battlefield at full speed. But while running away, he hit Miho and took Haru's hairpin from her. Haru rushed after the fat man, but the swordsman tried to stop her. But Hyuk intercepted him, and it was not so easy to escape from him. The city streets were illuminated as if it were daylight, but it was only for a single moment. The city was collapsing under the attacks of the swordsman and the necromancer. The attacks continued at full force, but Hyuk was already getting tired of it, and he decided to destroy this little rat, who was afraid to climb a single floor, let alone 50. The swordsman's anger was at its limit, and Cha-Jin took full advantage of it. Although the attack was strong, it did not produce any visible results, and the swordsman repelled attack after brutal attack. Now from the walker. For Hyuk, This was a weak opponent. In an instant, the sword cut the swordsman's body to pieces. Now it was a corpse. This swordsman had reached the 431st floor, and there he had seen true betrayal. But it was there that he had lost his very eyes. This anger gave the swordsman strength for one final attack, but it was all in vain. The attack did not bring any results, and his anger only prevented me from attacking wisely. Hyuk was also betrayed, but then he had died, unlike the swordsman. But despite this, the swordsman's psyche was incredibly weak, and now his end has finally come. His blow knocked the swordsman out, and he was no longer able to continue the battle. Having pinned the swordsman to the ground, Hyuk decided to end this grand performance. And now he decided not just to kill him, but to destroy him completely, once and for all. The fat man, meanwhile, ran toward a busy street in the hope of hiding there, but he couldn't get there. He naively thought he would get lost in the crowded streets, but he was far too late. A blow of the sword, and the fat man was no longer in a hurry. Haru's blow had cut him in half, and now his collection will never be replenished with anyone else. But the girl noticed a strange object and decided to take it to Hyuk. The swordsman was much luckier, and Cha-Jin let him go to complete his own revenge. But after that, he will definitely destroy him. They will both be waiting for this final meeting. After the battle, Hyuk returned to the auction and spoke with Vulcan. Vulcan joked that he had become soft and had let his enemy go, instead of killing him. While they were arguing, Haru ran into the room, all excited. Vulcan asked about the fat man who had threatened her, to which he received the answer that no one would ever see him again. But she added that among his things, there was this strange thing. The card was similar to Hyuk's own card, but it was for something other than just payment. That's right, this card was a pass to secret auctions. It allowed one to participate in high-ranking secret auctions and obtain items there that were much more valuable and more powerful than those currently on this floor. But his thoughts were interrupted by Haru, who wanted to ask him something. She apologized for her misbehavior, which almost caused everyone to suffer greatly. He just said that everything was fine and that he wasn't mad at her. After all, he understood and knew what this hairpin truly meant to her. They agreed to be more cool-headed about revenge in the future and continued the auction. Having handed over the pass card, they went into the VIP seats of the new auction, which was still going on, but there were far fewer people. The last lot for the day stood on the great platform. This was a special lot, as it foreshadowed a rare item or a relic. Everyone perked up and waited impatiently for the announcement of what had actually happened there. There was a cage under the curtain, and a moment later, it lifted and everyone saw the lot. The cage meant either a creature or a powerful relic. Hyuk was nervous because he didn't understand what was actually there. In the cage was a dark elf slave who had been captured in an ambush. It was a very strange feeling, because Hyuk felt both the aura of a dark elf and a high-ranking elf. But he didn't understand why the dark elves were subject to demonic powers. The pure mana of the elves was from the deity, but they had never crossed paths. Vulcan suggested that perhaps someone had influenced them externally. It couldn't be that this girl was influenced by the four great beings. The bidding for the elf was at 1.5 million. The entire bidding was interrupted by the announcement of one of the participants about the price of 5 million. 5.5 million gold coins was voiced by Hamiel, an elf of the Nita level. The dark elf was furious at this action by her once former sister. She promised to kill her first if she managed to escape from the cage. Hamiel reassured him that it would be better for her to buy the dark elf than for some complete stranger to do so. It would be better if she became a pet of her own race. The auctioneer decided to end the bidding, and since there were no objections, he proposed to end the auction. But the end of the auction was interrupted by Hyuk, who announced the price of 10 million for the lot. The elf looked at Hyuk and said, "How dare he beat her amount?" In response, she only received the nickname of a stupid pigeon. The slave did not understand why this man was buying her. Hamiel was angry that some man had his eye on her thing. She won't be able to force him to refuse to buy the lot. She mocked him, believing that he didn't have even close to that amount. It was a confrontation between a demon and a deity, and she decided to offer 11 million. She didn't have any more. But Cha-Jin immediately named the sum of 20 million, and the elf gave in. If there were no objections, he sent her away and advised her not to interfere any further. She couldn't believe that some person could pay such a sum for an elf. The time will come when this stupid pigeon and her entire race will be completely destroyed. But for now, they alone cannot defeat them all. But so far, everything has been resolved with mere money. The elf wondered where he had gotten so much money. The auction continued, and the hammer struck 3 times, thus ending the bidding for the lot. the bidding ended, and the auctioneer asked them to wait until the slave was brought. After handing the key to Hyuk, he left. Haru was worried about Hyuk. She was worried that now her brother would also have a slave. Hyuk looked at her in surprise and asked if he looked crazy enough to have slaves. But Vulcan objected that he was a slave. But Hyuk answered him in the same way, that he was a spirit and nothing more. Haru apologized for mistaking her brother for the kind of person who owned slaves. Their argument was interrupted by Hamel. She introduced herself to everyone in the room and said that she was an elf, and her name was Hamel. If she had come for the lot, she could go to the next world, as one such auction participant had already done. No, her intentions were only one of pure interest. She asked why, and for what purpose, he had bought himself this elf. After all, she wanted to get to know Hyuk better and more. But she had already reported the company to those above her. He could have killed her, and it wouldn't have been a problem, but he wouldn't have had the strength to fight. The other creatures passing by. Haru. She angered the girl by reminding her about the hairpin, and she also said that it was she who had burned it, and that it would never be seen again. This pigeon was not hunting for the lot. She was sent to annoy Haru, but she remained cool and did not show her anger. Apparently, they will soon meet this impudent elf again. She only said that she would wait for them on the 100th floor. He wanted to ask what else she knew, but she had disappeared without a single trace. Haru and Hyuk went outside the city, but Vulcan was ordered to guard them. No one was supposed to hear the owner's private conversation, and the demonic soldiers were supposed to protect the owner and Haru. From this, the elf in the cage asked what this man wanted from her. They reassured her that if they had wanted to kill her, they would not have brought Miho and Haru here. But the elf didn't seem to care, because everyone was on the same team except for her. It was her right to believe them or not. Her name was Elian von Yggdrasil. Her surname signified her belonging to the royal line of the sacred tree of the elves, and this meant that in front of them was a representative of the royal family. Meanwhile, everyone who wanted to take revenge on the auction violator was approaching the forest. This elf was still young, and when she grew up, she could well become a very powerful demon. This elf and that impudent pigeon had similar features, but this one was perfect for the role of a rebel. The shackles prevented her from releasing her power and attack. She decided to wait for the right moment. But before he let her go, he asked her something. First, he opened the cage and asked her to get up and come out to them. She immediately tried to snatch the key from the man, but she missed. He advised her not to take unnecessary risks and to stop this stupid idea. With the key, she asked what he wanted to do with her, because they wouldn't even look for her in this place. Maybe he wanted to be alone with her. But Haru's voice cut through, declaring that a child was present, and that her sworn brother was no such lecherous deviant. The divine and demonic entities relentlessly taunted Hyuk from the ether, but he furiously sent them away, commanding them not to interfere. However, their argument was shattered by a blinding flash of light nearby. The entire point was that the number of enemies surrounding them was growing exponentially, and Balkan could barely contend with the overwhelming horde. His demonic soldiers were barely able to handle the relentless attackers. Apparently, the inhabitants of all 50 floors had descended upon this forest at once. Balkan reported that the enemies' numbers were swelling, and that there would be an even greater legion on their campaign. Hyuk commanded Miho and Haru to assist Balkan, and to let no one pass until he had concluded his conversation. But Haru was consumed with jealousy of her brother towards this mysterious elf, because she was undeniably beautiful and looked magnificent. Hyuk asked if Elione wished to converse, and she requested a drink so that she might be able to speak. Meanwhile, Balkan and the girls waged war against a horde of powerful enemies. Balkan's aid arrived just in time, and he used mass arrests on his enemies. The Soul Thorn spell helped to overcome this relentless wave of foes, but that was only for the moment. Elione finally began to speak with Hyuk after drinking some of the wine. If you're so much stronger than your companions, then why did you let that winged one escape when you could have killed her? But he replied that, for now, he could not achieve anything by brute force. He suppressed such desires for the sake of a much higher goal. And the elf then continued the conversation, telling a tragic story about herself. Many years ago, she took her own father's life, not from any hatred, but to save their sacred kingdom. The only way she could obtain the technique from her father was by killing him and cutting his heart in half. Inside his chest, instead of a normal heart, there was a fruit from the sacred tree, Yggdrasil. But this was a tradition passed down from generation to generation. But she had to hurry and consume this fruit. so that the future of the kingdom would not be so gloomy. But hot on the heels of her father and the alien, her brother and sister followed to kill and seize the fetus. Her brother, Alad, had sold out his own countrymen to the great beings and became a vile traitor to his father and to her. The father was shocked that he and his daughter were found so quickly and asked only that she eat the fruit as quickly as possible. She didn't have enough time to do this, and the fruit was split into pieces by a powerful blow from Alad's sword. And Hamel smashed the remains of the fruit into pieces. And she also had betrayed everyone and everything. But that was truly nothing compared to the punishment she had prepared for Elliot. She held a vessel pulsating with demonic power in her hands, and now she was going to transform the high elf, Elian, into a demon. Hamiel tried to put an end to her sister's noble and sacred lineage, and she intended to do it in such a way that Eleonora would slowly perish in her new, grotesque form. Hyuk understood from the girl's own words that the great creatures were also hunting the powerful elves, but even they were not able to contend with the elves of the 300th floor, all by themselves. Apparently, they used Eyelid and Hamiel as traitors to their own kind. Elione finished her sad tale of how she wanted to help others, but she herself was the one betrayed. No, this elf story was just beginning, and she still had to finish off her offenders. And as long as one of them is still alive, her story will never truly end. Hyuk offered her a place among them to take revenge on her enemies, and they would surely help her with this. Haru was haunted by the thought of her brother and that beautiful elf. Will the two of them be enough? Or maybe there will be something between the two of them. Or maybe she will become his chosen one. And then Haru will stop being Hyuk's little sister. She decided to go back to them and have a talk. But there was a powerful blow from behind, and Cha-Jin was now rushing to her aid. He arrived just in time when the Red Orc was about to attack Haru. The elf had left, and Haru had no more questions about her. The elf refused his offer until she had sorted herself out. She could not yet take revenge on her own brothers and sisters. After all, she couldn't yet take revenge with even greater force. After all, Hyuk was also going to take revenge on everyone who had betrayed him. He said that. He had decided to take revenge on both the Nine and the Great Beings, but he could not possibly do it all alone. To her, it was just a grumble and nothing more. She was about to leave, and so far, her answer was a refusal of the offer. She needed to gain a strength comparable to Hyuk's, and then she would return to him. In the end, she only asked what his real name was, and he replied that his name was Cha-Jin Hyuk, the Death Star. She remembered about spiritual master Cha-Jin, but the secret of his death circumstances was now clear to her. She only answered that as a necromancer. He could take her body or her soul for himself. After her death, the girl vanished, and Cha-Jin rushed to help his friends. If all the conversations are now over, then it's time to hurry and get out of here before the others arrive. It was time to reach the 60th floor. It was not safe for them to stay here any longer. The Golden Lich will be there too, but he had already fought on his way to this very floor. He was being attacked by more and more enemies, and apparently there would be even more. There was a whole army against him, and it was more difficult for him to fight all alone. The puppeteer also held back attacks from the outside, from the guards of the Sacred Kingdom. It was impossible to allow the Nine to learn about the connection between the opposition and the company of the Golden Lich. The Lich was not allowed to show himself, and it was up to the puppeteer and his puppets to defend this place. And then the leader of the gang that attacked the Golden Lich's company appeared. I managed to dodge the attack of this brute, but my strength was at its very limit. This big guy was the head of the giant hippopotamus guild, and his name was Jose Yon. So that's what these impudent people wanted. They needed to turn the entire city into smoldering ruins. Bacolio was talking to the fat man next to him about something, about the puppeteer. Next to him stood Jose Yin, the leader of the giant behemoth guild, and both of them wanted to destroy the puppeteer and receive a grand reward for him. One wanted to grab a single piece of the pie, and the other wanted to take it all for himself. Jose Yin did not give up. And if it were not for the stolen information from Holio, he himself could have destroyed the loot and taken it for himself. While they were busy arguing, the puppeteer decided to take advantage of the moment and take charge of them. These two grumblers would be good puppets for him, if he could just subdue them. But a blow in the back quickly put an end to this idea. It was a blow from May, the head of the partisan guild. It was she who had caught the puppeteer and had no intention of sharing her spoils with anyone. Before the trio appeared Asher, the head of the Divine Lord Guild, and the personal messenger of Carmen herself. The Phantom Mask had dealt them a significant blow, and now those responsible must be severely punished for it. Ben and Beck began to express their thoughts against Asher home, but he didn't care. May said that the loot was hers, and she had no intention of sharing it with anyone. It was impossible to allow this place to perish, and the puppeteer was ready to give his very life for this. And he cast a subjugation spell on himself to counter his enemies. He threatened that now no one would leave him from here. By attacking his enemies with his magical weapons, he intended to deal with them. Half the village was destroyed by his very attack. Everything would have continued if not for his next attack being blocked, and he couldn't move. A huge white snake appeared in front of it. The attack had failed, and the puppeteer himself was wounded by a counterattack from the strangers. His attack was repelled by Toon, the Demon King, and Basil, the Death King. They were summoned by Cain himself to lead the operation to destroy the Ghost Mask and his comrades. Beck and Ben refused to obey these mercenaries and began to contradict Asher home. The order had come from Cain himself, and he advised not to contradict it. No one dared to resist the order, and punishment followed. The guild leaders said that in that case, they would wash their hands of the entire matter and let the mercenaries sort it out themselves. But their refusal did not satisfy anyone, and Jose Yin was the first to pay for it, and a huge snake bit off his entire head. Next were May and Beck Holio. Asher Hum decided to deal with the traitors, and those who went against the Grand Order. After their deaths, their souls were immediately called to service by Toon, and now there was simply no one to disobey the order. Now they had to serve until the end of the guild itself, or until Toon let them go. These three were now the servants of the Demon King, and did not dare disobey the orders of their new master. And now, Ashercombe could use those who had previously contradicted the orders of Lord Cain. Toon asked where the Ghost Mask had gone, to which he received the answer, that he had not yet reached the 60th floor. Toon didn't really like this, because he didn't come for the company, but for the ghostly mask itself. Ashercombe's servant suddenly put a knife to his own neck, and he demanded to explain this strange behavior. The answer was simple. He leaves, since there is no ghost mask here. Asher thought that this Demon King was also going against the order, but he calmed him down and said that he had gone in search of the ghostly mask. He had agreed only for the reason of killing the ghost mask. On the 51st floor, Hendrik was also not bored, while Hyuk and Haru with Vulcan were at the auction, and then the guards of the Sacred Kingdom attacked the opposition. Regarding what he had managed to find out, Hyuk promised to tell him everything later. An urgent message came from the Golden Lich asking for his help. It was strange to receive a special purpose letter. Apparently, things were very bad on the 60th floor. The situation concerned emergency assistance for him and the puppeteer. So he asked them to get to the 60th floor as quickly as possible. They had attacked the base facility, the building of a trading company. The 60th floor trading guild was under attack, and it was time to hurry to help the Lich. In response, Hyuk asked him to stall for time until they could get to him. Vulcan and Haru did not understand how this could possibly happen, because no one knew about the 60th floor and a guild that had helped them. The whole thing was that the Lich was running different trading guilds, under different names. Otherwise, it would have been the end for him. The whole problem was also that the Lich could not use his own power to keep his name out of the light. If everyone found out that he and the opposition were in cahoots, his entire company would be destroyed instantly. If the Sacred Guild found out about this, it would tear everything to pieces. The targets were all set, and it was necessary to quickly reach the 60th floor and finish off these gangs of the Sacred Kingdom. Vulcan warned everyone that they would now go to the next floor, but before he could say it, he was struck from behind, and two people with a huge snake appeared in front of the guild for a great confrontation. These two warned that they would not rise any higher and would die here. Everyone jumped to the side at the moment of the attack, and we're going to deal with these impudent fellows. Since these two had appeared at the moment when the Lich needed help, it became clear why they were there, which means they were sent by that impudent hypocrite, Cain. Hyuk's instinct told him to dodge, and it was correct, as the undead monster struck at them. Now it was clear that in front of them was a snake charmer and a necromancer, not the best of circumstances. Hendrik decided to deal with the spellcaster, and the necromancer went to Hyuk, and with his very first blow, he repelled the attack of Camille, the legendary serpent of the tower. Basil teased and tried to lure the dragon warrior to his side. Hendrik was surprised and did not like to become someone's pet, especially this hypocritical Basil. Basil was interested in how his scales sparkled, and he promised to take him to the highest position. Instead of words, Hendrik drew his sword and repelled another attack of the snake. As for the necromancer, Hyuk himself decided to deal with him at all costs. Apparently, the necromancer of the 300th floor stood before him, but he needed to find out what he was truly capable of. He ordered the girls to help Hendrik and go to the 60th floor, and he would finish this one off by himself. They didn't object and rushed to help. As for Toon, he will deal with him himself. Toon was only glad about this turn of events, and the two armies clashed with each other. And the time had come for the leaders to fight themselves. Toon thought that Hyuk would chicken out at the sight of his skeleton warriors. But he was very, very wrong. The Demon King said it was unacceptable that the newbie was a Spirit Master class, and he wanted to take away his power, to which he received a firm refusal, and an affirmative answer that no one owes him anything. The girls rushed to help Hendrik, but they were not destined to make it in time. Giant teeth emerged from the very ground and rose higher and higher in the middle of the street. In an instant, the huge mouth slammed shut, swallowing the girls inside of itself. It was all Toon's doing, and the only salvation for the girls was to destroy him. Hyuk didn't like this and demanded that the girls be released. Otherwise, he would be completely finished. Meanwhile, on the 60th floor, the Lich's warriors fought with the guards of the Sacred Kingdom. In the midst of the great battle, Asher arrived there to personally deal with the traitors. The guards couldn't get inside the company building, but Hum had his own plans for that. The Lich tried to stall for time by leading the army from behind and moving away from them. He attacked from a great distance. Otherwise, he would have been quickly identified, and then it would have been the end for him. Meanwhile, on the 51st floor, the battle continued, and Hyuk wanted to destroy the undead in order to save the girls. He attacked this monster to prevent the girls from passing away so very quickly. But Toon blocked his attack, and he had to be dealt with. Toon wanted to become the successor to the Death Star and take the power from Cha Jin. Inside the horrific monster, the girls found themselves surrounded by skeleton warriors, and something had to be done. There were a lot of them, and it was simply not possible for the girls to cope with them. The monster descended far underground, trying to swallow Miho and Haru alive. Hendrik wanted to help them, but that snake, Basil, wouldn't let him pass. The snake turned out to be very strong. Apparently, it was a boss from the upper floors. In the mouth of this huge, terrifying snake, there was another snake, but it was the product of demonic power. She penetrated Hendrik's very body. But from such impudence, she instantly flew away from him, along with Camille. Having fought the snake off, Hendrik could not understand what had just happened. It turns out that this snake, by increasing the enemy's fear, transmitted all the enemy's experiences to its owner. Basil couldn't understand why Hendrik hated dragons so very much. After all, he himself was a dragon. But why there was such hostility towards them was incomprehensible to Basil. Hendrik hated them because they had destroyed his homeland and took his parents to the next world. The anger was because he was unable to take revenge on those flying creatures. Back then, Basil found it funny that such a trifle could anger the dragon. After all, the prize for destroying Hendrik's homeland was the ability to transform into a dragon, and Basil had to kill a large number of people in order to collect all of his snakes and gain the beauty of his body. But this is nothing compared to the beauty of Hendrik. The stranger introduced himself as Basil, the king of death and the enchanter of all that has scales. Offering to go over to his side, he promised to make Hendrik love his true essence. And Hendrik introduced himself to this impudent fellow as a dragon slayer and destroyer of everything that has scales. In that case, they both have to fight each other. Hendrik was just ready to attack and finish off this impudent guy. There was no end in sight for these crawling creatures, and Hendrik was already fed up with it. But these small snakes couldn't do anything to him, because he was much stronger. They were all just a distraction, and the largest of the snakes had surrounded the dragon. The snake grabbed him, and Hendrik wanted to use the teleport, but he didn't have time. Basil closed his mouth. Basil had caught Hendrik by surprise, and if he doesn't get out of the hold, he's finished. And now Hendrik could become the slave of this impudent man. The only way to free himself from the grip was to become a dragon, and Basil thought that would not happen. He hoped in vain that this would not happen. The problem was that Hendrik, even though he was a dragon himself, hated the very race. If he doesn't transform, he will become a slave to this impudent fellow. The choice was his. Hyuk entered Hendrik's mind and told him why. He had started his path of revenge, and now some snake could destroy it. And Hendrik was not a dragon slayer, but the one who, together with the opposition team, rose to the 50th floor to take his revenge. This meant that the only way to defeat this impudent fella was to unleash all of his incredible strength. Since they are still so weak, any means will be a good help for their victory. Hendrik listened to his advice, and the snake crumbled from the transformation of the dragon. And now, the forces were finally equal. Therefore, in any fight with the strongest opponent, try to give it your all. Basil was amazed by this transformation and wanted to take possession of this creature at any and all costs. The battle continued between Toon and Hyuk. The army also did not retreat, and both sides fought on completely equal terms. The technique was copied exactly from Cha Jin's past life, but it didn't matter, since he had surpassed himself. It was time to finish off this necromancer and free my sisters. No, these thoughts only got in the way. It was worth dealing with this necromancer, and only then helping the others. It was funny to see Cha Jin's previous fighting technique from this opponent, but it was not equal to the technique that the spiritual master had already mastered and had surpassed. And this rogue's chances of defeating the master were negligible. Toon was angry that his teacher was being insulted by this mere newbie. Hyuk landed on the ground and was immediately attacked by a pack of skeletons. Toon thought he had fallen into his deadly trap and was glad that he could now finish off the man. Hyuk released divine and demonic powers, and the skeletons scattered as if they had never even existed. One person was able to combine two immense powers within himself, and Toon was amazed by such a skill from a simple newbie. Cha Jin's name has forever been etched into the tower's long history as a man capable of combining two great powers. To defeat Toon, you need to trample him and his army to absolute smithereens. In order to destroy the beast, it was necessary to kill its very owner. Hyuk asked the necromancer if he was the true successor to the Death Star. In principle, the receiver was also a complete and utter idiot, just like Cha Jin had been 10 years ago, having done nothing against the deity. The necromancer was enraged and decided to use a spirit spell against the newcomer. He summoned the slain guild leaders and intended to defeat Hyuk that way. But it was his mistake. Hyuk destroyed every necromancer he summoned and tried to cut through the main body, and the summoned guild leaders were no obstacle to him, achieving his goal. But when the blow was dealt to Jose Yin, he remained completely unharmed and stood still. It turns out that Toon had endowed them with magic to protect them from his divine power. The divine power and the demon power were now blocked, and the undead were also very strong. Since simple blows could not do anything to them, it was necessary to resort to another, different method. The only solution was to use the two forces simultaneously. But the system did not allow the merger to be done, and this infuriated Hyuk. He demanded that it be done. He then decided to arouse his greed and absorb the divine power into the demonic. Even if the system continues to refuse to merge, this monster has a brutal appetite and will eat anything. Ultimately, these powers of Cha Jin, no matter how much they do, will absorb each other. But with Cha Jin's next attack, all the undead in his way were cut down without any problems, since the protective magic no longer worked. The fusion took place, and now these two great forces were one. Cha Jin was surprised that he was able to cut through the undead's defense. He received a new skill, the One Beginning, which was able to unite two great forces that were opposite to each other. Now this new skill was in Cha Jin's favor, and the undead no longer bothered him. Hosainu and Bekholio were ordered to cover the necromancer, but it was too late. Cha Jin had already approached Toon and slammed him into the ground. The impact sent him flying several meters and falling to the hard ground. Oddly enough, he survived the attack and stood on his feet. Hyuk had already approached him and asked if he really considered himself the true successor. Toon was also fixated on the Great Death Star because Cha Jin was suitable for the tower's new owner. But Hyuk had betrayed humanity and died, for which he should be honored, because, as Toon explained, he was betrayed by the Nine and lured into a deadly trap, and that he knew the truth about his death 10 years ago. Hyuk had a spiritual master from the Nine in his very hands, but he had no desire to hear about his own death. Being the most powerful necromancer, he was betrayed and mercilessly killed, although he was not guilty. Toon didn't understand why this newbie was making fun of him. And his great teacher, he acknowledged Cha Jin's abilities, but not the Death Star's true successor. He admired the Death Star and wanted to be just like him, but to take over his name, you will have to defeat the ghostly mask. But Hyuk decided to see what the necromancer was truly capable of, and then take him under his own command. It seems like he is a necromancer, and at the same time, almost became a spiritual master. It would be interesting to see what will come of it. Toon won't let some scoundrel get his benefactor's class. He summoned second-rate ghost warriors and was summoned by Balkan. In response, Balkan immediately entered the battle, using the soul laser. Oddly enough, the attack did not bring any benefit, since the ghosts were not exactly souls. Toon had no intention of stopping until he took revenge for the insult. To Cha Jin Hyuk's name, his skills had already started to irritate Cha Jin, and he decided to act differently, leaving the ghosts in the Balkans. He decided to act. Blow after blow brought Cha Jin closer to his goal. Toon also fought back as best he could, but began to forcibly give up his positions in the battle. Hyuk's attacks reached Toon as well, and he began to receive injuries. Toon fought them off with his ghosts, but it didn't save him from Hyuk's next powerful attack. Toon tried to resist, but the attacks became stronger and more frequent. Having summoned the spirits, he decided to attack the ghostly mask in response, but it was his mistake. Cha Jin's technique was used against him, and although Toon had strength, he was not able to absorb the master's soul. The attack ended as quickly as it had appeared, and now the necromancer had nothing to respond with. Toon was shocked that his teacher's technique was able to be blocked. His technique was unable to penetrate the newcomer's powerful defense. As a reward before his own death, Cha Jin decided to summon and show his technique of spirit arrival. The true coming of the spirits turned out to be much stronger than the power that was known to Toon. Only now did he realize that it was his teacher standing in front of him. Cha Jin simply replied that it was nice to meet you, and that they would see each other again very soon. Toon was killed, but not for very long. He will soon rise again and serve Cha Jin. Toon's soul left his body and was now flying towards the heavens, but could not fly very far. The master ordered him to rise, and now they met together once again. Now, in front of Cha Jin stood not an enemy, but an ally, kneeling before his great master. He asked to forgive him for his rudeness to his teacher. He did not recognize his benefactor and even betrayed his own comrades. Their conversation was interrupted by a monster that had swallowed Haru and Miho. It was the summoning beast, Kuvo, and now, without a master, it has become completely uncontrollable. Toon wanted to deal with this monster, but Jin stopped him because there were girls inside. But there was no reason to worry. And a minute later, Haru and Miho jumped out, safe and completely sound. What a great relief it was to see them alive. Hyuk, calm down. They managed to charm the beast and then get out. Toon was puzzled as to how they had managed to charm and destroy his undead. Meanwhile, Hendrik was not bored either, and his attack had reached the group. The attack was so strong that it reached Cha Jin and Toon, who was standing nearby. A minute later, vanquishing this monarch of death was no simple feat, but his reign ended. Basil was now left with just a lone, small serpent. He possessed no other means with which to retaliate. He spoke a silent word to his serpentine ally. Both of them understood that their final moment had arrived, but were they truly just two separate beings in the end? Directing his gaze toward his final companion, he consumed it in a flash, thereby assimilating its latent power. Every witness was stunned by the gruesome spectacle, but Hendrik resolved to eliminate this audacious combat and bring the conflict to a close, but the strike was astonishingly repelled, as Basil had now inherited the full might of the serpent. He was once again empowered to continue this desperate struggle, and now the deadly confrontation ignited a new volley of attacks. Basil's offensive strikes grew far more potent. However, it was a futile effort that changed nothing. Basil's demise was only momentarily delayed by consuming his ally. Now, in place of the serpent and Basil, a single grotesque form was all that remained, and this twisted amalgamation would be annihilated by Hendrik. He immediately launched an assault on this chattering fiend, and the now slightly unhinged Basil. The female warriors rushed forward to offer their aid, but Hendrik declared he needed no assistance. He proclaimed this serpent was his quarry, and he alone would handle it. A burning rage was now on Hendrik's side, only fueling his spirit for a new, devastating offensive. The serpent form was no longer a match for the dragon, and he unleashed his attacks with tremendous force, in a bid to swiftly put an end to this creature named Basil. The serpent creature caught Hendrik's mighty blade, intercepting the attack, but it was a desperate, useless gesture. And now, the dragon himself would decide this battle's conclusion. With a single, crushing strike of the dragon's claws, he pinned Basil to the ground, and the outcome of the fight was sealed. Through his battle with Basil, Hendrik discovered discovered his true call. Hendrik the Dragon Slayer was victorious, and Basil was utterly vanquished. By dragging the lifeless body and casting it before the group, Hendrik offered undeniable proof that Basil had been slain. He had also triumphed over the strongest of serpents, Sheila, and the legendary serpent known as Camille. Toon was overjoyed with the rising star, or more accurately, the companions of the ghostly mask. It is because of their strength that Cha-Jin can finally ascend to the tower's apex and claim his ultimate revenge, and naturally, Toon would accompany them. Hendrik wished to inquire about the history between the necromancer and the ghost mask, but their time was severely limited. It was imperative to ascend to the 60th floor and assist the Golden Lich. The greater conflict had only just begun, and they had to make haste to support the entire team. But before venturing onward, Toon recommended taking the corpses of both Basil and Toon. Furthermore, the enemy forces on that floor were commanded by Asher, an individual who had the patronage of Carmen herself. They were as formidable as Toon himself, but they alone possessed a divine power granted from Carmen. Yet, since Basil and Toon had been defeated, it meant chances still existed. When Asura was once rescued by the fallen, he began to revere them, and they bestowed upon him their might. In exchange, the Lich had been engaging soldiers on the front line and could still stall for more time. The critical issue was that any defeated soldiers were instantly revived by Asher. This presented a grave problem for the Lich, and without reinforcements, he could not hold out for much longer. Asher's power was on par with the might of the celestial race, and it would be no simple task for the team to defeat him. There was but a single path forward. Hayek must consume the bodies of Basil and Toon to battle Asher, considering that a body can be classified as an object. Then, the process of absorbing the body mirrors the absorption of an item. This absorption would grant Hayek the strength of both Basil and Toon. Hendrik immediately supported this strategy and urged Hyuk to proceed, and no one else had any claim to the bodies of these two besides them. Their remains were of no use to anyone after death. For this very reason, Toon offered his own body for absorption. As a final gesture of respect for Cha-Jin, he requested that his form be taken to grant him greater power, and both fallen warriors were then absorbed by Cha-Jin. Both of their forms were fully absorbed by Hyuk, and all their latent power was transferred to him. And now, that incredible power was his to command. The Lich valiantly continued to hold back the kingdom's advancing troops, but the enemy guards had already breached the building, and his own forces were rapidly dwindling. The Lich's undead army was melting away, suffering irreparable losses, while the enemy relentlessly pressed their advance. Their only goal was to buy a precious few moments, and then the Ghost Mask Company would arrive to aid them. He attempted to split his remaining forces, but he was out of time. A brilliant light suddenly erupted in the center of the room, where both the Lich and the puppeteer were concealed. It became clear that one of the enemies had blasted a hole in the wall, and now the Lich's position had been exposed. It was Asher come, and he had located the Lich. It seemed there was no longer any purpose in hiding. But this mysterious stranger did not resemble the Star Knot, implying that the Lich could potentially handle it. However, Asher was bound by only two directives from King. The first was to eliminate all traitors and opponents of the Order. The second was to utterly destroy the Ghost Mask and all who aided it. This mission meant eradicating both the Lich and the puppeteer. Asher was fanatically devoted to the Fallon family and saw no reason to question the commands of his idols. But the Lich had his own counterplan for these orders, and he resolved to teach this insolent fool a painful lesson. For the time being, the Lich could only evade direct confrontation. If Hum discovered he was facing the legendary Golden Lich, the repercussions would be catastrophic and irreversible. Asher resolved to discover why this man refused to attack and concealed his identity. This meant the Lich would not last long. In the middle of Asher's assault, Hendrik suddenly materialized and deflected Hum's powerful attack. Asher did not anticipate encountering a dragon here, but this new development only confirmed the Ghost Mask had somehow reached the 60th floor in a single night. Hyuk had also arrived alongside the dragon, having just annihilated both of the Nine's powerful messengers. Everyone turned to face him and questioned if he was that very same Asher. Hump and Cha-Jin asked where they needed to go to slit that bastard's throat. Kane, Hendrik, and the girls did not impede Hyuk from battling against this brazen foe, because he now required no assistance whatsoever. But Hendrik and the girls were assaulted by the kingdom's irritating guards, and it was now necessary to deal with these pathetic lackeys. They had to neutralize the endless army. But this Asher Hum was constantly resurrecting them, and this was a significant problem. This implied there was only one certain way to combat these guards, a method after which they would no longer rise again. Hendrik decided to incinerate them into nothingness, and then no one would be able to resurrect mere ashes. Asher was preoccupied by his duel with the ghostly mask, allowing the company to calmly dispose of the remaining guards. Hayuk chose not to prolong the fight and immediately destroy Asher, finishing him off with as much speed as possible. He severed Asher's arm, but the limb instantly regenerated, which bewildered Cha-Jin. Apparently Carmen granted him this power, and now defeating him would not be so straightforward. A truly devastating attack would be required, one so powerful he could not possibly recover. Asher was enraged that his mistress was being insulted by some masked stranger. It was time to unleash Balkan and finally deal with this upstart under Carmen's divine protection. Asher was truly astonished that the undead could repel the strike of his divine power. It was all because of the defensive might that Hyuk had inherited from Toon. Asher had always considered Toon to be a traitor, although he never even pledged loyalty to the Nine, and was now paying the price for those very words. Hyuk commanded both Balkan and Toon to handle this pathetic loser and drag him before him. Toon had grown stronger, empowered by the ghost mask, and the mighty Balkan was also assisting him in this endeavor. Hayek did not just stand by, using the fox mask to attack Asura. The barrage of attacks from 3 allies quickly overwhelmed Asher's body, never allowing it a moment to recover. Strike after devastating strike. The assaults became increasingly powerful, and Asher began to falter. Bit by bit, his wounds did not have a chance to heal, and Asher was relentlessly backed into a corner. But no matter how fiercely the ghost mask tried to kill Asher, it was a futile effort as long as he received an influx of power. Toon seized him and completely restrained his movements. Basil then arrived to provide his assistance, and together they suppressed Asher's desperate attempts to attack. But no one was listening to his pleas. They were under orders to deliver him to their master. Basil constricted Asher's body ever tighter and tighter, while all the others continued their relentless assault, inflicting him with wounds beyond repair. Asher could regenerate even if his head were severed, and it was necessary to obliterate him with a single final blow. After his incredible strength had been weakened, Asher desperately did not want to perish. Everything had reached a complete stalemate. They could not kill him, and he was unable to die. He surmised they intended to defeat him with the Death King and the Demon King, but they had gravely miscalculated and had not yet succeeded in defeating Asher. But none of the 3 summoned allies intended to destroy him. Their mission was to capture him and present him to their owner. The command was explicitly not to kill, but to bring his battered body to their master. Hyuk decided to end this saga with Asher using a single strike. Asher presumed he was being attacked by a divine or demonic energy, but it was in fact neither one. The strike was so immense that half the city instantly vaporized, and the enemy possessed not the slightest possibility of survival. At the crater's epicenter lay Asher's broken body. It all appeared to be finished, if not for a sudden light. Hyuk Balkan and Toon wondered what to do with the remains of this upstart. Toon expressed his gratitude to all who helped him attain his first victory. United, Hendrik then called out to him from far below, and everything was perfectly fine with their group as well. It seemed the assault on the company had been successfully halted. Previously, everyone had assumed that the first ghost mask attack, but the events of this day now pointed to a different truth. Not everything could unfold according to the careful script of the Nine. Even the heavens themselves could potentially be overturned, and quite naturally, the Lich had to accomplish this. In that case, there was no reason to hesitate further, and the Lich and the puppeteer departed to attend to their own business. They vanished without a trace, and the company was left standing alone at the battle site. Everything would have been fine, but the Lord of Evils sensed a disturbance and issued a warning that their fight was not yet concluded. The very ground began to tremble, and it became terrifyingly clear that something was approaching them. A bizarre light manifested high in the sky, and it was only drawing closer and closer to the company. An unnatural stream of light struck the earth where Asher's body lay. It was not merely light, but a being from the higher floors descending to them. Hendrik decided to take flight, to be prepared for the impending attack. Toon gestured toward the spot where Asher had perished. The corpse of Asher Hum rose upwards within this column of light, and it seemed this eerie light appeared just for him. His mangled body began to reconstruct itself. But something far stranger was also occurring to him. It was now evident to Hyuk that Carmen was the force behind this. Asher was being reborn and now wielded a different power to attack. The ghost mask on the upper floors of the fallen family's grand castle hall. Carmen and Cain were casually drinking tea and calmly discussing the news of the last few days. A peculiar object that Carmen perpetually kept with her shattered in her hands. Apparently, this artifact was intrinsically linked with Asher, and it broke because he had finally been defeated. Cain was incensed at the simple mention of the ghostly mask. There was no real cause for concern because Carmen had created not just a plaything, but a personal puppet in the form of Asher. Now, following his death, Asher has been resurrected as an avatar of Carmen herself, and in order to triumph over the ghostly mask, he would be forced to fight her on a personal level. Hyuk was furious that this woman Carmen was impeding his forward progress. Once again, Hyuk instantly recognized this divine aura, and now his only course was to battle this reborn Asher once more. And now she would have to contend not only with him, but with the power of Carmen herself. Asher could not comprehend how this newcomer knew of his mistress Carmen. He desperately wanted to discover who this ghostly man truly was. But he was immediately assaulted by both Balkan and Toon. Hyuk was also preparing to unleash his attack on this bizarre man before Balkan and Toon could even land a strike on Asher. He seized them both and held them captive before him. They were unable to truly die, which meant they would suffer until they themselves wished for oblivion. The dragon slammed Asher's body violently into the ground, thereby liberating his allies, but he couldn't do anything to Asher either, because he now possessed the divine power of the Nun. He lifted the massive dragon and hurled it at the ghost mask comrades, who were standing just nearby. The dragon's fearsome power was no longer a threat and could not harm him, but his movements were suddenly constrained by steel, and he could not move. It was all due to Miho. She had enchanted his body with her power. Asher therefore resolved to deal with her first and foremost, and then he would finish off all the rest. Behind Asher, Hyuk's fearsome sword became visible, with the clear intention of splitting the body into two separate parts. With this single mighty blow, he planned to be rid of the puppet Carmen. Against this devastating attack, Asher had the ability to instantly recover, and the entire attack was therefore useless. Now the counterattack came directly from Asher, and he was incredibly hostile toward all members of the company. Hyuk ordered everyone to flee as the attack was far stronger than before. In place of Cha-Jin, a massive crater from Asher's strike now glowed. Hyuk's body would not obey his commands, and Asher had already closed in on Miho and was about to strangle her. Hendrik and Haru were also grievously wounded and could not help Miho. And now there was nothing stopping Asura from finishing off Miho and the remainder of the team. He chose to start with little Miho, holding her before him and squeezing her neck with crushing force. Miho was gasping desperately for air and was about to suffocate. But in that moment, Miho transformed, and the nine-tailed fox Gumaho appeared in her place before a stunned Asher. Miho should never have been touched by a worthless being like Asher. Now he held the legendary Gumaho in his hand, a force he could not handle. In that terrifying moment, he released the fox and could not fathom why this had just happened. The Gumaho unleashed her power, and in place of the company, only a brilliant, blinding spot of light remained. The Gumaho was only capable of using her teleportation, and with it, the entire team was miraculously safe. The spatial jump had moved them 10 full floors up, and they now found themselves within a darkened forest. On the 70th floor, deep within the heart of the forest, all the members of the Confrontation Guild materialized. The Gumaho saved them from certain death by moving them. This was the very first time anyone had witnessed the Gumaho. Hyuk had no idea where they had been transported, and asked her where they were and how they arrived there. One can traverse between floors without completing them, but no points are granted for skipping the levels. Hendrik questioned if this was indeed a dark forest, and if someone else inhabited this place. But since the area was undiscovered and totally unexplored, there was no one present they needed to fear. This revelation meant that it was a safe haven, and it was possible to recover and receive treatment here. Regrettably, the Gumaho could do nothing more for them, and her power was only sufficient for that single move. And this movement only granted them a brief reprieve. Soon enough, the others would undoubtedly arrive here too, with their currently depleted strength. They could not possibly deal with their enemies and had to become stronger. If it was truly necessary to grow much stronger, then it implied that the Gumaho knew of a way. She no longer possessed the time or the energy, so she simply advised him to ask everything. The Gumaho bid farewell to Hyok and promised they would meet again. The Gumaho vanished, and in her place, Miho appeared in her fox form. There was no remaining trace of the nine-tailed fox. The small fox was caught by Haru, so she would not hit the ground. No one could possibly comprehend who the Gumaho was speaking about, and as soon as the fox disappeared, arrows began to rain down on the company from all directions. They were suddenly surrounded by hostile dark elves, who were not pleased with strangers in their dark forest. They deeply disliked those who would dare to invade their sacred domain. But the elf chose to stop Hyuk with the help of Balkan and Toon. The fears on both sides proved to be unfounded, because Ilione was standing there among the dark elves. They exchanged greetings with each other, and Hyuk inquired if she had successfully gathered an army. It was quite difficult to call a few dozen dark elven army, but for the moment, they could only stand guard over the forest. But they too possessed a hope for the revival of their ancient race. Their last hope resided within the divine tree, the dark Yggdrasil. Since the elves were of a dark origin, their world tree was quite different from the elven Yggdrasil. All of the ghost masked companions were truly astonished by such a tree, and though this great tree is still quite small and has a long journey to become a true Yggdrasil, it already possesses immense power. And now, the conversation turned to the ghostly mask himself, specifically why he is here and why he had reached such a desperate state. It was all due to the intervention of Star 9 and the puppet Carmen, and with the incredible assistance of the Gumaho, they were moved here where they might find an answer to their question. Apparently, the final answer was concealed within the very power that the tree granted to the elves. Haru pleaded with Ilione for aid in gaining this power. She also formally asked them to join her and enter into confrontation. Meanwhile, somewhere outside, Hyuk was standing alone on a balcony, grappling with the chaotic thoughts that were tangling inside his head, hinting at the dark possibility that his plan was doomed to fail. But his grim thoughts were abruptly cut short, where he sensed a massive and much stronger force than his own nearby. Hyuk was slightly angered by how familiarly the ancient tree greeted him. For the first time, or perhaps not the first, it was the dark Yggdrasil that held the answer to the question. It declared it would give Hyuk its incredible power, but there was, of course, a certain condition. Meanwhile, Ilione gave an affirmative reply and consented to enter into confrontation with her elves joining the guild. She was asked if this would be too dangerous for them, to which she responded that she was deeply indebted to Hyuk, and that she was only capable of gathering the dark elves thanks to him. Moreover, the target of their ultimate revenge was one and the same, and there was no reason for her to remain on the sidelines. She was eternally grateful to the ghostly mask for her release, and she was fully prepared to go with him to the very end. But the entire question now revolved around one single thing. Where was Hyuk himself, and where had he disappeared to? Hyuk arrived before the tree and could not afford to keep it waiting. It felt somewhat bizarre to be speaking with the tree, but he had no other choice. The tree had some kind of interest in Cha Jin's very essence, and decided it needed to find out something crucial. The evil pinnacle was able to reassure Hyuk by telling him that the ancient tree was on their side, and that it truly wished to help them. A tree branch appeared before him, and on it hung the sacred fruit of the great tree of Yggdrasil. This single fruit possessed a colossal amount of energy, and it was many times greater than the energy of the entire Star 9. The sacred fruit was originally intended for the elves, but Yggdrasil had decided to bestow it upon the ghost mask. The legendary fruit of the world tree could only be obtained by an elf of the royal family or a very high class, but certainly not by him. The fruit was akin to a demonic crystal, and it could generate a massive amount of demonic energy. And if Hyuk successfully managed to absorb this fruit, he would be able to finally deal with Asher and the entire Star 9 once and for all time. But why did the god of the elves give its fruit to a complete stranger, instead of bestowing it upon Elion? And so the tree began to tell him the story. Long before the great tower appeared, Yggdrasil was first created by the ancient god of the elves. Long before the tower ever appeared, the elven god and father of the world was created by a powerful elven deity. This deity loved and cared deeply for the elves, and they worshipped and adored him in return. The elves were beautiful beings who loved nature and had a very long life, but they also possessed a critical weak spot, and that was their pride. They were beautiful and deeply loved. their own beauty, which is why they lived isolated from everyone. And they did not climb the great tower like all the others. And that is the reason why, for several millennia, there was not a single elf who would conquer the tower. The gods required creations that would ascend the towers and eventually become the representatives of the gods. But what was to be done with those who did not live up to expectations? That's right. I would have fired him and hired those who could cope. Yes, the creator of the dark. Yggdrasil had harbored great hopes for the tree and Elien, but the elves are no longer a completely separate race, and now they interfere with the delicate balance of the tower, which in turn interferes with the powerful deities. And at the very center of this chaos stand Carmen and Cain Fallon, who are desperately seeking their revenge on Hyak. But Elien was sadly unable to become a powerful enough elf and claim the incredible power of the tree. The World Tree then proposed making a bargain. The fruit in exchange for the unification of the scattered Dark Elves. Hyak immediately agreed to the terms without any hesitation. But there was one significant problem. The immense energy contained inside the fruit could destroy Hyak himself. But there was no need for him to worry, since Yggdrasil itself would aid him in absorbing this powerful fruit. The immense power of the tree will help protect him from the overwhelming energy of the fruit. Balkan and Toon were summoned to stand guard over him until the absorption process was finally complete, or until he tragically died. Nobody voiced an objection. Hyak began the process of absorbing the fruit, and a massive cloud of energy formed all around him. Meanwhile, Hyuk's worried friends were already searching for him, and they could not understand where their leader had vanished to. But Hendrik pointed towards a strange glow visible between the trees. This strange energy was connected to Hyuk, and apparently he was attempting to absorb. The silence was suddenly shattered by an explosion in the forest, and it was now clear that their safe location had been discovered. Asher Hum advanced towards the ghostly mass location, obliterating everything that stood in his path. Elien was shocked by how quickly this upstart managed to get here. The gazing eyes of this nine were seemingly everywhere, and the decision was made to check those specific places, where the fewest of them were located. Asher violently grabbed the poor elf and demanded that she call the ghost mass to come help her. Hendrik immediately came to her assistance and liberated her from the clutches of this insolent man. Asher did not comprehend at first what had just occurred, but then he realized that the dragon had interfered with him. He had been hoping for the appearance of the ghostly mass, or at the very least, that powerful divine being. Miho had never regained her consciousness again, and apparently would not be recovering anytime soon. It seems these were the harsh consequences of using the Gumaho's power. Hendrik was deeply troubled by the demonic energy from above, but he quickly realized that it was the work of Cha-Jin himself. And since Hyak was currently preoccupied, the dragon needed to desperately stall for time until Hyak returned. Haru was commanded to take the elf and flee until he resolved things. After all, Haru's own forces would not be enough to mount an attack, since there was no ghost mass present at the moment. Asher decided he would deal with the rest of them for now. Hendrik successfully repelled the incoming attack and ordered Haru to get away from here immediately. While Asher was completely distracted by Hendrik, Haru took the wounded elf and fled far from the battle. He attempted to stop her from escaping, but the elves, with their arrows of demonic power, prevented him. Apparently, with his hostile actions, he had declared open war upon them, and now they had become his enemies. Asher could not recover quickly from such demonic attacks, because he was endowed with a great divine power, and demonic power was the direct opposite of it. This revelation meant that the elves had to be dealt with first. But Hendrik appeared before him and unleashed his dragon breath. He burned this Asher come to the very ground, but the impudent fellow was able to quickly recover, and no one could now stop him from dealing with the elves. He seized Elione and slammed her brutally into the ground. Asher warned that he would destroy everyone in his path, and she would be no exception to that rule. He was recovering and decided to finish his attack. As soon as his body had become whole again, from high above, he noticed the growing demonic energy, and he began to understand what kind of power it was. The ghost mask was there, absorbing it all. And now Asher Hum's attention switched entirely to it. Hendrik resolved to prevent Huck from being attacked at any cost. No one would dare to interfere with the head of their guild, and Asura was worth killing for this very transgression. But Asher did not care. He only desired one single thing: to personally kill the ghost mask. Blow after blow was dealt to Asher, but they did not inflict any harm upon him. Asher had gravely underestimated the mighty dragon, but it did not yet possess enough strength to fight against him. Hendrik now had a huge hole in his chest from Asher's attack, but he was still somehow able to attack further. It was almost funny to watch Asher grin at the sight of the wounded Hendrik. The dragon's vast strength was wasted, and Asher prepared to defeat him. While Asher was busy chattering, Haru appeared behind him, and she attempted to destroy him with a strike from her demonic sword. The speed of her attack was higher than his recovery speed, and Asher could now have serious problems. Apparently, the goblin heritage gave this young girl such strength, but it would not be enough to save her. She would not be able to defeat him, but she would certainly be able to buy them a little more time. She could briefly manage to surpass Asher in raw strength, but it would only be for a very short duration. It was necessary to destroy not just Asher's physical body, but the one who had bestowed upon him this great power. Then they must either run or attack while they still had the opportunity. She had been rescued by her brother and his friends so many times that it was finally her turn to help them stall for a little bit of time. She placed her trust in her brother and tried to stall for a little more time. Yes, Haru was attacking strongly and powerfully, but from the blood streaming from her eyes, it was clear that her strength was at its absolute limit. Asher was finally able to reduce the speed of her attacks, and he caught the desperate girl's next incoming attack in a terrifying response. He struck her down, and she flew far away from him, falling to the ground. Cain and Carmen had been correct in that the ghost mask, as it continued to gain strength, could hinder the Star Nine's plans. He decided to finish off the ghost mask's comrades, and then himself. Neither Haru nor Hendrik had the remaining strength to escape the attack, and this was truly the end. But suddenly, it became pitch dark all around, and the divine light vanished completely. Asher was perplexed by what had just occurred and where the light went. Slammed into his jaw, sending him flying far from the point of impact. Hayuk had returned at the critical moment, deflecting the final blow meant for Haru. When questioned about what had just transpired, Hyuk declared that his newfound darkness had completely extinguished his enemy's light. What truly happened is that Asher's final moment had now arrived. Hyuk commended Haru and Hendrik for stalling and, most importantly, staying alive. But now, he would be the one to personally conclude this battle. Asher had not yet perished from that initial attack, but that fact no longer held any significance. After commanding his allies to retreat to a much safer location, Hayuk decided to attack and finally put an end to this insolent man. The monstrous entity of greed materialized before Asher, and it was now prepared to devour Asher for all eternity. Now, this insatiable greed will consume him, until Carmen herself descends to face Hyuk on a personal level. The monster was swift and assaulted Carmen's puppet in an instant, time and time again, tearing off another piece of Asher's form. The monster inflicted wounds upon him that were beyond all repair. Carmen could feel her own divine energy dwindling within Asura, and Hayuk's energy grew stronger and stronger with each absorption of Asura. And even if you manage to tear it into tiny pieces, Carmen will simply continue to restore it. Carmen will endlessly supply him with her divine power, and he, in turn, will supply that same power directly to Chaji. Tom was a creature constructed from the soul and magic of the ghost mask, and it possessed a truly ravenous appetite, and it could absorb Asura indefinitely, despite his divine power. Until that very moment, it will continue this absorption, until Carmen herself arrives here and battles him personally. Hyuk wanted to personally obliterate Carmen, once and for all time. Asher pleaded with Carmen not to send him any more power, but it was far too late. Tom had completely consumed Asher's body. Carmen felt that she could no longer transmit her power to Asura, and apparently he had finally been finished. The very heavens above burst wide open, and a brilliant divine light poured onto the dark forest land. Carmen had arrived, crossing 100 floors to reach the ghostly mask, but the critical problem was that she also received a harsh punishment for breaking the tower's rules. Carmen now stood directly in front of Hyuk, and she could not understand how he knew her on a personal level. It is time to receive what Carmen deserves for her actions 10 years ago. A decade ago, he fought against the entire Star Nine. He had absolutely no intention of surrendering. Just as his incredible strength was running out, he summoned a massive bone golem to protect himself, but it was far too late for him. He had been betrayed, and Carmen stood at the head of the traitors. It was the end, and Cha Jin's remaining strength was leaving him. She was the very one who put an end to Hyuk's heroic journey. A final farewell, and then Cha Jin was gone. Hyuk could not stop the Star Nine, who had so callously betrayed him. Carmen only now realized she was standing in a dark forest, all the way down on the 70th floor, and that she would be punished for breaking the sacred rules of the tower. When he was busy absorbing the fruit, he could not even imagine a way to destroy this goddess Carmen. But then he understood that she must be brought down here, all the way down to the lower floors. And then an idea formed, a way to lure this higher being to them. Among the trusted friends of the Ghost Mask, there are also such powerful creatures. And with the incredible help of the Gumaho, they were able to freely move between different floors. Hyuk used the bait, and through Huma, he summoned Carmen down here. And since she was a celestial being inside the tower, her personal appearance here imposed harsh punishments upon her. This clever trick, playing on Carmen's greed, will now lead to her demise. Carmen simply laughed at the words that Hyuk had just told her, and then she decided to show him what a creature of the upper floors was truly like. Carmen desperately tried to attack the Ghost Mask, but she found that she couldn't. Apparently, she completely failed to realize that her arrival on this specific floor would result in the tower's most severe punishment, and her punishment had taken away the majority of her strength. And trying to use her full power here on the 70th floor would certainly not have led to her success. But Cha Jin's intense gaze seemed somehow familiar to Carmen, even though she was seeing this strange newcomer for the first time. She attacked him with the intent to destroy him, just like she once did with the legendary Death Star. But Hyuk now had the Monster Tom on his side, and the advantage in raw power was now on Cha Jin's side. Her pathetic attack was completely absorbed by the monster, and it did not cause any harm to its master. The attack continued, and the forces were clearly unequal. He invoked his right to bring destruction, and Cha Jin decided not to stand on ceremony any longer with Carmen. The destruction occurring inside Carmen was caused by Hyuk, but she could not possibly understand how this could be happening. A demonic and a divine power intersected within a single person, and it was a strange sight for her to behold. More and more attacks crippled Carmen and disfigured her beautiful body. Her growing anger was now beyond all measure, and despite the harsh punishment, she used her divine power, contrary to the rules of the tower. Carmen's own power was now in Hyuk's hands, and he was simply returning it back to her. Attack after devastating attack. An assault of heavenly punishment flew directly towards Carmen. From an incredible blow, she flew back many meters and was unable to reflect her own weapon. For 10 long years, he had waited for this exact moment to take revenge on his offenders. While Hyuk managed to finish off the enemy and distract the others, it was now time for both Hendrik and Haru to take proper care of the rest of the wounded. With Carmen's great strength now weakened, there was now every possible chance of finally defeating her, even despite the tower's punishment. The immense power of the conqueror of the 600th floor was not so simple a thing to cope with, and there was no way to properly damage her in order to destroy her. It would be a terrible shame to simply let her go. She did not like the way Hyuk was looking down upon her. Now, she was the strongest member of the Star Nine, and no one would dare to ever contradict her. She made the choice to use her full power. In this way, she could obliterate everything around her, and it was worth stopping her from doing so. The massive wave of fire reached the place where the elves and Hendrik, along with Haru, were located. Everyone was ordered to climb the branches of the dark Yggdrasil. This powerful attack did not last for very long, as the punishments rained down upon Carmen constantly. She deliberately used her force in defiance of the punishment, and will soon pay for it. Hyuk also did not yield to her attacks, and time after time, he repelled them and attacked again. Demonic and divine power clashed violently against each other. A massive clot of energy appeared in the sky above the forest that could potentially destroy everything. If he had only added more strength to it, Hyuk would have been completely finished. Camille was called upon to repel the strong attacks. Camille instantly pinned Carmen down to the ground. After all of this, Hyuk also only needed to add more strength and Carmen would be finished. And it's all because she no longer conquered any floors, and instead crawled at the feet of great beings. Carmen became even more enraged. and the punishment became stronger and stronger for the use of her force. Her power sent Hyuk flying far backwards, even with its incredible power of restoration. No one can simply ignore the tower's punishment. The more force she continues to use, the more severe the punishment becomes. She wanted to destroy the ghost mask and then recover. She finally admitted that she had acted against the rules, and they had found a way to quickly become much stronger. It was funny to reason like that. If Hyuk possessed a power stronger than her, she threw Hyuk away with a powerful blow, but it did not inflict any visible wounds upon him. Hyuk had also taken over her power of restoration. There was simply no point in rushing, and Carmen only continued to make things worse for herself. It was strange, but Carmen waited for something and did not attack. I wonder what devious plan she's planning to do this time. Her attack was completely unexpected and caught the ghost mask off guard. She decided to rip off his mask and see who was hiding behind. She could not believe that the very person standing in front of her was none other than Cha-Jin Hyuk. Before her stood the same Cha-Jin from 10 long years ago. How could she possibly recognize him if his appearance and voice were different? She simply recognized an old friend whom she once knew. Carmen's only demand was to find out from this stranger who he was. Hugh introduced himself and gave his name as Cha-Jin Hugh, the Death Star Cha-Jin Hugh. He had been reborn to take his revenge on all members of the Star Nine. Hugh had thought that Carmen would beg him for forgiveness, but she clearly thought differently, and the brutal battle continued, even more rapidly than before. This newcomer could not possibly be the one Carmen killed 10 years ago. The battle had now lasted for quite a long time, and it was finally time to end this fight. The monster of greed had appeared just behind Carmen, and now it was her final end. Tom bit off her hand, along with her mask, and this only made her even angrier. And once again, she tried to restore her missing hand, but the demonic force prevented everything from working. The mask that was now in Cha-Jin's hand was in her hand just a moment ago. And how did it possibly end up in his hand so quickly? Thanks to possessing this mask, he foresaw all of Carmen's attacks and attacked her before she could possibly react in time. Hyuk wanted to cut off her head and finish her off quickly, but surprisingly, her head was still in place, and the sword was bitten through by the teeth of the maddened Carmen. But that did not save her from the shockwave from Hyuk's sword. No one is going to give up their positions with their powerful attacks, but only Hyuk truly understood that. Carmen's strength was waning with each passing attack. He just wanted to deal with her and everyone who stood behind her. Carmen had now used up all of her strength and was making only one final attempt to attack. All she had to do was get into Hyuk and finally finish him off. Gathering all of her remaining strength, she prepared herself for her final attack. All she had to do was strike the ghostly mask, and all he had to do was beat it off, and victory would be his. But such a divine power could destroy everything around them, and not only the forest. Hyuk was still fighting with this Carmen, and Haru firmly believed in his ultimate victory. Hyuk also thought about that exact thing. He could not possibly stop such a great force, but there was a completely different way. This meant it was worth reflecting it with a more powerful weapon, and Hugh had one of those in his stock. The naive Carmen thought that Cha-Jin was finished by her attack, but Cha-Jin had only become stronger, and his power had grown. He ordered everyone to now transform into demons. The great power of the one principle was many times more powerful than even the divine power. But the system itself issued a dire warning that excessive use of it would destroy his very body. Now he had to turn the very heavens upside down and show that not everyone in the tower could behave like Carmen. It was no longer Hyuk who stood before her, but a true demon. He now swore an oath to finish her, and no one would stop him from doing so. Carmen's desperate attack did nothing and didn't even cause damage to Chad. She could not cope with such incredible energy and was utterly doomed. She had severely miscalculated and underestimated his true strength. And now Cha-Jin's attack had crippled her completely, and she could not possibly restore her broken body. With a particularly cold anger, he inflicted wounds upon her and took his revenge with all of his might. No one could possibly handle such immense power. The attack came in powerful waves, and Carmen saw her end very close. Hayek attacked her harder and even harder, giving her no single chance to ever recover. Horror befell Carmen, and she could do nothing about it. The newbie had made her feel both fear and horror at her final fate. Everything that she said about Hyuk was no longer interesting to him. There was only a demon in front of her, and no one and nothing at all could stop him. It was very obvious that she was truly terrified, although she did not pretend to be so. In response to the ghostly mask's final question, she only laughed. She tried to resist him with all of her might, but the punishments just kept on coming. Even if she perishes here, she will be reborn and kill him again with her own 2 hands. It was incredibly foolish to try and resist Hyuk. Her fate had been sealed since she decided to put up a fight. There was no longer any need for him to restrain his strength. Having attacked the ghostly mask with her divine power, she did not even think about what would soon happen. Her pathetic attack could do nothing to the demon, but the power of the ghostly mask could destroy everything around and turn the entire tower completely upside down. The single beginning did not mean anything good for Carmen. Everyone began to shout that this incredible force would destroy them all, and its use would not bring them anything good. Also, everyone began to worry deeply about it. His very body began to deteriorate due to the use of demonic power. The system issued another warning and recommended stopping the demonization. But Hyuk had not yet taken his full revenge on Carmen, and it was far too early for him to cancel the demonization. This was only the beginning of his revenge, and it had to be complete. Carmen's final end had finally come, and she had no more strength. Now the time has finally come to put an end to Carmen and the entire Star Knot. She began to beg him to please forgive her. She was wrong, she declared, and she was ready to give up everything, the kingdom and her money, just so that he would finally pardon her. She begged Carmen to please forgive her. As a sign of the long-standing memory of their old friendship, she asked and she begged everyone to forgive her and show her mercy. A single swing of the sword. And the answer he gave was the chopping off of Carmen's hand. There was no talk of any sort of mercy for her. For her heinous misdeeds, she only needed to be destroyed with no mercy. The man who would have forgiven her died 10 years ago by her own hand. She tried to crawl away from him, but it was of no use. Her remaining minutes of life were all over. Now, in addition to her missing arm, her legs were also quickly cut off. Her leg and her arm were now severed from her. And now, all that was left for her was her death. Her glorious face was then smashed into the ground with a powerful kick. How long had Hyuk himself been waiting for this very moment, and enjoying it as much as he possibly could? She asked to leave her, at least as a pathetic ghost. But it was in vain. Her body and her spirit would be utterly destroyed. When Hyuk was killed, and he then awoke in the hospital, he promised himself one single thing. He made a promise to himself that he would even crush the souls of his enemies in a fine powder, and they would not ever be able to be reborn. And the very same fate awaited Carmen's pathetic soul. She begged him not to kill her. She did not want to die. She called out for Cain. But it was far too late. She had turned into a spirit. Carmen's spirit tried desperately to fly away from Hyuk, but in vain. Her spirit had no chance to escape from the ghostly mask. But absorbing it was not so easy of task, and Tom was the one to finally do it. Tom's summoning solved the problem with the spirit, and the monster began to overtake this evil spirit. Tom quickly regained his spirit and began to devour her. Her soul was pulled into the monster's gaping mouth, and her spirit was also practically finished now. It seemed like it was finally over with Carmen, but there was no great feeling of satisfaction. Tom absorbed Carmen's entire spirit, and now nothing at all remained to remind of her, except for the massive crater at the site of the battle. Tom returned to Cha-Jin's body, and everything around them became silent. Now it was possible to cancel the demonization and restore his strength. The mask was removed, and his body gradually began to recover. He finally got his long-awaited revenge on that impudent Carmen, and is now a little bit closer to reaching his goal. But the consequences of demonization did not pass without leaving a trace, and now he could not even walk on his own. He was picked up by Hendrik and Haru to leave this place together. Vulcan had thought he could not handle Carmen, but he was completely wrong. Hendrik and Haru only encouraged Heya, but he still had a long path of revenge ahead of him, but they would remain with him until the very end. He was incredibly grateful to them for their support. The victory was, of course, a very good thing, but the entire forest is now completely destroyed. But there was nothing at all to worry about. Hyuk promised he would restore everything, because he had made a deal with the World Tree, and no one had to worry about money anymore, either. After all, they now had a reliable sponsor for such matters. The tree warned everyone that it was now time to leave here. Cain would be arriving here very soon, and they could not stay like this. It was decided to hide themselves and gather their strength. But before leaving, it was necessary to leave a message for this Cain. Cain soon arrived on the 70th floor, and he did not find Carmen there. She had gotten here and then completely disappeared. But there was a large battle site and something else left behind. Cain came much closer and then froze in utter surprise. In front of him lay a grim message from the Death Star, in the form of a star with a skull inside it. This was Cho Jin-hyuk's personal message to Cain, since Carmen had sent Asura after the ghost mask, and this sign appeared just after Carmen disappeared. Then the ghost mask must have known something. It was very strange not to find Carmen here, and the symbol then began to speak to him. The ominous message was addressed to him from the ghostly mask. Carmen Fallon is no longer among the living, and it was the owner of the ghost mask who killed her. Cain could not believe that some mere newbie could kill his own sister, and the brutal scene of his sister's murder quickly flashed through his mind. So Cho Jin-hyuk was the ghost mask, and Cain swore his revenge on it. It was a strange thing to hear from someone who had betrayed his comrades, and was now screaming because of the loss of his sister. Next, after his dear sister, would be Cain, and the message was personally addressed to him. They will kill him very slowly and piece by agonizing piece, starting first with his legs, out of pure anger. Cain smashed the symbol of the ghostly mask into tiny pieces, but the symbol finally said that he should patiently wait for him. The news of Carmen's shocking defeat and her loss to the ghostly mask spread like absolute wildfire. Within the tower, everyone was talking about nothing else at all, and now the Star Nine did not seem quite so strong, and now the sacred state is tottering precariously between floors. No one listened to him any longer, and the attacks on the kingdom's guards became much more frequent. The mere mention of the sacred kingdom no longer frightened anyone. Neither of the guards nor the attackers were going to give up their hard-won positions, and the violent clashes only worsened the state's dire situation. None of the various gangs listened to the royal guards any longer. Now, there was a major redistribution of power taking place in the tower. No one wanted to give up the tasty morsels of the sacred kingdom, and everyone wanted to grab as much as they could. The arguments and the battles continued on every single day, and the guards grew steadily weaker with each passing attack. Now, without a strong leader, the Nine began to lose their positions, and the other guilds began to put much more pressure on them. The ghost mask also completely disappeared, and no one knew where it was. Several months later, large bounties were placed on the heads of the opposing guild. Everyone was wondering who would be the one to catch the ghost mask and his comrades. It was perfectly clear to everyone how to catch them, but no one could possibly understand how to catch the ghost of Balkana. None of the tower's inhabitants had any idea where the ghostly mask and all of his comrades were now. But everyone was also incredibly afraid of the power of this mask, and therefore, no one has yet been able to capture it. Meanwhile, terrible rumors finally reached Cain. The rumors were that Cho Jin-hyuk, the legendary Death Star, was now the ghost mask. Cain now had none of the usual elements of his power. There was no one standing behind him, and all of those who remained only wanted the death of Cain himself. After his own sister's death, he could no longer compare anything to them, and was far below them now in terms of power. And since no one had come here, except for Cain and the second member of the Nine, the words were only confirmed by the fact that there was no one behind. Cain, and even a healer as strong as Cain, could no longer cope with each of the Nine. They were all now much stronger than he was, and trying to now fight them will be the very last thing that Cain would ever do in his life. So Cain no longer had any place among the guild leaders, and his end would surely be coming soon. No one will cover for him or even support him anymore, and everyone in the tower thought the same. As one of the last representatives of the Star Nine, Cain will soon be shown his place, and his final song will be sung. His glorious days of rule were drawing to a close, and there was no one left to help him. The Nine will distribute his vast power and the power of his late sister Carmen amongst themselves. He promised that he would deal with the ghostly mask and prove his true power to everyone else. The important letter from the Lich arrived on time, and it meant that Cain was beginning to stir. It was time for the confrontation to move to preemptive action. Unlike Carmen, Cain had a very different character, and he prepared more thoroughly for all of his battles. But in his current position, it will not be so easy to move on to action now. Now, no one will ever help him, and everyone will only yearn for his death. He will have to spend a lot of money just to gather his forces for an attack on the much lower floors. And only then will the Lich finally strike back. And Cain's deep greed for money will only hinder him. And this was only the very beginning of the revenge. Soon, the puppeteer will have a great deal of work, as well as the elves, for their help from the Lich. Alien never thought that she would owe the Lich. Everything was now ready for their plan. But was Hayek himself truly ready? All that was left for them was to hope that he had become much stronger and could now properly fight against Cain. Miho was being followed, and hunters trailed her in order to kill her. They decided to kill her and then get the reward. The hunters had reached the impressive 500th floor, and this little fox was an easy target for them. The naive fools actually thought they could take possession of her so easily, but they gravely miscalculated. The shot did no harm at all to Miho, and the bullet was stopped by a stranger who had just arrived. The hunters could not possibly understand how this was even possible. A single blow, and one of the hunters no longer moved. But the hunter began to recognize the one who now stood in front of him. The black kimono and jacket meant only one single thing. It was Hyuk's old friend, Choi Kyung-hoon. He quickly dealt with the hunters, and thus saved Miho from certain death. There was only a large crater left where the hunters had just been, and they were all now dead. Miho was very grateful to Choi, and she allowed him to pick her up. Meanwhile, Hugh and Haru were already on the 100th floor. Hiding their identity, it was not easy to climb all of the floors, but they still had managed to do it. But for now, there was no one there except for them. And Hyuk, having now read Haru's thoughts, suggested to her that she should go for a walk. She apologized for having such distracting thoughts in her head. There was nothing terrible about this at all, and Hyuk sent Balkan and Toon to go along with her to help her. All the while, the Ghost Mask had managed to grow his powers with the team, but he could not defeat Kane with his summoning skill either, and something else had to be done now. Carmen was only able to be destroyed because, despite the punishments, she had attacked and lost all of her strength. This same strategy won't work with Kane. That's why he had called Choi Kyung-hoon to take him to his mentor Tess. Tess's combat technique and his necromancer skills will help him to defeat Kane. But his reasoning was suddenly interrupted by a sound from the same direction where Haru had just gone. It was now necessary to find out what was going on over there. Haru was being attacked by the white elf known as Hamel. After all, she had promised to meet the girl on the 100th floor. How disgusting and incredibly annoying she was to Haru. Hyuk wanted to come to the aid of Haru, but he found that he couldn't. A stranger with a sword had appeared behind him and had attacked Chaji. It was one of the members of the Star Nine, the swordsman Donis Taylor. But his powerful attack was easily repelled, and he became completely convinced that it was indeed the legendary Death Star standing in front of him. The blow was repelled, and the battle then continued. Hyuk simply stood and easily parried the swordsman's blows, without even straining himself too much at all. Donis had also decided to finish off Hayek, and so he came to him himself, despite the coming punishment. He was absolutely determined to put an end to the ghostly mask. But the swordsman's attacks were having no real effect, because they did not contain magic like Carmen's attacks had. The attack shook the entire city and all of its inhabitants. Everyone was surprised at who would dare to attack a large city. On the 100th floor, 10 long years ago, Hyuk had laughed at the swordsman and his pathetic ways to kill Hyuk. And then, the shameful Donis was unable to defeat Hyuk. But now that he is alive, he has the opportunity to take his revenge. But this impudent fellow also began to receive the punishment for violating the sacred rules of the tower. He didn't care at all about the punishment, as long as he got even with Cha Jin as soon as he possibly could, and had destroyed the city in his path and sought to attack the ghostly mask. He was ready to bear all of the punishments just to destroy the mask. He couldn't win back then, and he decided that he could win now. What a truly naive and impudent fellow he was. The swordsman had absolutely no chance of winning here. Blow after powerful blow was dealt to the swordsman, and Hyuk had immediately used his demonization. He did not drag it out like he had done with Carmen, and decided to finish off the upstart as quickly as he possibly could. The pure horror in Donis's eyes was brought about by the demon inside of Hyuk. Donis received the blows and could not possibly block them. One of the powerful attacks broke off part of his mask, behind which the swordsman's true and terrible face was hidden. The city was now turned into ruins, and the battle continued. The forces were unequal, and the swordsman began to finally realize this. With each new meeting with Hyuk, he only became much stronger. Hyuk did not just stand still, and was preparing for his grand revenge, which meant that his overall strength was growing. Behind the swordsman's mask lurked the same terrible-looking man as from 10 years ago, and even plastic surgery won't help him to hide his true face. Hugh's face used to be beautiful too, but the swordsman's was not. That's why this pathetic loser adopted the appearance of the Death Star, and with each of his new operations, he only worsened his own appearance, because of his truly rotten nature. The swordsman could never possibly become Cha Jin. The swordsman was angry, but he couldn't do anything about Hyuk, and his attacks were laughable compared to the master's own attacks. Donis fought off the greedy monster's powerful attack, and he thought he had successfully cut off Cha Jin's arm. But it was his own mistake, and his hand quickly recovered. He thought that he could defeat the demon this way, but it was a deception. The swordsman had zero chance of defeating Hyuk.